Hello everyone.
Was busy spreading Nazi conspiracy theories on Twitter, he was hard at work designing the vehicle of the future, the Tesla Cybertruck, a cyberpunk-themed rolling stock laughing out of the Tesla factory. No, wait, the other way around. Haters might say things like, it looks like a stupid boomer's idea of the future, or this is a horribly unsafe vehicle with sharp edges that isn't even good at being a pickup truck, but my god, is it a marvel of engineering. The Cybertruck is chock full of never-before-seen innovations coming from Musk himself, who promised to put a man on Mars by 2021. The windshield wiper. Tesla patented two revolutionary innovations for this. A horizontal-only electromagnetic wiper and one based on laser technology. Fast forward to release day and it's a regular wiper, but bigger. Elon Musk does it again. The exoskeleton body. It basically means the truck is cast as one big, single piece, and the side panels and the like are part of the car's actual load-bearing structure as opposed to just hanging the panels on a unibody frame. This leads to a more durable structure and, most importantly, significantly lower weight, which is a huge deal with large electric pickups. An exoskeleton instead of a conventional unibody is one of the main innovations of the Cybertruck. Well, it was until they scrapped the idea and went back to a traditional unibody instead. Throttle House, a car-themed YouTube channel for divorced men, actually reviewed the Cybertruck by driving it for 500 miles. Their video is concerning, to say the least, in terms of the details we learn about the Cybertruck. The headlights are pointing upward, blinding oncoming drivers instead of shining on the road. The rear camera stops working at night. When closing the door, the entire car vibrates.
Okay.
Everything vibrates.
Yeah, everything vibrates.
Like
we developed a new material called it vibranium.
The driver's field of view is a major hazard. The interior is very cheap and creaky. The ride is also rather bumpy. There are no gauges on the dashboard or stalks on the wheel, so you always have to look to the right at the touchscreen for everything. And then there is my personal favorite.
What if I just do my finger as well?
Surely this will stop. Oh!
Hold on, it gets better.
4 carrots in one go.
Yeah.
Which is a whole hand.
Yeah, so
Or 3.
yeah, definitely the hand of a child, but I think it would take off the fingers of a full-grown adult.
But wait, the car also has a vegetable peeler feature.
Oh my god.
That's just the edge of the door.
Vegetable prep.
Now that's what I call quality engineering. All for the low price of 40,000 Tesla dollars, also known as 61,000 US dollars, for the plain base model. Oh, but who am I to judge an unexpected 52.5% or $21,000 price increase? After all, Elon Musk knows more about manufacturing than anyone else on Earth.
At this point, I think I know more about manufacturing than anyone currently alive on Earth.
Which really showed during the 2023
That's
third quarter
delusional.
investor call. The Cybertruck is also gigantic. You know those needlessly huge pickup trucks? The ones that in Europe only trashy yet affluent assholes drive? Yeah, those ones.
Alright, let's get into it. Ethical hunter versus vegan activist. Intense debate.
Well, I train martial arts and I'll beat people into a bloody pulp in a ring, so I guess that's...
By consent.
Yeah, of course.
They consent to it.
Sure, yeah.
But the animals that you pay to be sent into slaughterhouses aren't consenting to that.
It is implicit in the nature of existence that you will be killed and eaten at some point. When you go into the ground, worms are going to eat you.
Absolutely.
Like, it is a part
But
of
does that give me a right to shoot you in the head right now because you're going to die
You
eventually?
need to stop bringing up rights in conjunction with natural orders.
I'm not.
Well, you just said
No,
it.
you did.
No, you did.
No, you said it's okay to do it to animals because that's what happens in nature.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do that to humans, so I'd say it's contradictory to say it's okay to do that to animals.
If
Jesus.
What in the actual fuck is Biden thinking? I hope this is cap.
Let me take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all knew that this day would finally come. Top Biden administration officials are currently having discussions on how to resettle Palestinians out of Gaza and bring them into the United States. The Liberal government of Canada has already done it, bringing thousands of them in, and now the US is following suit.
I don't think Canada has actually brought in thousands of Palestinians. I remember a few months ago there was a report about it, and it was like a minuscule amount. It was like 50 people or something. It was tiny.
But according to a survey by Pew Research, 76% of Palestinians view the US as an enemy nation, and that was before the Israel war began. So imagine today. As Biden provides military equipment, intel, weapons to the IDF to attack Palestine, he simultaneously wants to bring them into the country.
I don't know why anybody is seriously considering bringing in Palestinian refugees. There isn't a single Arab country that allows Palestinian refugees. And that's for a very good reason. They're all fucking assholes. So don't do it. There's no need to bring in Palestinian refugees. If you look at the history of Palestinian refugees in any other Arab nation, they all create problems. They try to overthrow the government, protest, riot, commit coups, assassinate fucking political leaders. They're fucking assholes. Why in the fuck would you let in any of them?
It's called Suicidal Foreign Policy Decision Making 101. Now, although they have to have immediate family members in the US who are citizens or permanent residents, the people chosen to come will obtain housing assistance, benefits, and a pathway to citizenship. All of it taxpayer funded, of course. While the border in the south is fully open with
the border is not fully open.
Millions of people flooding in.
Okay, this guy's an idiot. Biden administration, Palestinian refugees. White House considers welcoming some Palestinians from war-torn Gaza as refugees. Says they're considering it. Yeah, they should consider fucking not doing it. I don't know why the fuck you'd... I don't know why you'd bother. Thanks for that donation, Will Mage.
The circumstances required it, I would kill people.
You would?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, who have we got here? What's your name, brother?
Nakel.
Nakel. I'm Jack. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much for being part of this interview. So I have a question for you. I just want to know, is it okay not to be a vegan?
Is it okay not to be a vegan? You mean ethically speaking?
Ethically speaking.
Absolutely.
Can you describe like why it's okay to, for example, exploit, abuse, murder animals?
The question that you've phrased is it okay to exploit and abuse animals? That's different to, is it ethical to eat meat? So there's two different questions that you're asking me there.
Okay. Well, I guess I was kind of leading on from that question. You said it is okay to... It is ethical to not be vegan, right? So, and veganism is about ending animal exploitation. So that's why I was kind of just going on into the definition of veganism. Okay, we can go on then. Just we're starting out with that first question.
Yeah.
Is it ethical not to be vegan, and explain why?
Yeah, sure. So I think that ethics and morality are human constructs, and I think that we exist in the natural world, and I think that in the natural world you can put on your external ethics and moralities as a framework, and if that's how you want to approach the world and how you want to exist and how you want to live, that's fine for the individual. But as a system, as something that exists independent of humans, the natural world is life feeding on life in various forms. There's almost no creatures that don't feed on life in some way, shape or form, except...
herbivorous animals, obviously.
Yeah, but they're still eating things that are alive, right? So life feeds on life.
Or sentient. Veganism is about sentience. So,
Sure,
I mean, a tree is alive, but they're not sentient. They don't. They don't have a conscious experience. They don't experience pain or suffering.
Yeah.
Don't have a central nervous system.
Absolutely.
So in terms of like sentient animals, right?
Sure.
So
well, now we're getting like more and more nitty gritty, right?
well, that's just veganism. Sentient.
Yeah, I know. But you asked me the question: is it ethical and moral to not be vegan? And I said yes, and you said explain your position.
Yep.
And so I would say that in the natural world, life feeds on life, and that is the natural way that the world works.
I agree with that.
Yep.
But we're not talking about just life, we're talking about sentient life.
You can ask that question. You can say, what do you think about eating sentient creatures?
Well, that's just veganism.
Well,
veganism is about sentient animals.
I think that's perhaps like your interpretation of what veganism is.
No. So veganism, essentially, we could really, if we wanted to boil it down, it's about giving... so we respect humans' rights to life, so it's just about extending those rights to animals. Sure. I guess I could phrase it that way then. Do you think humans deserve the right to life, to not be exploited, abused and killed?
I don't think that's a natural given right, no.
Oh my god, he's talking with a complete and utter retard. Yeah, as soon as you're dealing with somebody who has to question whether or not humans should have rights, there is no point debating that person. If you're trying to convince somebody to stop eating animals when they wouldn't even consider giving humans that same right, you're just done. Like, the debate's over. The person's just a crazy whack job moron.
Oh, I think that's a right that we have decided is ethical and valuable to pursue, and I agree with that.
And that's all I was meaning.
Sure. Yeah. Well, can I ask you, if it's about sentience, do you think it's appropriate to eat like bivalve things that don't have sentience? Would you eat them?
Definitely up for debate onto whether they're sentient. I am actually now leaning based on the evidence that they might not be sentient. And if they're not sentient, well then I don't really mind, because there's no one having a subjective experience there, and they're not a someone, they're a something at that point.
Yeah.
I'm kind of erring on caution.
Yeah.
But technically, I'm kind of getting to the position where I say they're not sentient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I mean, like, I respect the position of vegans and vegetarians that...
Yeah, he should have answered that question, then immediately gone back to his answer, because he's clearly got a double standard, where he cares about nature and the natural order of things when it comes to animals, but then when it comes to human beings, suddenly nature doesn't matter, and things like, social conditioning, ethics, the law, that suddenly is more important. Caleb donated $3. Let me see. I'm sorry, but this entitled child just refer to their request for 5 guys to be hand-delivered to their protest as fucking humanitarian aid. Oh my god.
Why should the university
be
obligated to provide food to people who've taken over a building?
Well, first of all, we're saying that they're obligated to provide food to students who pay for a meal plan here.
But you mentioned that there was a request that food and water be brought in, unless I misunderstood.
To allow it to be brought in. I mean, well, I guess it's ultimately a question of what kind of community and obligation Columbia feels it has to its students. Do you want students to die of dehydration and starvation or get severely ill, even if they disagree with you? If the answer is no, then you should allow basic, I mean, it's crazy to say because we're on an Ivy League campus, but this is like basic humanitarian aid we're asking for. Like, could people please have a glass of water?
Oh my god. These fucking people, dude. Expel them all. Don't ever let them attend any university and have them wash toilets for a living for the rest of their life.
They did put themselves in that very deliberately, in that situation and in that position. So it seems like you're sort of saying, we want to be revolutionaries, we want to take over this building, now would you please bring us food and water?
Nobody's asking them to bring anything. We're asking them to not violently stop us from bringing in basic humanitarian aid.
They're stopping the delivery of food?
We are looking for a commitment from them that they will not stop it violently.
They haven't stopped it yet.
I don't know to what extent it has been attempted, but we're looking for a commitment.
Oh my god, dude. What a loser. Fuck these people. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. Dodo donated $2. Can we watch these? Let me see.
Why the hell aren't people having sex anymore? A new sign?
Ty Lopez is a delusional lying jackass. UCLA student protesters confront vice president. Hasanabi reacts. This is 51 minutes. I'm not going to watch the whole thing, but we can watch this later. Bruh donated $2. Look at this. Let me see.
Yesterday, we're with Barron Trump. Barron's a very interesting guy, the son of Donald Trump, 6768. We're doing a podcast with Ryan Garcia. He stays there and he walks and says, let me walk you to your car. The son of a billionaire who's a president says, let me walk you to your car. He's working customer service. He walks us to our car and he's standing there until we get in the car to leave. He says, look, no matter what I do, no matter what my brothers do, no matter how much money we make, our success will never come close to what our father had to do, because he really had the hard life, not us. We have an easy life. He just turned 18.
Donald Trump is the son of one of the biggest real estate moguls in New York, and I think his dad gave him something like $800,000 on his 18th birthday for his first investment. Trump has not had a hard life.
You kidding me? Like, what a freaking stud of a kid to say something like that, right?
Jesus, this guy's retarded.
Is hell something that is taking place right now, or is that a future reality after the final judgment? According to the New Testament, it's definitely a future reality. Hell is a future thing. In fact, I would say nobody is in hell at the moment. This gets confusing in our modern translations because sometimes they'll translate different words, Hades and Gehenna. They'll translate these different terms the same way. Hades seems to be a present reality, like a storing location for those who are in judgment, will be judged one day. But hell is a future destination where they will be cast one day when the final judgment day comes. That's my understanding.
That's a cool story. Thoughts on this miracle?
Can I ask you a question? I felt like the Lord was speaking to me, something about you through the Holy Spirit. I saw you visit a woman. Have you ever went to like a witch doctor or something like this in your life? Was your life kind of crazy after that?
Yeah, after that, I lost my job.
You lost your job after that? It's starting to unfold. Whoever this person was, they put the wrong type of thing on you, and it caused your life to kind of go in disarray.
I remember the lady was giving like some salt.
Some salt.
This guy talks to a random black guy and asks if he ever visited a fucking witch doctor.
So she put witchcraft on you. She told you she was blessing you. I saw it by the Spirit, but she actually put something on you that kind of made your life go wild. So it wasn't a blessing. If it's okay, I'd like to pray for you really fast. Father, I thank you for Chatty. I command this witchcraft attack that's been on his life to be broken from him. Everything this woman did over him, I command its effects to be null and void in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much.
It's deep. Very.
I think this guy is just fucking racist. I've noticed he goes up to black people and he like makes weird fucking assumptions.
Wes Watson has a temper tantrum at Fresh and Fit panel and rages at Andrew Wilson. Skip to 5 minutes.
Let me take a look.
How do you
5 minutes.
All right, what about you?
Supposed to follow that up?
It's tough, right?
Get him.
It's
Well,
tough.
hey, what you guys were saying earlier, I need to know what the fuck you said in English.
Okay, so my definition of success will probably be far different than everybody else's on the panel. I'll probably maybe be the lone dissenter, but my definition of success is having a family, having children, and being part of the apparatus of the world. And true wealth is a rejection of materialism. As Christ said himself, what good does it benefit a man to gain the entire world at the cost of his soul? And essentially, when I think of wealth, I think of materialism. It's okay to have materialism. It's not against Christian ethics to become rich, become wealthy. But I just think it's all beside the point, ultimately. You're trying to go for a single thing, and it's to achieve something greater
Do you have
than
money?
the person.
Does he have money?
No.
Do you have money?
No, I don't have.
How much
I don't
money do you
have.
have?
I don't
Does he
have
have
money. But here's the thing. Why is money
much-
valuable?
Do you have money?
What is money valuable for?
I'm just asking. Do you have money?
I just said no. I'm broke. I'm a nobody.
No, but really, you are?
Yeah.
Is he really broke?
Yeah.
I just want to know. I have to know.
No, I'm
He's
not.
trolling.
I'm not one of these rich guys. I don't have a Bugatti. I don't have a Lambo. I don't
I
have a
just
Ferrari.
really have to know. Like, how much money you got?
Probably $5 in my pocket. Not much more.
Can anyone answer for the guy?
Why do they think I'm kidding? I have a family. I take care of an entire family. That takes a lot of money.
He's doing all right.
Okay,
It's okay.
This is the thing. This is the thing, you guys. If you ain't fit, you can't say it's not all about being in good shape.
Why not?
If you don't have money, you can't say it's not all about money.
Yeah, why
But
not?
if he does have money, he can say that.
Why not?
He
Why
can.
can't you say? Why must you have the thing
Because
before you
hy-
hang on? Let me ask the question.
Because hypothetical is
Let me ask the
hypocritical.
question. Let me ask the question.
Hypothetical is hypocritical.
How do you even know what I was going to say before I've even been allowed to
I
ask
know
the
what you're
question?
gonna say.
Then what was I going to say?
You're going to say, why can't you ask the question?
Okay, so that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is, how in the world can you create a standard that it's inappropriate to ask somebody, how come if I don't have X thing, because I don't value X thing, does that mean X thing is actually valuable?
You've never experienced it, so you can't speak about
You
it.
think that I haven't experienced wealth? Even
I
poor
was
people,
asking if you did.
Even poor people experience days of wealth.
I was
They
asking
can-
if you
even
did.
poor
I don't know
people-
who you are.
But even poor people experience days of wealth. And so the thing is
No,
it's
definitely not. Definitely not.
definitely
No, definitely
so.
not.
Definitely so.
I've lived the lowest lows and the highest highs.
Well, what's the distinction? After you make X amount, hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you look at these studies done on this, it does not.
I don't fit no fucking studies,
It does not
bro.
hugely improve a person's life.
Are you proud of who the fuck
Bro,
you are?
why
Well,
don't
look
you
at,
even
are
let
you
me
proud?
get-
If you look in the mirror, would you guys say this motherfucker's proud of who the fuck he is? That's a bag of trash, dude. Pull your fucking shirt
Because
off
I've been.
and tell me you're fucking proud
Because
of yourself.
I've been to fucking prison.
Jesus Christ!
Because
look
I've been
at
to
you,
prison.
Bro. You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have tits.
No,
guys.
they go to prison where they get fucking.
Fuck yeah,
where
they
get
do.
raped up the ass.
You've never been to prison. Look,
That's
he's talking
what
about shit you
happens.
don't know.
They go to prison where they get
let's
raped.
do
Now you
this.
get your ass
Hold
beat
on,
in
hold
front
on.
of
You think
everybody.
that that's
Guys,
better?
guys,
You think that that's better?
Let's let him give his definition of success. And then
Having tits and 10-inch arms is what a
let's-
man is.
let's
You
let him-
guys.
let's let him get
Please
his-
don't listen to that.
If you want to follow the successful mantra of a man who tells you he's reformed from prison, understand why they might have gone there to begin with. And
take care
yes,
of a
I
family.
do think that a rejection of materialism is something missing in society, and I do think that true wealth is the family. And I think that
Standing there.
Do you have-
that stud right there with
do
his
you
shirt off?
do you have children?
Look at that
Do
stud.
you have children?
I do have children.
How many?
I have 2.
You have 2. So are you saying that your Bugatti and your money and everything
If
else
they
is
saw me
worth more
standing
than your
there, they'd be
children?
like, my dad's a superhero. Look what he brought to the table. Look how hard this guy works. He came from nothing to this.
Yeah.
He's, God damn it.
You're still whining. Stop whining
that
and
is
just
a
make an
product.
argument.
Dude, I'll smack your fat ass.
So you're gonna attack?
Straight
You're gonna
up.
attack me?
all right,
No,
all right,
but
all right.
dude, nobody's
All right.
Do you
whining.
usually attack
This
armed
is
men
how
in
I
Florida?
talk, bro. Dude,
All right.
look
Let's
at
just
your goddamn self.
Okay,
guys,
well,
guys,
I've
guys,
never
guys,
seen such a
dude.
pathetic motherfucker.
Guys,
Okay,
guys,
well,
let's chill out a little
I'll-
bit, man. A little bit.
This is not what men
Let's let
look
him.
like.
Let's let him
What do they
finish
look
his
like?
point.
Fucking shit.
What do they look like? Bald prisoners?
Is
Is that what they look like?
This
all right,
is
let's
the
let
problem
him-
in
let's-
society. Is people like this think they can talk to someone like me like that. They really think they can. He knows he wouldn't do shit about it, and that's the problem.
I mean, you're the one who got hostile for having a difference of opinion.
Dude, check it out. You started coming at me about some other shit. This is what the show is supposed to be about. I like this shit.
This guy freaked out for no fucking reason. That's pretty fucking hilarious.
Good evening, VG. I am so happy to see you tonight. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, I couldn't believe it, but I finally found this Vegans Against Hamas group. Dr. Avis follows them, lol smile.
Let me see. Vegans for Israel. I'll follow that. That's pretty dope. Based. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
There is this common argument some hunters make that hunting is necessary because some animal species will overpopulate and ruin the ecosystem. What are your thoughts on that?
I haven't seen any evidence that hunting is necessary for any species population control. There's different ways of managing species populations. Changing their territorial range can reduce their population or increase it. That's one of the reasons why white-tailed deer populations in the U.S. can get so high. It's because they have such a big, unbroken territorial range. If we just put in more farmland and stuff, there'd be less white-tailed deer. You can also, what's it called? Like castrate them, you know? Like you can use chemical castration to just prevent them from breeding. There's a lot of different things you can do. Thanks for the donation, Bean Toast.
Like to protect the sovereignty of the individual that has consciousness and has a subjective experience of the world. You want to reduce the total suffering in the world. That is a very bulletproof position to hold. I think it's really great, and I respect
Suffering
that.
comes into it, but it's not actually about suffering.
Right.
It's actually about exploitation, so exploiting somebody, enslaving somebody, and then eventually killing them for your personal choice.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, I want to come back to the human rights, because then that way we can kind of get onto animal rights. So human rights, you would say it is important to uphold human rights. So it's something that humans have created. I agree with that.
I would say that's not a natural right. I would say that that's something that most humans have decided is a good thing to do.
And why have we decided that?
Because to reduce the total amount of suffering is a nice thing to do.
Absolutely. So why don't we just extend that to animals?
Because the natural world is inclusive of experiences like suffering. To say no to a part of the natural world and a part of reality, I feel is...
You know, something, this guy has brought up the natural world over and over and over again here. He should ask, is it natural to kill an animal with a high-powered rifle? Is it natural to have factory farms? Like, what is natural about any of this?
Not congruent with existence.
But that's not congruent with human rights. So just because something bad happens in nature, does that give me the right to treat you poorly?
What we need to distinguish between rights, which are a human construct, and the natural order of things, which is inclusive of death, suffering.
So what do you follow? Do you not exploit another human being because you respect their rights?
Jenk and Dr. Cornel West destroyed Piers Morgan and called him out. Glad you losers are getting exposed for what you are.
Let me see. Piers Morgan. How dare you call me a racist, Piers Morgan and Cornel West?
That doesn't mean I...
Well, that seems like it's gonna be retarded. We'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, dude. Well, that guy didn't tell. There's that guy on stage who got triggered. Sounds like one of those guys you mentioned you used to play basketball with when you were young. They talk a lot of shit and then can't take a joke or anything, get upset, and start threatening people. Yeah, basically. There's clearly a reason why that guy ended up in prison. He has no ability to regulate his emotions. Thanks for the donation, though, that guy.
Right? Or do you go by natural law and say it's okay to kill them if you're hungry?
Well, I train martial arts and I'll beat people into a bloody pulp in a ring, so I guess that's...
By consent?
Yeah, of course.
They consent to it?
Sure, yeah.
But the animals that you pay to be sent into slaughterhouses aren't consenting to that?
Yeah, well, let me premise what I'm saying with the position that I should state outright that I think that factory farming is an ethical nightmare that we need to fix. I'm not pro-factory farming. I don't like the idea of an entire life of suffering and no opportunity to live a complete existence. But in nature, living a complete existence includes being killed and eaten by something else. That is the...
You're a part of nature too.
That's right.
But would you be okay if I chopped your head off right now because that's what happens in nature?
I would get in the water and I would go spearfishing and I would be aware that a shark could eat me, and I wouldn't suggest we cull sharks.
No, I'm saying, would it be okay if I chopped your head off right now? Because that's what would happen in nature.
If I thought that it wasn't okay for sharks to eat people and I wanted to do something about it, I would be pro-shark culling, but I'm not.
No, I was just asking, if it, like, just that specific question.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I chop your head off to eat you if I'm hungry?
What do you mean by okay? Do you mean like am I going to be happy with that?
Just yeah, what is your position on that? Based on...
So all range.
Let me see them now. Oh my god. Whoa. That cat is really orange. Jesus Christ. My god, look at that orange cat.
How are you feeling tonight? Any new Frankie vids to watch?
I am feeling okay-ish. Not too bad. And yeah, there is a new Frank Tufano vid. We're gonna watch it later. Thanks for the donation, James.
Sanayi Mahallesi bu yöndeki son istasyonumuz. Yeni Kapı'da Hacı Osman yönüne gidecek yolcularımızın yürüyen merdivenleri kullanarak diğer peronlara geçmeleri gerekmektedir. Next station is the terminal entrance.
Wow. That cat's riding a subway. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
And your beliefs, would it be wrong if I were to do that just because I'm hungry or for some other reason?
Well, do you think it's wrong for a shark to eat a person?
I think it's wrong for the person. I can't
But it's
really
not
go out
wrong
and
for the
stop the
shark.
shark. I can't stop the shark. But that's why I'm speaking to humans, because we have a choice.
If you
So I don't think he answered that question well. The answer would be yes. It's wrong for the shark to kill and eat the human.
could, would you cull sharks? Like, would you suggest we cull sharks so they don't eat people?
If we could, without causing... So essentially, if it didn't result in more suffering, more animal rights violations, I would probably say yes.
Yes, to kill, to stop
If it
sharks.
resulted in less animal rights violations.
Right.
In the same way, if there was some predator specific for humans and they were running around and killing humans,
yeah,
I would say we have a right to protect ourselves.
Yeah.
So I would say it's okay to kill them if there's no other way of legally dealing with it.
Right.
If we could send them to jail and keep them away from humans, that would be preferable. But in the case of sharks, a legal system really isn't going to work here. Should we do everything else we can to prevent them from killing others? I just don't think that's practically possible. So technically, from like a ethical standpoint, I'd say it's okay to do that. Practically, I don't know if we can go out and kill all the sharks.
Well,
but
I respect that you are like consistently ethical in your approach, and that you would straight up say, I would prefer it if sharks didn't exist as a part of an apex predator scenario. I respect that.
But I think it would be, I think potentially it could disrupt the ecosystem so much that it could result in more suffering, so I might not be for it. I don't have a strict position on that. That was just kind of my framework. If I were to be consistent without causing more rights violations, that's what I would do.
Yeah,
so
I
coming back to that question,
Yes,
is it okay if I kill you?
You've answered my question about sharks, so I should answer your question about whether or not it's okay for you to kill me. I don't think it comes down to a matter of okay as in an ethical framework. I think it's more like if we were two beings out in nature and you decided that you wanted to attack me and kill me for food, even though you're a member of my own species, I would be like, damn, that's a bad way to go out, but like it is what it is, and I'm probably going to attack something else and kill it. So
in a situation where it might be for survival, it might be a little fucked up. It might have to happen for my survival. But even in that scenario, would it be okay if I did that to you?
See, I don't know how to answer the question about okay. I would like that.
Sup VG, more bear videos.
Let me take a look.
А теперь Савушка. Давай. Красивый, красивый мальчик. Держи. Какие красивые нотки. Молодец.
That's amazing.
Who are these two and where was this debate?
That is Jack Higgs, who's Vegan Booty's boyfriend, and I don't know who this jackass is. They were debating this in Australia. Thanks for the donation, James. That's a bear. Wow. So handsome.
Up at my cousin's wedding.
Why does it seem like vegans have mental health issues? Is it the diet? Or is it something else? Is it that people with mental health issues gravitate towards veganism?
I don't think there's any data indicating vegans have high rates of mental health issues.
It's a well-known fact that the cholesterol from the animal products increases the natural lubricant production in women. That's probably why vegan vaginas are drier.
Yeah, I have not experienced that. Maybe you're just not turning girls on. Thanks for that donation, I get pussy. Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence that vegans have high rates of mental health issues. So, thanks for that donation, Anonymous.
This stream brought to you by Gighole. Gighole is a place to put things. Poke her finger in Gighole for a surprise. Gighole is very durable and affordable. Order Big Gighole today, %5 off. Also there is mud in Gighole.
Gighole is dirty, Gighole is wet. Subscribe to Gighole to get 10% off next hole. Holes are placed where things can go. Ever since I got Gighole, my life has changed. My things are in the hole, and the hole has mud in it. That's really good, Gig. It's a good business venture. Thanks for the donation, man.
A bear should.
Well, that's a nice bear.
That to happen, but would I be supportive of a system that...
Would I be violating your rights? Sorry, that's...
No, well, no, because I think that rights exist independently. Rights are like money, right? Money doesn't really...
interest, yeah.
Money doesn't really exist, right? It only exists because we say it does. Rights are just like that.
Yeah.
And so do you want to construct those rights and live by those rights? Is that going to improve the subjective experience of all creatures? Perhaps, but I'm very wary of humans who have over and over again set to impose the way they think the world should be on nature and watch the disastrous results of that. It's never worked in the past, and I can't see it working in the future.
When I'm talking about rights, I'm talking about the most basic rights. The rights not to be exploited and killed, especially if we don't have to be doing it even in the first place. I wouldn't even say, even if we had to do it for survival, it wouldn't be okay. Like, if there was a hungry person right here that couldn't afford to go to a grocery store and their only option was to kill and eat you, that's for survival. I would still say that's wrong. To me, I would say it's not right. Whether we say legal rights or not, you just deserve to not be exploited and abused because...
Why deserve?
Well, I mean, fundamentally, I think that your life is more valuable than their hunger. We could figure out other ways to do it, but I'm just saying that would still be murder in my eyes.
I feel like...
So I guess what I want to go on from there, is it murder and exploitation?
He really should have ran Name the Trait by now, because so many times he is being in favor of the idea of human rights, but then he says he denies the idea of animal rights. So he said it so many times over, he should just run Name the Trait.
Is it wrong to be doing it to animals that you force into slaughterhouse, knowing you don't have to be consuming them as well?
Is it murder? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Is murder a part of the natural world, and it happens hundreds of thousands of times a day, over and over and over again, and has done forever? Yes.
Is that a justification? Just because something bad happens in nature, does it justify us doing it in society?
It's not a moral or an ethical justification. It's an observation of reality.
It is an observation. Yeah. But I'm asking you, just because something bad happens in nature, animals rape one another, they kill each other's babies, blah, blah, blah. They kill one another all the time. Yeah. Just because it happens in nature, is that something that we should abide by in our society?
I think as a part of the natural world, it's dangerous to set yourself apart from the natural world and assume that your constructed frameworks are going to be more effective or more beneficial in the long run than what nature has established over millennia.
Yeah, but
I don't know why I would agree to that sort of precautionary principle when nature does not care about well-being. There is no part of the natural order of things that cares whether or not animals are experiencing well-being. So the idea that us as humans can't conceive of some sort of way to manage wildlife and animals that are in captivity that would be more beneficial for them.
But it's still the same question.
So that
because something's been happening millennia, but would you say it's okay to do it to humans?
I'm saying no. Putting our ethical, moral frameworks on the natural world is not a good thing to do. So is it a good idea to be vegan on a global scale, and would that improve the quality of existence for all creatures?
Richard Burgess loves cum. He loves drizzling cum over a nice hot bowl of steaming poo, and he eats it like ice cream. Now please watch this really gay and extremely boring video, please, Papai.
What's up? How are you guys?
We'll watch that after we review the debate, but I've got the Frank video ready already. Thanks for the donation, Richard Kumar Nigga Burgess.
No, I don't believe so.
Why don't you believe that?
Because the natural order is
what
the way it is. What do I think would happen?
Yeah, what would be the detriment?
I think the consequences are almost impossible to calculate, but what I would say is the Chesterton's fence argument, which is that if you don't know why things are the way they are, don't have the arrogance to think that you can change them and make them better until you understand the system in its totality, which we're not particularly capable of doing.
So you prefer natural law even over saying protect.
Okay, Jack should have maybe asked this guy to clarify what the fuck he's even talking about, because he just asked him a fairly straightforward question of, if the world would go vegan, do you think things would be better off? And he said no. So, and then he talks about, like, the natural order of things. Like, is factory farming part of the natural order of things?
Protecting your right.
Well, natural
Because humans would die in nature. So
natural law is kind of like a, what do you call it, an oxymoron. There is no, like, law in nature, but I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm literally trying to distinguish between the constructs of humans versus the natural order. And I prefer to default to the natural order. So, like, when my kids were really little and everyone wanted to put shoes on them, I was like, are we evolved to wear shoes? Does that help us or hinder us in some way? Sure, it reduces the potential for harm, but is it going to cause more harm later? Are they going to have knee issues? Are they going to have foot development issues? So anytime I have a question about whether or not I should or shouldn't do something, I defer to the natural way.
What's up with the gold? Are you going to live stream intoxicated with shrooms? Sounds retarded. PLS put one with alcohol.
I'm not going to do a drinking stream, but I am willing to do a mushroom stream. So, if you guys want to see me do a stream where I take magic mushrooms, then support the goal at the top there. We're about $900 away. Thanks for the donation, I get pussy.
Even if that results in harming somebody.
Yeah, so, like, I let my kids run around.
Do you have a preferred playlist that you use when going on mushroom trip? Thanks. No. I don't like listening to music when I'm on mushrooms. It tends to just make me nervous. Usually I'll just chill out in bed, watch random videos, or play games or something. Shrooms are kind of legal-ish in Canada. Police don't bother prosecuting anybody with mushrooms, and there's dispensaries all over the place. You can literally go right into Ottawa, the capital city of Canada, and buy mushrooms.
You address why vegans seem to be deficient in omega-3?
What is this bullshit?
As a channel, we've tended to err on the side of caution when it comes to omega-3 supplements for vegans, siding with Dr. Gregor and Dr.
Please watch They're Short and Really Gay.
As far as that's concerned, it's a very, I'll be honest with you, it's a highly unusual situation. Well, KCB, Sam Sulek is in a bind. He's under a contract and he has to fulfill the contract. And I'm going to be honest, once he fulfills the contract, KCB, I don't think that he'll want to stay under contract anymore. That's just my opinion. But, you know, that's just one of those things here, folks. There was another one I wanted to check out, so give me just that. He won't.
I don't know why you're sending me that.
What's going on, everybody? Vince Goodrum here. It is Sunday evening. Reason for the video is some people had wanted my opinion on Joey Swole being hospitalized, so I guess have to comment as far as the situation is concerned. And I'm going to say the same thing that I've said about every other bodybuilder that's landed in the hospital due to heart issues. Now, his case is slightly different to where he was only supposed to have a routine procedure, and I guess they found something else, and it turned into 6 hours. But in any event, the main point as far as things are concerned is, once again, we have another bodybuilder that's not very old, that is in the hospital due to a heart condition, one that can be potentially fatal, no different than... The thing about it is that the game is the game. You know what I mean? Whenever taking any type of anabolic steroids, everyone knows the risk. If they didn't know the risk, then they would have found out, once they started taking the products itself, And it doesn't matter if you only take a lot or take a little, Anabolic steroids have permanent effects on you, repercussions, anything like that.
Okay, well, whatever.
This guy definitely didn't vaccinate his kids. Holy shit, this dude would be legally retarded if I was king.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Thanks for the donation that forgot my namification.
Supporting the goal for the mushroom stream, buddy.
Well, thank you, Scare Theater. Really appreciate that. Hopefully, we can do it sometime soon.
Sherzai, who advocate for EPA DHA supplementation for those on a 100% plant-based diet, cancer risk, and also because this study found that DHA supplementation inhibited the clearance of EPA.
Can we start reacting to the Piers Morgan piece? This is kind of boring.
We'll do that later, okay? Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, I get pussy.
Preventing EPA metabolism. And he was concerned that we didn't know what impact that would have on the body long term. We looked at this in depth in a previous video. It's worth watching that video if you missed it, as we made
following my work for a while know that for the DHA and EPA.
Okay, this is just fucking bullshit. If you want to supplement EPA DHA, go for it. There doesn't seem to be any harm that it can cause, and it seems to be beneficial for children and pregnant women. So, whatever.
Bare feet, knowing that they could cut their feet on
No, but harming someone else. Like, let's say, just in the case of veganism, let's say your kid's running around with bare feet resulted in someone else being murdered. Would you still say it's okay to do it just because it might be natural?
Yeah.
It's okay to run around barefoot in a hypothetical where it results in someone being murdered?
Yeah, because murder is basically a given in the natural world.
Knowing you could prevent that.
Well, why? Who am I? What arrogance do I have to change the natural order of things?
I'm not saying to change.
This is just so baffling. Why would you expect nature to be like some sort of ethical compass? like he just said, nature has no law, it has no order, things just happen. So why wouldn't a being that has moral agency be able to create better moral outcomes than nature would be?
Change the natural order of things. I'm just trying to abide by what might be right or wrong for the victim, their perspective. Like, you would say it's wrong for me to go and shoot another human in the head or kill another human to eat them because animals eat one another in nature. So what is the substantial difference between us and non-human animals that makes it okay to kill and eat them but not other humans?
I think that if you conceptualize yourself as a part of the natural order, you would be okay with being attacked by a shark on some kind of ethical or moral level because that's what sharks do. You wouldn't suggest that we kill sharks, right? And you can extend that understanding to the rest of the food chain, which
that wasn't my position originally. It was whether it results in more rights violations.
Clarify your position. I'm getting.
Well, no. I just wanted to ask a question. So, what is the substantial difference between us and animals?
I don't think there is one.
So there isn't one. So what justification do you have to send animals into slaughterhouses but not humans?
Because animals being slaughtered for food is a part of the natural
Humans
world.
too?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So what
the fuck?
This shit is fucking boring as fuck. Switch it to Piers Morgan. Holy shit, you ooh. Arah. 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 You ooh, arah, you ooh, arah, you ooh, arah, you ooh, arah, you, ara, 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 ara, you, ara, you, ara, you, ara, you, ara, you, ara, you.
We're gonna finish this first, okay? Thanks for the donation. Remembered my namification.
Just take a lot at how much manly and healthier the hunter looks. Muscles, healthy meaty and reddish skin and testosterone through the roof, no soy pale skin. Imagine the cock on this guy.
I don't think he looks particularly impressive, and Jack is taller. Thanks for the donation, though. I get pussy.
But boo.
Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation.
So that's a contradiction. If a human got attacked by a bear and got eaten, I would not suggest we go out and kill bears. If a human got attacked by a shark, I would not suggest we go out and kill sharks. Tigers attack humans, lions. Doesn't matter. Give me an example of a natural creature that comes in and kills a human. I wouldn't be like, shit, damn, we got to go out.
But we
Humans kill other humans.
should at least try to prevent them from doing more. Like if we can just remove them from, say it happened in a nearby bush, in the city, you'll just say, well, okay, they killed another human. Yeah. If we can just get rid of them and prevent them from...
But I wouldn't want to get rid of them.
No, not kill them. I'm just saying remove them from... If there was a bear roaming through here or a lion roaming through here and you know they're going to kill humans,
yeah,
you might just find a way to remove them without violence, I would assume. Because you don't want them to go around killing humans, right?
No, of course not. You want to protect your own interests and the creatures that
and the interests of other people that might become victors.
Yeah, and the creatures that I would say fish for or hunt for, if they get away, I don't like throw my gear down and get angry at the world and feel like, you know, they've violated my right not to eat them. I just go like, damn, good job, you got away.
Okay. Coming back to it, so you say there's no real substantial difference to why we would mistreat animals, but treat well humans.
There's no substantial difference between us and animals. We are animals.
Yeah, I agree. Like, there's just no justifiable difference to send one into a slaughterhouse but not humans. Well, what your justification is because that's what happens in nature.
Yeah,
I know we're going around in a circle.
I feel like we're going around in circles. Like basically, my position is that animals eat animals. Life feeds on life. Some things are herbivores. Some things are carnivores.
This guy isn't answering Jack's question. Jack should just ask the question again. He doesn't really have to run name the trait. He ran name the trait, and the guy said there is no trait. There is no differentiating humans from animals. So he should just ask him. He should just point out that it's hypocritical for him to support, a fucking holocaust of animals, but not support a holocaust of human beings.
Well, some things are omnivores. Humans are omnivores. We're a part of the food chain.
Meaning we have the option to choose one or the other. Yep. We could be vegan if we want to like
We could. Yeah, we could.
Yes.
And if you choose to be vegan, I applaud your ethics and morals, and I'm happy for you to live the way that you want to live. But also, when I have the option to default towards the way nature and I interact, like if I can be barefoot, I will be.
Yeah.
If I can eat fish and kangaroos and things that I've hunted and shot myself, I would do that.
So why not just give them the right to life as you would to another human, knowing you don't even have to be killing and eating?
Dude, what kind of fucking scumbag fucking kills kangaroos? Look at kangaroos, dude. They're fucking amazing. Like, look at these fucking things. Like, imagine fucking shooting and eating a kangaroo. You have to be a fucking piece of shit. Hope some fucking asshole fucking shoots that dipshit. Look at him. You just want to feed him a banana.
Them in the first place. You could eat a non-sentient thing that doesn't involve exploitation and murder.
Because I think rights are not fixed things. I think
no, but we grant them, right? We grant them because we grant them to humans, knowing that their right to life is more valuable than our right to get pleasure out of harming them, and using them, enslaving them. Well, so it's just about granting that same right to animals. And if you don't, if there's no substantial difference, and that's a contradiction. And if you're only going to appeal to nature, that's appeal to nature fallacy, and you're contradicting what you're saying here. You're saying it's wrong to do it to humans, but it's okay to do it to animals because it happens in nature.
I didn't say it's wrong to do it to humans. I said that if...
So it would be okay to send a human into a slaughterhouse?
No, I said if an apex predator ate a human, I would not think that those apex predators should be destroyed.
But you would want to protect the victim's rights still. Would you just let an apex predator run through society killing as many people as possible and not do anything about it?
No, it's not implicit in the statement that we should allow it to happen. It's that if you get caught by a shark in the ocean and it eats you, damn, that sucks. But it's not implicit in that scenario that sharks should be destroyed or humans shouldn't be in the ocean.
But is it wrong for the victim?
Existence.
Is it like, yeah, I know, it might happen and you might not be able to stop it in the future. But from the victim's position, it's not right for them. It's not okay for them. They would prefer to live. And if we could stop it, that would be preferable.
Yeah, but there's a big difference between personal preference and a system of rights, isn't there?
Yeah, we grant rights.
Yeah.
Well, rights are a system of preference. It's just that we enforce those preferences.
Yeah. And if we can prevent someone's rights being violated, another human, like you wouldn't personally, well, do you think it's okay, just ethically speaking, to force humans into a slaughterhouse for food? Yes or no?
If force humans into a slaughterhouse?
You say no. I'm asking an easy question.
Class the ocean as a slaughterhouse?
No, I'm just asking slaughterhouses that we pay for animals to go into every day. Would it be okay to put a human in one of those?
I've already said that I think factory farming is unethical.
But even if they're grass-fed and pasture-raised, they still go to a slaughterhouse. Or if you just shoot them in the backyard, would it be okay to do that to a human?
I think that the scenario you're painting is a very niche, unique scenario.
No, it's just simple. I'm just saying what we do to animals, would it be okay to do that to humans?
Well, do I think it's okay for...
VG, you need to become Jack's personal trainer.
If he wants lifting advice from me, he can feel free to ask. So I wouldn't mind giving it to him. Thanks for the donation, James.
In a perfect world, all animals are vegan. All the fish are vegan. Bacteria are vegan. Viruses are vegan. The sun is vegan. The weather is vegan. But this is not possible, so that's why nihilism is the answer. I want to live in another world.
I'm also a nihilist. That doesn't mean you can't have a set of preferences. So, where, you know, you try to force everyone and everything to be vegan. So, thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Gains.
React.
Let me see.
You wrote a book called We Are All Apes.
That's correct.
Where's your proof that we are all apes?
What is an ape?
Right, what is the ape?
Right. An ape is any member of the taxonomic superfamily Hominoidea.
Amazing. Have you ever seen a human being turn into you ever seen an ape? Have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
Have I ever seen a dog turn into a dachshund?
No, have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
Have I ever seen a car turn into a Corvette?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, have I ever seen a shark turn into a fish?
I didn't ask about any of those things. When have you ever seen an ape turn into a human being?
I'm trying to illustrate the fallacy of your question.
How's that fallacy? You wrote that we're all ape. You must have.
And we are.
You
and
must
that book,
have at some point all these hundreds of thousands of years. You would have seen if an ape turned into a human.
This whole conversation was really hilarious. Jesse Lee Peterson just could not understand what he was saying and kept talking past him. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
How tall is Jack?
I think he's about 5'10", if I had to guess. I don't know what his height is exactly. Thanks for the donation, James.
For animals to eat animals, we are animals, so yes, I think that's okay.
It would be okay to do that to humans, what we do to animals.
Well, I don't think that the question you're asking me is particularly useful on like a broad scale because you're asking for a niche circumstance.
No, just what we do to animals. So when you go to any grocery store and you see animal products there, those animals had to go to a slaughterhouse, or you could say it was even done in the backyard. Okay, so would it be okay to do that to humans? Would it be okay to put human flesh in the grocery store?
So here's the fallacy that you've pointed out to me, and the fallacy is that I don't agree with factory farming. Yeah. So do I think we should put humans into factory farming? No, and I don't agree with factory farming.
Any way of killing an animal? Non-factory farm. Would it be okay to do that to humans for food?
If I hunt an animal, I think that is okay. And if a shark or a bear or something hunts a human, I think that's okay too. I wouldn't want to be in that.
Would it be okay to do what humans do to animals to do that to humans?
In terms of hunting and eating?
Just eating them and killing them. Would it be okay to do that to humans?
Like if Jack is debating a retard. We know that. The guy's actually retarded. And whenever you're debating a retard, you have to assume they're so stupid they don't understand what they're arguing for. So you kind of have to like spell it out for them. If this guy sees there is no differentiating humans from animals, where they should be treated differently, morally speaking, then he would have to accept that the way we treat animals, we should also be able to treat humans that same way. So put humans in factory farms, hunt and kill humans, like, you know, do all that shit. So just spell it out for the guy. He doesn't seem to be understanding where the conversation's going and what he's being asked. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate for president, is trying to make Biden lose to Trump. Jesus. Let me see this. Jewish student surrounded and attacked by out-of-control mob after he attempted to enter the Columbia University campus. Columbia descended into chaos last night as anarchist mobs stormed the building, smashing windows with hammers. Gee, I wonder why the university is trying to get rid of the protesters.
Ready? Circle blockade around these three. We're gonna move them out. Let's go. Another human chain. Get someone. Wrap around. Get inside the ring. Red, back up. Red, back up by the center door. Red, back up by the center door. This isn't how you do that. Come on. That's not assault.
Yes, it is. It's 100% assault.
I got it all on video. Don't worry.
100% assault. Sir, this is 100% assault.
You get them to chill out.
This is 100% assault.
Chill out. Anyone. It's just
Is someone recording this? Are you recording this?
I got it.
This is 100% assault. What is your name? What is your name?
All right, walk out. Walk out.
What is your name?
Red team. Free Palestine. Can you wrap around that side? Please, everybody. Chill. We got it. Whole life. You don't understand.
Yeah. Well, that is the state of things. Solidarity with the students of Columbia University, your unwavering stance against genocide has sparked an unstoppable uprising for peace and justice. This generation is taking its place in history as heroes. Everybody is going to look at these students as anti-Semitic fucking whack jobs. Like... Jesus Christ. I still don't understand why they haven't called in the National Guard to just arrest all these fucking stupid-ass kids. Palestinian kids throwing rocks at Egyptian bus driver bringing humanitarian aid into Gaza through the border crossing at Rafah. Of course they are. I'd turn that truck right back around and say, well, if you don't want it, you don't get it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Second Boeing quality control whistleblower dead in 2 months. first from self-inflicted gunshot, second from unnamed rapid infection, both known to have relatively healthy lifestyles. Just queued 3 more shares. Keep up the good work, boys.
Yeah, it is very suspicious, especially considering how much money and power and influence Boeing has. They could stage assassinations as like suicides or medical disasters. Could just be a coincidence. Apparently the guy who killed himself was suffering from depression for a while, but really weird that he'd kill himself before testifying. It is pretty strange. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Columbia protester tells Fox News reporter to get out of her face after he asked multiple questions, including why they held 3 janitors hostage.
Do you feel like it was right to hold 3 of the janitor workers hostage inside of the building?
I think that's a really false narrative.
That's what the janitors are saying, that they weren't allowed to leave.
I think that that's a really false narrative.
Even if the janitors are saying that, you're saying that that's not true.
I think that it's a really false narrative that the students took anyone hostage.
How do you feel about some of the Jewish students saying that they don't feel safe here on campus?
I think that this is also a really false narrative that's
They're literally getting attacked.
being promoted.
Do you think October 7th and the attack that happened is a false narrative? Do you believe that some of the women were raped?
My colleague just came back.
So this is what happened.
Can you get out of my face, please?
So this is what you see at these protests. Once you get into the nitty-gritty of what happened on October the 7th, the rape of women, what's happening there, they deny what happened. As you know, that is actually factual now, that the janitorial workers were blocked inside of the building. And anytime you bring that up, the Jewish cause, the Jewish people, the kids that feel unsafe on campus, they deny the reality of it, guys.
Yep. Brian Johnson, 2028, what you think? I think I'm doing a really great job with my image, setting myself for a presidential run. I'd have to look at his, like, policy positions, but he might be a good presidential candidate. I don't know. I don't know what his whole policy position is, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That boy has a limp dick with no libido. After finishing vegan dinner and going to bed, his girlfriend calls the hunter, a real pussy beater, slaying meat and destroying those starving walls. Poor vegan boy.
Well, I've seen their OnlyFans, and I don't think that's the case. Thanks for the donation, I get pussy.
What is your opinion on Blair White?
Blair White is a self-hating trans woman. She's a anti-trans bigot. She hates other trans people, probably hates herself to some extent. She might have some weird complex where she tries to belittle other trans people to validate her own trans identity more. And she's also a disgusting human being. She's an ex-vegan. Her excuse for leaving veganism was the most retarded shit I've ever fucking heard. She said she was, like, deficient in B12 and deficient in a bunch of nutrients. And then what does she eat after she, like, quits veganism? Fucking pepperoni pizzas. It's like, okay, I don't think anybody tries to, you know, get nutritionally dense foods and recover from a nutritional deficiency by eating fucking pepperoni pizza. Like, she's just a fucking piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Riley. Dodo tip $2. Just for the record, Columbia University did call on the police to finally arrest and expel those dumbasses. Also, yeah, I know they have, but... What is this? Squint your eyes. Is that an AI? What am I looking at? Okay, that's nice. Can you do this?
I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
I don't know, maybe. Probably have to practice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Sorry, I don't know if you already received this message, but it didn't seem to go through. What is your opinion on Blair White?
I already answered that question. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley. Dodo, donate $2. Someone in your chat is saying you take money from APAC, American Israel Political Action Committee. Can you debate her? Unless they're donating to me through Streamlabs, I'm not. If somebody wants to debate me right now on Israel, go for it. Let me open up my Discord. There you go. Anybody wants to debate me on Israel right now, go in the Discord.
Humans to kill and eat humans?
Yes.
I think...
Or would you want to respect their right?
Well, like I said, rights is...
We grant them, yes.
A grant.
Would you rather... Would you...
I wouldn't want to hunt and eat humans. No.
Not whether you...
Random question, what are your thoughts on the Irish Republican Army? Or Che Guevara?
I don't really know much about either. Che Guevara is a piece of shit. He is a massive, massive homophobe. I think he's also pretty racist. He's killed probably thousands of innocent people. He would do things like ban rock music and murder people who are listening to rock music because he thought it promoted like a rebellious spirit. He murdered gay people just because he hated gay people. He's a fucking scumbag. Don't know much about the Irish Republican Army, though. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Would want to. Is it okay to kill humans, specifically when we're not even in a survival situation?
Okay, so we know that there are tribes that still exist that eat humans, right?
Yeah.
Like there are hill tribes in Papua New Guinea still in existence that eat humans. Do you think we should go in there and wipe those hill tribes out?
No, if we could go in there and say and find ways for them to survive without having to kill other humans, I'll say that's right from the victim's position.
I don't think.
But I'm not talking about that anymore. I'm talking about you.
I don't think they're eating humans because they need it to survive. I think they're eating.
They're not eating humans because they need it to survive.
Humans because it's a cultural practice.
Well, I'll say it's wrong. I'd say it's fucked up. That's my position.
So would you go in there and say we need to stop your?
If we can stop it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If we could stop it and they resist that, well, then I'd say I think we have a right to physically try.
All right, somebody joined. What's up, dude? Hello? You just muted your mic. Now it's unmuted. Hello? I don't know if they figured out how to use Discord and get their mic and everything set up. Okay, then. Well, that's a waste of time.
Try to prevent them from doing that. Because I say it's wrong from the victim's position. But I just want to come back to it. Is it okay, like when you go to a grocery store or any other farm in Australia or any Western, just any way of that we kill animals for food, is it okay to do that to humans? And I'm assuming you said no, it would be wrong.
I wouldn't want to eat humans.
No, not what you would want to do. Just, is it okay to be doing that to them? from the victim's position.
You mean okay on like some...
I don't know why it matters if it's from the victim's position. Like, you're just asking him whether or not if he agrees with the idea of treating humans the same way as animals. It doesn't matter if it's from the victim's position or not. It's really from his position. Do you think it's okay to kill and eat humans, whether you do it personally or not?
Broad scale ethical...
We can kind of limit it down to if you have the option not to do it as well. Like, you could just live vegan.
Personally, I wouldn't, but you're asking ethically, as in like a broad scale system?
Your system of ethics, would it be wrong to systematically breed humans into life or go out and hunt humans just because you want to eat them, knowing you could be vegan instead?
I think that factory farming is wrong, and so
not factory
farming
just in general
would be wrong.
Not factory farming. Just going out hunting and killing and just killing humans.
Well, I know that there are hill tribes that do that, and I don't want them wiped out.
I'm not saying we have to go wipe them out. Whether we do something about it, I'm just saying, is it wrong from the victim's position?
The victim wouldn't like it, no.
No, it's all right. So why don't you do that to animals?
Because it's a part of the natural world in the same
way.
That's
a contradiction.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you did. You just said it would be wrong for humans, but it's okay for animals because it's a part of nature. It would be part of nature for me to do that to you, but you just said that would be wrong.
I've just given you so many examples of humans being eaten by other creatures that I've said is fine.
It's part of nature.
So that's not a contradiction.
So if he says there's no trait differentiating humans and animals, then therefore that would mean it would be okay for humans to treat other humans the same as other animals.
Well, that is a contradiction. If
So
you say
that's
it's
a
fine just
contradiction.
for humans to be killed for food, and then it's okay for animals to do it to us. There was a lion roaming through here right now.
What I said was that there are hill tribes in Papua New Guinea that do that, and I would not want those hill tribes wiped out. So that's an implicit acceptance of what they do. I wouldn't want to be in that position, but that's a part of...
Yeah, okay, so he's dealing with a fucking retard. He thinks it's okay for people to kill and eat each other.
what they do, and I think that we don't want to steamroll and make everything flat into what we think the world should be. I think that homogeneity is a sad thing for the world to experience.
Oh my god, dude. This guy is a literal retard. So Jack should just push this dude on killing and eating humans more, because he just said he's fine with cannibals in Papua New Guinea killing and eating each other.
My question was specifically if you have the option not to do it as well. Now, I would still say it's wrong in those tribes to do as well, because I'm thinking about the victims and knowing that they don't have to be killing other humans. I would say that's fucked up.
Like, by the way, if this guy agrees with the concept of universal human rights, then that would be a contradiction if he'd accept people in Papua New Guinea killing and eating each other.
Even if they had to, I'd still say it's fucked up from the victim's position. I'm talking about you.
What about if they believe...
I don't really care about their beliefs. Beliefs isn't a good justification to murder somebody. Just because I believe it's okay to murder you, I still think that you
Your
deserve the right.
interpretation of rights is based on beliefs.
Yeah, what we call...
Yeah, no shit. That's what ethics are. It's a belief. It's a preference.
Ethically speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, ethically and logically speaking, I think we should grant humans rights.
So you have a belief system, and they have a belief system, and you're saying my belief system is better, and I would support wiping them out because my belief system is better.
I would just say that
I don't know how that implies you're in favor of wiping them out necessarily. Like, that could just mean locking them up in a jail cell.
their pleasure that they get from killing humans does not outweigh someone's entire life to exist. In the same way, it wouldn't be okay for me to do that to you.
But you do understand that there is like an implicit arrogance in saying that my belief system is better than someone else's.
I'm not saying it's better, I'm just...
Okay, I don't know why the fuck that matters. Like, you're entitled to your own opinion. I mean, if he's gonna...
What gives you the right to kill bugs? Don't they deserve life just like animals? Bug murderer. I saw you kill a spider. Spider murderer.
Well, spiders are carnivorous. That's why I kill spiders. There was a shit ton of, bark beetles or something that were on my porch. I didn't kill any of them because they're not carnivorous. Thanks for the donation, though, Jihad. If this guy is going to say there's implicit arrogance in assuming your moral system is better than anybody else's, then Jack should have asked, okay, well, there's tribes in Papua New Guinea that practice pedophilia. They force children to suck dick. There's literally tribes in Papua New Guinea that make children perform blowjobs on adult males. So Papa... How do you even spell that? Papua New Guinea... pedophile tribe. Great. My keyboard just locked up for no fucking reason. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, anyway, just take my word for it. There's pedophile tribes in Papua New Guinea. There are people who think it's okay to have sex with children. You can find them all over the place. Like, does this guy think he's arrogant for feeling that his morals, that it's not okay to fuck kids, is better than, like, is that arrogance?
Just thinking from the victim's position, the victims that they're killing, I would say they would prefer not to be murdered, especially if they don't have to be murdered. Okay. So I would go and protect the victims.
Do you feel like we've reached consensus?
Spiders are carnivorous. So is your cat. So do I have the right to kill all your cats? Just because they would eat my spiders? Spider murderer. Praise Allah.
My cats are vegan. They are fed a vegan diet, so no. Thanks for the donation, Jihad.
Or at least understanding on your core points.
What's that?
Well, all the questions you've asked me, do you think I've answered them?
You have, and I would say that you've contradicted yourself.
Okay, well, you can go back over the footage and have a look.
I will. And the reason I would say you've contradicted yourself is that it's wrong, like, especially in our society. If we would keep it like really strict to what we're doing right now in our society, it would be wrong to systematically farm and even go and hunt other humans for food, knowing you don't have to be doing that. You could live vegan. So I would say if you think it's...
Is it possible for a middle-aged white guy to become a member of that tribe in Papua New Guinea? Asking for a friend.
Probably not. They'd probably kill and eat you. If I had to guess. Thanks for the donation. Remember the Titans.
This USC student made a TikTok saying that her college cancelled their graduation ceremony due to current circumstances. The crazy part are the comments. Palestine supporters are saying they're sorry that happened to her.
So USC just canceled our graduation. I have no words. Like, this is so, like, it's actually comical at this point. If you don't know, the seniors that are graduating college right now are the seniors that graduated in 2020, where we didn't have a high school graduation, and a lot of us had like drive-through fake graduations or no graduation at all. And now we are seniors about to graduate, getting ready for our first real graduation, and it just got canceled. I literally just like, I just can't even, I'm in shock right now. We as a whole senior class have never had a real graduation because of COVID first, which we thought was like a one-time thing, like we're the class that got screwed over. It is what it is, unlucky. Now USC just canceled it. And of course USC, we've all worked so hard to get here. USC,
blame the pro-Palestinian protesters.
I'm sure you know, is not an easy school to get into. And so everyone that goes here is very accomplished, like had worked really hard to get in, and now they just canceled our freaking graduation. Like, what now? What now? They sent out an email 10 minutes ago about how they know it's disappointing, but they're canceling it, and they're going to have other fun events, which I don't even know what that means. Like, I understand that, like, a lot has been going on at USC right now with, like, protests and everything. I just feel like there could have been a different way to go about this than to cancel the entire graduation for a class that never even got a high school graduation either. Here's the part of the email right there that says, as a result, we will not be able to host the main stage ceremony that traditionally brings 65,000 students, families, and friends to our campus at the same time and during a short window from 8:30 to 10 a.m. We understand this is disappointing. Bullshit. Like, come on.
Where. Why are they asking why? Like, all these comments are just like, why? It's because of the fucking pro-Palestinian protests. Fucking idiot. Okay, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Well, my spiders are vegan too.
I think there's one type of spider that eats primarily plant-based. I don't know if you can feed other spiders a vegan diet. I don't know if that's possible. Thanks for the donation, though, Jihad. Dodo $92. It's been a while since you played a good story game, one that you haven't played before at least. Are there no new ones coming out? I like watching you play games like RE, Life is Strange, Stray, Dark Pictures, Little Nightmares, Alan Wake, etc. So none that I know of. Yeah, there's none that I know of right now. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Would it be ethical to hunt, but not purchase, carnivorous animals to eat? How about hunting carnivorous animals just for fun? I'd like to go fishing in a moral way, so perhaps fishing in waters that exclusively have carnivorous fish?
It would probably be ethical to hunt animals like wolves or bears. Whether it's for food or for fun. In any case, you're reducing rights violations that take place. I'd recommend against eating something like a wolf or a bear because of parasites and zoonotic disease transmission. Fishing is... It's hard to tell whether or not fishing is moral. The issue with fishing is aquatic ecosystems are extremely complex. So if you were to, say, fish for salmon, salmon eat smaller fish that are also carnivorous. So by killing a fish that's higher up on the food chain, you might actually be increasing the amount of rights violations that take place, because that larger carnivorous fish prevents other smaller carnivorous fish from killing a greater amount of smaller fish. Thanks for the donation, though, Scare Theater. Hope that answers your question. Thanks for the membership, Sierra. Appreciate it.
Who the fuck even wants to go to graduation? I would skip it if I could. Goddamn, these kids are stupid. Also, I wish I could go to one of those Palestine protests and punch every one of those pussies in the face.
Yeah, dude, I wish I could have a huge brawl with those Palestinian protest kids. They're the most weak fucking bitch pussies on the fucking planet. I don't know why anybody gives a shit about going to graduation. I didn't want to go to my high school graduation, and funny enough, I was banned from even attending because they thought I was a risk for committing a mass killing at the school. I actually had to go to the office every single day in the morning because they were worried I was going to bring a gun to the school and like shoot everybody. So I was banned from attending, and I remember the fucking talk I had with the principal or whatever, and they're like, you're not going to be able to attend graduation, and I'm like, good, I don't want to fucking go anyway. So, yeah, I don't know why anybody fucking cares. It's just some stupid fucking ceremony where you're wasting your time. Thanks for the donation, Gay. Tommy Kunwar donated $2. I'm 27 years old and a meat eater. I did a blood lipid panel test and my LDL was 150 and my HDL was 41. Should I go on statins? I'm pretty sure you would qualify for statin therapy, and you probably should if you can't lower your LDL by any other means. So obviously going vegan, lowering your saturated fat intake, eliminating cholesterol from your diet, increasing fiber, losing body fat, exercising more, that will all lower your LDL. But if you're a fucking asshole and you're not going to stop murdering animals and eating them, then yeah, it would be in your in your benefit to go on a statin. Thanks for the donation, Tommy Kunwar.
It's okay to do it to animals because that's what happens in nature. I would say it's a contradiction.
I think it's okay for animals to do it to us. I think it's okay for us to do it to animals. And I think that the natural world...
Well, so you're saying like because they're not really reciprocal?
No, I'm saying that has a...
Being a member for 33 months, keep making those vegan gains. Well, thanks, Strange Clouds.
Part of the natural world, it is implicit in the nature of existence that you will be killed and eaten at some point. When you go into the ground, worms are going to eat you.
Absolutely.
Like,
but does that give me a right to shoot you in the head right now because you're going to die eventually?
You need to stop bringing up rights in conjunction with natural orders.
I'm not.
Well, you just said
you did.
No, you did.
No, you said it's okay to do it to animals because that's what happens in nature.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about nature.
I'm saying
you're bringing other nature.
Humans are a part of nature, and that when you remove yourself from the natural order and put yourself on a pedestal and say my artificially constructed belief systems have primacy over the natural order, that is a level of arrogance which results in chaos in the natural world. It has done.
I'm saying it would.
Forever.
No, I'm not saying whether or not it creates chaos. I'm just saying from the victim's position, it's wrong to murder.
Speak from the victim's position.
Sentient animals have a preference to survive. That's how we are sentient because we have a preference to survive.
Yeah.
I'd say it's wrong to kill them, especially when we don't have to be doing that. And I'm talking specifically when you go to a grocery store or you go hunting, you don't have to be doing that and you're ending someone's life and you wouldn't do that to humans. So I'd say it's contradictory to say it's okay to do that to animals.
I would, if the circumstances required it, I would kill people.
You would?
Yeah, absolutely.
If the circumstances, okay. If you needed to.
Let me give you an example.
No, in a survival situation, let's say you can...
This is a real life example that happened to me, okay? A guy was having a psychotic episode.
Yeah.
And he tried to grab my daughter in a playground. Now, I don't know what...
Who the fuck cares? Like, this guy is not able to follow the conversation.
Was going on in his head. I don't think he was an ethically or morally compromised person. I don't think he deserved.
I would agree with you.
He
did something about it,
right? But what I did do was I ran up and I pulled him to the ground and I put him into a rear naked choke and I choked him out.
Completely agree with you. I would do the same.
And I don't.
That's okay because they're violating someone.
Yeah, the guy's violating somebody's rights. Jack is asking if he would be okay with just killing human beings as a matter of principle, like in a circumstance where you just want to eat a steak or something.
Someone else's rights.
Yeah, but I don't think he was an ethically or morally compromised individual as a person.
Doesn't
I just think that in that circumstance, if I had to kill him to stop him from murdering my daughter, more than happy to do so.
That aligns with veganism, because if you're violating someone's rights, you have a right to prevent them from violating rights. So if that even means violating their rights, absolutely. Self-defense and defense of others.
Yeah.
Now, the animals that you're going out and killing...
Yeah, but I guess I'm just answering the question, is it right to kill people? And I'm saying...
In a circumstance where they're violating someone's rights. Yes. I'm not really talking about that.
Like, you've often in this conversation said yes or no. So in that circumstance, do you believe it's right to murder humans? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. If they're violating someone's rights.
Yes.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. And I'm talking about when someone isn't violating someone.
Is it vegan to raise fleece to harvest eggs to put on keffiyehs, Palestinian scarves, with a box that says free and free Palestine in a university Hamas encampment? I am worried I am no longer vegan. I eat meat. What are you gonna do?
Well, I guess I'll wait for you to choke on your next meal and I'll let my cats eat your corpse. Thanks for the donation, Lacey K. Would it be ethical to breed fleas and put them on keffiyehs and give them at a Hamas protest? I'm gonna say yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah. Thanks for the donation, Anthony.
Could you PLS react to this? You won't like it, BTW.
Let me see what this is.
I like truth. I like living in the realm of truth. And the closer you are to the realm of truth, the closer you find yourself to God, by the way. Whenever you...
This debate is almost over. We'll react to that next. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
One's rights. it's wrong to do that to a human. And if an animal isn't violating someone else's rights, it's wrong to do that to them, especially the farm animals and kangaroos, blah, 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 blah. I think that's completely wrong, knowing you don't have you could do something else instead.
Sure.
Not murder a sentient being.
I'm glad that there's people like you who are passionate and dedicated to making the world a better place. And I feel like I understand your position.
Sure.
And I hope you understand mine.
I do understand.
I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. That was actually really good. I want those conversations. I really.
Yeah, so I think Jack could have maybe spelled things out for this guy a little easier, because he was clearly confused with what Jack was trying to argue for. So if Jack had maybe more explicitly ran name the trait on him and explained what name the trait is and the point of it, that would have been better. Jack also missed quite a few opportunities here, because he contradicted himself many times, and Jack could have done a better job at pointing out those contradictions. Like, he was saying he's in favor of human rights, but then he claimed he's not in favor of animal rights, and he thinks that animals should be treated differently than humans. But then when Jack ran named the trait on him, he said there is no trait differentiating humans and animals. So that's a contradiction. You can't say there's no trait differentiating humans and animals, but then say humans should be granted rights, animals shouldn't. He also claimed that he's in favor of human rights, but then said he'd be fine with denying human rights to tribes in Papua New Guinea who kill and eat each other. Just a lot of contradictions. This guy had a lot of, like, stupid fucking moral beliefs, and I mean, just a clown on the dude. He could have just asked him more questions relating to, like, killing and eating people, because this guy, like, bit the bullet on a lot of stupid shit. He was like, oh yeah, it's okay for tribe people to, like, kill and eat each other. And then he was, like, talking about how humans are part of nature, so, like, I don't know why that would be unique to tribe people in Papua New Guinea, that he's okay with killing, that he's okay with them killing and eating people, so why aren't you okay with people killing and eating each other now? like in Australia. So could have done a bit of a better job, but yeah, this guy's just stupid anyway.
You see somebody who says I'm an atheist, what they're saying is they don't live near truth. They live in delusions and lies, MSM garbage.
You know, I'm going to talk. Actually,
If you do not believe in a magical fairy tale creature that humans invented, you are living in a delusion.
I'm going to talk about atheism for a minute or two, because I used to be an atheist, sadly. I'm quite ashamed to admit that.
I think I have a video of you back when you were an atheist.
No, don't play that video. I know what video you're going to play. So anyway, when I was an atheist, I thought I was Mr. Smart, 22 years of age, no money. Thought I was a genius.
What are your thoughts on how the IDF have conducted themselves since October 7th with over 35,000 civilian deaths, 10,000 of whom are children?
So, first of all, I don't know if I totally agree with the numbers that have been put out, because Hamas has been proven to be undercounting adult male deaths, and the reason they're doing that is to make it seem as though the IDF is targeting civilians and not killing Hamas members, so those statistics are probably inaccurate. Secondly, we know why there's so many civilian casualties. It's because Hamas uses human shields. So I haven't seen any evidence of widespread war crimes in Israel. Whenever they attack hospitals, mosques, schools, they're attacking Hamas infrastructure, which isn't protected under the Geneva Convention since it's being used for warfare. Thanks for the donation, Karaka. Appreciate it.
No money, sleeping on a mattress on the floor. Tell people God's not real. Yeah, yeah, I was such a know-it-all. So yeah, there I was, the genius, sleeping on a mattress on the floor with no money, couldn't pay my electricity bill. Yeah, I thought God.
You should do some IRL activism and put it on the channel. You are the goat of vegans. We need you. People would eat it up.
I'm going to do it, don't worry. Once the weather warms up and shit, I'm gonna do it. Thanks for the donation, Gay.
It wasn't real. I was told by Christians and Muslims alike that atheism is a cult of Satan. And I thought I was clever. That guy's like, it can't be a cult of Satan because atheists don't believe in Satan, blah, blah, blah. Like a retard. But now, if there is just one thing that proves that these people were right all along and atheism is a cult of Satan, it is how quickly atheists are happy to adopt an anti-scientific worldview if it furthers the work of Satan himself.
Tell me more.
So, no, let me tell you more. I remember being an
They're going to talk about trans kids, aren't they?
atheist. Couldn't pay my bills. Young broke Tristan thinking he's so smart. No. If I can't believe it or see it, it has to be scientifically verified. That's their whole worldview. I need to be able to see X, Y, and Z categorically in front of me, scientific proof. I need this or I don't believe in it, right? There's a man who calls himself the Amazing Atheist. He had a big YouTube channel back in the day.
Whoa. How are you an amazing atheist?
Well, he's fat and super out of shape and obese. And his whole Twitter now is about how women can have and men can get pregnant.
Well, I thought he believed in his eyes.
Well, I know. Scientific empirical
There you
evidence.
go.
That was the big cry of the atheists years and years ago. And I think anyone who was smart and an atheist years ago has now come to God. And everyone else is still in the cult of Satan. It is a cult of Satan.
Is it irrational to have such an attachment to a flag? Emotionally, I sympathize with Trump wanting to criminalize defiling the US flag, prob just a small fine toe if done in public. Thoughts?
I don't know why anybody cares about flag burning or whatever the fuck. It's fucking gay and stupid. And it's a First Amendment protected right. So if you're going to ban flag burning, that could open up the gates for a lot of shit that you don't want. If flag burning isn't going to be a First Amendment protected right, that could mean say protesting an unjust war that the US is engaged in would also not be a First Amendment protected activity. So you don't want to do shit like ban flag burning. It's really stupid. Today was a sad yet empowering day at Chapel Hill. When I walked to class, I saw the Palestinian flag raised on our quad flagpole and was immediately upset at the fact that these protesters had made I cannot say I am fully educated on the Israel-Palestine. Okay, these people are just fucking stupid, dude. But, yeah, flag burning should be a First Amendment protected right. Thanks for the donation, bro.
Because every single atheist is a short, blue hair, loony, screaming, men can get pregnant, let's have 50 abortions, abortion is healthcare and doesn't hurt anyone, psychopath. So clearly, it
By the way, majority of Christians support abortion.
Was in fact a cult of Satan all along. I want to issue an apology. I want to issue an apology to a man named Jonathan. Do you remember Jonathan?
There's not even anything within Christianity that prohibits abortion. In the Bible, it actually tells you how to conduct an abortion. You're supposed to have your wife drink dirty water and then go to a priest where the priest will perform a magic spell that says kill the child if the wife has committed adultery, but save the child if she has not. And then if the wife has committed adultery, then based on the magic spell that was performed, the child will be killed. So there's nothing in Christianity that prohibits abortion.
Jonathan?
I do.
Jonathan.
Jonathan.
He was about 6'5", lived in Dunstable, the United Kingdom. He was a Jehovah's Witness, and he used to knock on my door, and I used to invite him in for coffee because we used to have some interesting discussions. And I remember telling him, nah, this whole God thing, not for me, bro. I'm really smart. I'm an atheist. Welcome to my flat where I can't pay the electricity bill. Young Tristan, the idiot. And Jonathan used to tell me atheism was a cult of Satan. And I laughed at Jonathan. Jonathan, if you're listening, Jonathan from Dunstable, the Jehovah's Witness, who was knocking on the apartments in Watling Gardens, trying to convert people and bring them to the truth of Jesus Christ. We may have obviously differences in our Christian denominations, but you were trying to bring me to the truth of Christ, and I did not listen then. I officially apologize to you, Jonathan. Atheism is a cult of Satan.
We have to go back. How are you an amazing atheist?
No, have you seen him?
No, but I haven't even seen him. But I'm just going to apply logic to this. To
Okay,
be amazing, it's very hard to be amazing for just not believing in something. How are you amazing when God doesn't love you? I'm an amazing. I denounce God. You make an enemy of the most powerful force, which is completely you couldn't even fathom it with your human mind. It can't even be understood. You make an enemy of that force, and you think that makes you amazing? If I put my hands around your little neck, oh, sorry.
He looks
your
exactly
fat neck.
He looks exactly like
squeezing the life out of you. And you'd end up praying to God, and he'd say, "No, you don't believe in me. Sorry, G. I'm the only one who could stop Top G from ending you right now."
He looks exactly
and
like
you've been running your mouth.
That's what he looks like. Exactly like you think.
You know the worst thing about atheists? Put him on the submarine. What was it? Deep sea stupid thing down Titanic.
Yeah.
Guarantee he'd pray when the lights go out.
Yeah, and
he'd be praying.
Yeah.
When the lights go out, he'd be like, "I'm sorry, God, if you just let me off." Everyone at home knows one of these situations where you're like, "God, if you just let me out of this one thing, I promise, if you just let me out of jail, I'll shut up on emergency meetings."
Yeah. Your wife caught you cheating. You're praying.
Just let me out of this one, God. He would be saying to God, "Please, I won't be an atheist anymore. Make the submarine work."
Yeah.
So there's no such thing as an atheist when things get real.
And he's obsessed with the idea of female.
I challenge him to combat.
Okay.
Let's settle it old fashioned.
Fair enough.
Me and him, bare knuckle, no rules, and we're going to work out if God is real or not.
Good idea.
Because if God's
Don't think that would prove if God's real.
not real, I don't have any advantage over him, right? I believe in the power of God will ensure that I destroy him absolutely and completely. But he's an amazing atheist. Ooh, amazing.
See, but we're focusing on
the monkeys.
We're focusing on this one guy, Andrew. I'm telling you, all atheists have given into this cult of Satan. All of them. Besides Richard Dawkins, one. Grumpy old Englishman. At least he stuck to his guns. I'll give him that credit. At least he stuck to his guns. But besides him, there's now one atheist left in the world. I've met one person. I know of one man who's actually an atheist. One. And no one else is. Because every single other person, from your mate, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
The world needs.
What is the status of their Romanian legal proceedings?
They're still just waiting to go to trial. I don't know when the trial is going to start. Romanian law is different. I don't think you have a right to a speedy trial in Romania. And there is a mountain of evidence against them. So this all has to be reviewed by one single judge. So that might also be making things take a bit longer. But yeah. The trial's still happening, and they're absolutely screwed. Thanks for the donation, James.
God. If you don't wake up now as an intelligent person looking around you saying, the world needs God sooner than ever, we need him urgently, then there's something wrong with your brain, because only God can fix the mess we are currently in, where truth is no longer truth, where lies are purported and pushed to the point, and issues are conflated at such a level that you can't even discern the argument you're having about anything anymore. You need God. God is the only thing that can preserve your human experience. Someone on Twitter, I can't remember who, said something. X. Sorry, Elon. Someone said something very interesting.
After leaving my wife 2 months ago, I am starting to crave a big Negro cock in my ass. Where do these feelings and thoughts come from?
I don't know, man. Maybe you've always wanted a big black cock in your ass, and you've just had a bit more time to think about it. Thanks for the donation, Richard Burgess.
And it was talking about a debate between Christianity and Islam, which I do not want to do because I believe we're all brothers and I believe we're all on the right side. But he said something super interesting, and I can't remember who it was, but he said, when you see a movie about a post-apocalyptic Christian society, America, England, whatever, law breaks down. It is like the purge. People are destroying each other without remorse or recourse. But when you see a post-apocalyptic Islamic society, which exists right now thanks to the West.
Thanks, Obama.
Thanks to us fixing 9/11, I guess, somehow.
Bringing freedom, spreading democracy.
Spreading democracy, but by destroying farmers in some country 4,000 miles away. When you see a post-apocalyptic Islamic society, they still have family. They still pray.
Yeah.
They still care about each other. There's no purge. I'm not saying that's perfect, but it's certainly...
What the fuck is he even talking about now?
A very interesting and astute observation.
Was that a can of Raid he just sprayed? Are there like cockroaches running around their desk?
That that if Christianity cannot preserve morality without the threat of law, then what is Christianity at all? I mean, you're not going to debate about this. I'm just trying to make an overall view. But my point is, the worse things get, the more we need God.
Yeah.
And if you're going to sit and say you're an amazing atheist and you believe that atheism is somehow going to be the solution to the world, then you are worse than dumb. You are genuinely evil.
Yeah, he's one of the priests in the cult of Satan. By the way, I think all these mosquitoes today were officially sent by Bill Gates and they're genetically engineered. That's what I think. That's my theory.
Is that true?
I've got a study.
You got a study?
Yeah, I've consulted an expert.
These people are dumb as shit. All right, let's watch some Frank.
What's up? How are you guys this week? We're filming on Monday instead of the usual Sunday because I was just so tired yesterday. And I didn't actually sleep last night either. I think might be drinking too much high calcium water, but I feel like I need to go home and take a nap because we got back from Los Angeles like Saturday afternoon. That was a nightmare. My car battery died and I was stuck at the airport an extra 2 hours, but I'll save that story for another day. And I was like worried about how much money I was spending in California, and I was like, oh well, it's not a big deal because I get all these charges. As soon as I got back, someone charged back like $650 on 2 orders, and I was like, considering booking a flight right back to LA and taking another week vacation in that context, it's so ridiculous. Because it's like, if people are gonna, take advantage of my business and stuff like that, and just outright steal money from me, well, if I'm dumping money down the drain, why not just spend it on something that at least has, some return on it? But we got quite a bit of new stuff going on this week, so I didn't really want to skip the vlog, and then we should have some more stuff next week too. But might be a little loud because my guys are working and the tape guns are horrifically ear piercing. All right, guys, so yeah, nice and loud, right? So we got a few new products on the Foods website. You guys like the barley malt vinegar a lot, and a few of you asked for some of the other flavors, so we got strawberry and cider vinegar too. This is the 25-year aged balsamic. I showed you guys this in the day of eating. I think someone already bought one, but this is the most affordable price online for this. I'll talk more about this maybe next week when it's a little quieter in here.
That is also a lie.
And then we got a few new jam flavors, so I left these on here just to give them more padding. We got wild mulberry jam, we got apricot jam, and this is the fig jam that we've constantly had. So barley malt vinegar and fig jam we already had, but the strawberry vinegar, cider vinegar, aged balsamic, mulberry jam, apricot jam, those are all brand new products that we've never had before. Yeah, that balsamic is really, really expensive, but it's like a special product. It's like a gift. It's not something you can really use every day. You can use it every day, but it's definitely not cheap. So I'll hop in the fridge here, show you guys some new stuff. Sent out about half the dairy so far. We're just getting through the orders this Monday. We have some ginger water kefir left, just restocked some of the grape, as well as some of the water kefir grains. We restocked all of the cheeses over here, and then this is just some of the extra of the regular cheese delivery. There is a brand new cheese that we're selling. I mean, I only have 2 of them right now. I might get a few more. It's called Torta del Casar. I mean, one of these is like $40, so it's not cheap, but this is a raw sheep milk cheese. It's probably my favorite cheese in general because what you do is you cut the top of this off, and it's really gooey and soft in the middle, and you can dip bread in it. So really, really delicious. Nice to have over a few days as a very high source of, very, very nutritious calories, or like as a party spread or something special for dinner. This is really, really, it's super funky, super fermented. Again, probably my favorite cheese that I've ever had to my memory. It's from Spain, actually. Got all the fresh meat in over here. Roast beef, freshly made every week, nice and medium rare. I'll probably take some of this home for dinner. This is the fresh local ground beef we got. And then I think we got some steaks over here. Not too many fresh steaks this week, but we did get fresh blood in. I actually have quite a bit of fresh blood. So did run out of butter, and the farmer didn't send any of that or heavy cream this week, so we should have it next week, and there are a few orders that might be delayed. So hop in the freezer. So over here I made something really special for you guys. Organic demi-glace. So if you guys are unfamiliar with demi-glace, it's basically a heavily reduced beef stock with a lot of flavor, caramelized vegetables added. Nothing like this exists online. There's nothing made with high quality organic ingredients without fillers or additives. This is actually $12 on the website, and honestly, it's probably not enough for an 8-ounce jar because it cost me like over $1,500 in ingredients just to make like 200 of these. So I think I might be breaking even on this, but
I'm a member now because you're always based. Cats can be vegan, it's justified to kill carnivores, full support of Israel, pro-Second Amendment. I thought I was gonna lose my mind at first when you called Israel apartheid, but I'm glad you came around.
Yeah, I had a stupid idea when it came to that. When I looked into the conflict more and more, yeah, I realized how much pro-Palestinian propaganda there is. Thanks for the donation, Sierra. Dodo, donate $2. Is this pseudoscience? Let me see. Been funding catalog Technic because they're building a computer with DNA. After uploading myself to Figure Robot, I'll use this tech to rebuild myself with superhuman intelligence. I mean, I don't know if this is pseudoscience, but not something we can do now. It's just something that ideally we can do in the future. Let me see.
Our cells are DNA-based computers, and that's common to all life forms. So I think computation, and almost DNA-based computation, is at the foundation of life itself.
We came to this pretty much from the beginning, that we would want to invent a new way of computing.
And so at Catalog, we use DNA to store and compute digital data. We really got started with an efficient way of writing the information into this medium, DNA.
So we have essentially an alphabet of DNA pieces that we use.
We start from pre-made oligonucleotides that we combine in different combinations, and we attach them together using enzymes. We encode bits with the presence or absence of unique molecules. And what you have in the end is the ability to create a huge variety of different molecules that you can then assign different information to.
Just with 100 oligos, for example, you can make something like 10 billion possible sequences. And that's kind of the power of Kellogg's encoding and writing scheme.
So there's a couple really kind of key attributes of DNA. It's obviously a very dense storage medium, so it's 1,000,000 times more dense than solid state drives. So you can fit petabytes of data into just 1 gram of DNA.
How much is a petabyte?
1,000,000 gigabytes, yeah. So that's, I mean, I feel like a petabyte's more than most people ever see in their life. You can fit tens, hundreds of petabytes into a gram of DNA. It's really kind of mind-boggling. You also have the longevity of it. So it's a very stable storage medium. So DNA can last, and your data can last thousands of years, whereas on standard technology today, lasts probably decades.
And from a computational perspective, because you're storing information in a medium where you can touch all of those molecules simultaneously using enzymes or other DNA probes, there is a huge potential to compute on it in a massively parallel way.
DNA computing.
Looks like there might be something to it. Thanks for the donation, Data.
Looks like Frank is fronting the shelf merch.
What do you mean by that? Like, what's funny is he's claiming these are the cheapest prices online, but he's reselling. So he's buying these products from another company who's producing them, then he's reselling it. They're not the cheapest prices. It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Oreo's cool. Thanks for the membership, dude. Appreciate it.
I remember doing mushrooms once and we were watching an NBA basketball game and I remember being so perplexed these players are getting paid millions of dollars to play a fucking game. At that point I realized life is pointless. Was that an ego death?
No, I don't think you experienced ego death. What mushrooms do is they give you like a weird third-person perspective on life. And, I don't know, it's like they suck you out of all these weird biases that you have, and you can just see how stupid everything is. That's what happened to me in my last trip, but to, like, a really, really extreme degree, where I just realized everything was stupid and pointless, and life is just a fucking joke. But ego death is a little different. Ego death is when, like, it literally is what it sounds. It's like the death of your ego. You basically forget who you are, essentially. And you're no longer, like, the person you once knew. That's basically what ego death is. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Did subjective interpretation of qualia predate individual consciousness, or is consciousness a prerequisite? For instance, the first artificially intelligent consciousness will likely develop sentience by absorbing our subjective qualia to a degree? Yes?
sentience would be a prerequisite of subjective interpretance of qualia because it's subjective. That means mind dependent. So if you have a mind, you're sentient. First, artificially intelligent consciousness will likely develop sentience by absorbing our subjective qualia. I don't know if that makes any sense. You're like a artificial intelligence that is sentient will likely get information from us, but I don't think it will become sentient just because it gets information from us. Thanks for the donation though, Caleb.
It's fair to say Hamas is using civilians as human shields. But that still makes it okay to you for Palestinian civilians to die? We should sacrifice Palestinian civilians to ensure Israeli civilians' well-being? Surely there is a better way to go about it.
Yes. So, I don't know why Israel has to have any particular concern towards protecting Palestinian civilians when there's such a high security threat to Israel. It makes no sense. Look at any other war that, like, the US, for instance, has been engaged in. World War II, about 500 million. Yeah, what was it? What was the figures? It was something insanely high. Maybe it was 100 million. German civilian deaths, World War II. Yeah, it was like 500,000, sorry. Yeah, so as many as 500,000 German civilians died during World War II. Civilian deaths are just a consequence of war. But the security risk that the security risk that some other military has towards you is worth the civilian casualty rate, generally speaking. So if you have Hamas that has these capabilities to kill thousands of Israeli civilians, and there would have been way, way higher Israeli civilian deaths if the IDF didn't intercept suicide bombers, and if they didn't have the Iron Dome. There'd be way, way higher casualties, and that also has a dollar price to it. The Iron Dome is extremely expensive to run. I think in one single month, the Israeli military has spent like $500 million running the Iron Dome. The price on something like that is crazy. So is it worth killing roughly 30,000 Palestinian civilians to protect thousands of Israeli civilian lives and prevent the waste of hundreds of millions of dollars in military equipment? I would say yes, probably is, especially when you consider most Palestinian civilians support Hamas, support October 7th, and want to kill Jews. So why would you be particularly concerned over 30,000 civilian deaths when you have hundreds of millions of dollars being thrown down the drain and thousands of innocent Israeli citizens being attacked? Thanks for the donation, Karakra.
Rate these activists from worst to best: Joey Carbstrong, David Roms, Ed Winters, Hench Herbivore, James Aspie and Vegan Lifting Logic.
It's hard to rate them from worst to best. I might be a bit biased here, but I guess I'd say Vegan Lifting Logic is probably the best out of all of them. Ed Winters has done a lot of good things, but he's also terrible at debating and has made some really stupid fucking videos and said some really stupid fucking things on big public platforms like the BBC. I don't like Hench Herbivore because he's a two-faced lying asshole. Don't particularly like Joey because he's lied about Anonymous for the Voiceless. Again, he's deliberately lost debates because of clout, basically, but he's also done really good things like made the documentary Pignorant. So it's hard to rate them all, and David Rams has done some stupid shit too, like with the killing carnivores thing. I like James Aspie. As an activist, I don't know how much he's really done. I haven't really followed his activist work super closely. He's done a few debates that I thought that were pretty public and widespread that I think he did quite well in. So I don't know. It's hard to rate people's activism, and because like there's the amount of influence they could have, how big and public their debates have been. Everybody does like some kind of level of stupid shit. So I don't know. But I would say Vegan Lifting Logic, Joey Carbstrong, and Ed Winters are probably at the top of the list. James Aspie would probably be somewhere around the middle, and Hench Herbivore David Rams would probably be around the bottom. I don't know. Thanks for that donation, Riley.
Bitch.
Well, thank you for that, Poppy Mongo. Appreciate the donation. Fun fact, I learned recently most mammals actually become lactose intolerant soon after they stop breastfeeding. Humans are the exception because as a result of culturally consuming so much dairy. Something like 70% of the Earth's population is lactose intolerant, so it's not exactly true.
It's a super special product. It's like even more concentrated than our steak sauce. So if you guys know what demi-glace is, this is really special stuff. Still got about half of the pork shares left, so we reduced the price on that because we ran out of a few things. Plenty of collagen extract. We got a small amount of the beef stock concentrate. The new beef barley stew is really delicious. Hopefully some of you guys try it and leave me a review. We restocked the beef in bone broth as well. If you guys want the plain beef stew. I think we actually ran out of the Vichy Soie. So I don't know if I'm gonna make more of that, to be honest. We have a lot of liverwurst back in stock. I might give that away again one week. I kind of want to do a liverwurst giveaway, but first I want to do a collagen broth giveaway, but that's kind of expensive, so I don't know if I really want to do that. We got a lot of ice cream now, guys. Plenty of vanilla in stock. This is the cookie dough ice cream. We restocked beef heart and beef liver. You guys were missing those two. We got some more in this week. We restocked the ground venison as well. And in addition to the sliced meat for fajitas, we have the thin shaved beef for Philly cheesesteaks. Still a decent amount of these lamb chops, but guys, once we run out of these, they're probably gone. So keep that in mind, these affordable lamb chops. Over here, we got in a fresh batch of the maple pecan ice cream. Guys, please leave reviews on this stuff. I'm killing myself making this, so dealing with this, so I want to make sure it's worth it. Strawberry ice cream plenty, and then the chocolate ice cream as well. Guys, a lot of this stuff is very difficult to make. The recipes, the ingredients, is super expensive, so I want to make sure that you guys are getting a good product. Otherwise, like, what am I wasting my time going crazy for? I think that's everything in the freezer. I didn't send out like a weekly newsletter this week, but I'll send that out to update you guys on everything. We do have 4-pound boneless roast now. So in addition to like regular bone
What are your thoughts on Deep Vegan? I don't know who that is.
in prime rib, which I think that this is boneless. So we have boneless prime rib, and then there should be a bone-in prime rib around here somewhere. Someone bought like a bone-in prime rib roast and complained that like there was a bone in it, so I figured we could try doing some boneless ones too and see if you guys like that instead. Organ supplements, we might do some new stuff in a month or two. Wi-Fi shielding, we're still waiting on the restock from the tailor. The foods website, we should have a few new things. Farmer finally had time to puff our grains for us. We got a lot of rice. The popcorn didn't turn out too good, so we're probably gonna have to throw it out. Thankfully, the white rice is still good. So we got plenty of that, and we're gonna be making a lot of more Rice Krispie treats. And honestly, this might be the only product we end up selling, organic puffed white rice, because brown rice is too high in arsenic, and there's really no product like this on the market you can buy. These oats we got, which I thought would be cool to try, they're just like really burnt. Like I tried some yesterday, the burnt flavor is just too prominent, so we'll have to figure out what we need to do if we can even make them. I'm not sure if he has to lower the temperature or something, or if it's not possible to puff them at the low temperature, so not really sure on that, but at least we have the puffed rice. I don't have any patience today. This camera's fogging up because we're in the freezer. All right, guys, got a few reviews to read, or more than a few. I think there's like over 30 of them. 5-star review for the 100% grass-fed Wagyu beef tallow. Tastes amazing. First time trying egg tallow, and this is top-tier stuff. Smells so rich and mouth-watering. When I fried eggs in it will be definitely coming back for more. We got a 5-star review for the organ grind. I did not expect this. I made burgers to try this meat blend for the first time. Didn't know what to expect taste-wise. I've had organ meats before, and depending how to prepare and cook it can be tricky. But this ground beef blend rocked my absolute socks off. Whole beef flavor, rich and juicy even when cooking to well temperature. It's the closest I've come to a premium burger at a steakhouse. Well, A little more of that organic raw cookie dough. Best cookie dough recipe. Had to stop myself from buying these for a while because I'd eat the whole batch. Absolute delicious and high quality cookies. Made some for Christmas and my family ate them all. Another 5-star review for the eggs. Amazing. Nothing compares to the quality of eggs. Trying to do it one more time. I don't really like a lot of the stuff I make. Like, it's not selling that crazy, and the quality is so high, and it's like so expensive to make it that it's not really worth it. We might do that one more time though with the new equipment. 5-star review for the macadamia nut butter. This is on the Foods website. Wonderful macadamia nut butter. Absolutely love this stuff. Can't find anything close to the quality. Tasted so good I ate the whole jar in a week and ordered more. LOL. Thank you for offering an amazing product. Yeah, I mean, macadamia nut butter is probably the only healthy nut butter there is. Someone left me a 1-star Google review. Why is Buddy doing so much plastic surgery? Looks like a creep. Great products though. God help me. Another 5-star review for the steak sauce. Symphony of flavor. One of the best sauces, which are also on the Foods website. Yummy artichoke spread. Tastes great and goes on everything from toast to crackers or bread. Would definitely recommend.
Are you educated on the Nakba? PLS don't say it was the British's land or that it wasn't Palestine, it was the British mandate of Palestine BC. That argument is just might equals right.
The British owned the land, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There were a lot of power changes around that area, around that time. Like the Ottoman Empire ruled it for a while, then the British owned it, and then the land was going to be partitioned, and then there was the war, and then a lot of Palestinians allowed Jordan and Egypt to rule over certain territories after the war, and then the land was given up by Jordan and Egypt, and like it is what it is, dude. I don't know why like any of that really matters. There wasn't really, in my mind, any good reason for Palestinians to go to war with Israelis other than there were just Islamic jihadists who didn't like the idea of Jews having their own territory. Like, that's really it. Thanks for the donation, Karakra.
In merchandising, a planogram is used to place merchandise on the shelves. As units are sold, one moves the remaining stock to the front.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about that. I've never done inventory control. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
Do you think it would be unethical to join the IDF?
No. If you want to join the IDF, it would be ethical. They actually offer a completely vegan meal plan for military recruits. They're the most vegan military on the planet. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Then we got a review for the Frankie's Liver Detox Smoothie on OregonSupplements.com. Best smoothie ever. This is the best smoothie blend I've ever tasted. I enjoy working out, so this is a great way of getting in a caloric meal before the gym. Tastes so good. Just gonna make a meal. I've tried with joint inflammation. It may also be helpful as I'm kind of profession. You need this. It has truly helped with my severe vitamin D deficiency. So this is my go-to. My friends, family, and I are far better than regular. This week, I guess not like a crazy amount of stuff to show you guys, but we did have a few new things, and we should be getting a few more new things next week, and then over the next few months, as usual, just doing some new products for you guys. Yeah, so on frank-tufano.com, you guys can see all the businesses. Frankie Syringe Meat, the website. Frankie Syringe Foods, all the non-perishable stuff. And then we got Organ Supplements for the supplements. Wi-Fi shielding, as I said, guys. Hopefully we get some more stuff, everything back in the next 2 weeks. And then some lovely noises, bro. I'm losing my mind today. I don't have the patience for this. And then on the naturals, I didn't speak about today, but on Frankie's Naturals, we just came out with the cavity cure formula thing, and maybe we'll try to do some new stuff with the naturals and get more of our own products in. But before we both lose our hearing, myself and my lovely viewers, we'll wrap it up for this week. So, as always, thanks again for joining, guys, and I'll see you for the next video.
Well, that was nice and boring. Let's see.
I don't have very strong views about what's happening in Gaza because you know that I do. So where is my lie in all this?
Yeah, Piers, I've just listened to you for 20 minutes frame the issue in a purely 100%.
I can't believe this happened. So horrible.
Let me see. 1,766 civilians, mostly women and children, died in the NYPD airstrike on Columbia University Hamilton Hospital, according to the Gaza Ministry of Health. Yeah. If only it were true. Thanks for that donation, PP.
100% Israeli propaganda way. So if you say, hey, listen, the Jewish students shouldn't be harassed.
The protesters wreaking havoc at some of America's top universities have a deadly serious point. Unfortunately, many of them are fundamentally unserious people. Okay, Nadine, welcome back to Uncensored. You were there last night. There's a current ban on...
Yeah, she's a terrorist. She should be fucking deported. She's a fucking terrorist.
You and others from Colombia, dated from last week, saying...
If there was another planet that was like ours, except every being was vegan, would you live there? The only problem, if you choose to do so, it would kill everyone on Earth. Also, there are no humans on the new planet.
Nah, I'd probably stay on Earth, not because it would kill anybody, but, I think we can move towards a society that is ethical and doesn't commit perpetual holocaust. So, you know, if we can have a situation where there's like some other vegan planet and this one that's also vegan, that would be ideal. Thanks for the donation, Poppy Mango.
That you are considered persona non grata on all Columbia University-owned property due to alarming and concerning behaviour. So why were you back there?
I wasn't inside the gates of Columbia. I was outside of Columbia. And, you know, I'm able to protest outside of Columbia in support of the students as a New Yorker, just like New Yorkers have been consistently showing outside of the gates of Columbia in support of the students, even before they launched the Gaza Solidarity encampment. My organization within our lifetime mobilized in support of Columbia students from Jewish Voice for Peace and from Students for Justice in Palestine, who were both suspended months ago. And, you know, we're just continuing that tradition, that support from the community to the students. So we had a protest that started at NYU, went to the New School, made a stop at FIT, the Fashion Institute of Technology. We made our way over to Columbia by train and then ended at CUNY. So just showing solidarity to all of the encampments.
But it's not quite as straightforward as just showing solidarity. Mobs inside and outside the campus have been chanting Intifada. And anyone who knows the history of the conflict between Palestine and Israel knows what Intifada means. It means a violent uprising. They've been chanting from the river to the sea, which of course involves the eradication of Israel. We've seen Jewish students being harassed by the mob. We've seen Jewish professors not being allowed in to teach because of fears for their safety. We've seen others being held in effective captivity following the violent breaking in of an historic building. All of this, a lot of it is criminal, from trespass to vandalism to actually potentially kidnapping people if you're not letting them out when you break in. How do you?
No kidnappings have happened.
Well, hang on. I'm just saying
that is kidnapping.
Potentially it could be categorized as that. So my question for you is, why would you support all this? Why do you support chanting about a violent uprising? Why are Jewish students being harassed in this manner?
She is an anti-Semite. She wants Jews to be murdered, and she supports Hamas. That's why.
Why would you support the wanton vandalism involved in smashing into an historic building?
So I'm going to try to answer this in the order of everything you said. First of all, Intifada means shaking off in Arabic or uprising. It's not just used in the Palestinian context, but against people fighting against oppression everywhere. And the City University of New York, where I was a student in undergrad and for law school, actually investigated SJP for the use of the word Intifada in previous years. They released a report in 2016 that is public right now.
Do know there are first-hand accounts of IDF soldiers retelling their story of how they would bust into a family's home, mow everyone in the house down. This interview video is on the internet. But yay, that's fine, it caused the British owned the land.
What the fuck are you talking about? The Israeli War of Independence happened in the 1940s. So what interview are you talking about? And I'm not denying that war crimes haven't been committed by the IDF, but in terms of it just being widespread policy that's accepted by the military that, like, innocent people just get gunned down for no reason, I haven't seen any fucking evidence of that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Now you can find it online that clarifies that intifada is not an anti-Semitic
There have been two
slur, that it
intifadas. Hang on,
means
there have been
shaking
two
off of
intifadas. The
oppression.
first and second intifada in the conflict in the last 30 years have been these two infamous intifadas, which led to the deaths of many, many people on both sides. Both were violent uprisings. And so when people chant about when you have a pro-Palestinian group
it started
chants,
as boycotts.
Hang
it
on.
started as strikes. Are you going to let me respond?
Yeah,
I'm going to
clarify.
a lot of accusations.
The Intifada did not start as boycotts.
Oh.
And I'm going to try to respond to all of them in order.
Okay, well, are you
so
going
not going back and forth.
Are you
going to
try and deny that either intifada was violent?
I believe that the Israeli colonizers, the Zionists, made it violent by attacking peaceful protests.
Nope, that is not what happened. So, the Palestinians were the ones to use violence first. They were the ones that were shooting at fucking Israelis and committing bombing attacks. And then Israel responded, as they should, with a military force. So she's just fucking lying.
Just like we saw the NYPD attack protesters at CUNY and at Columbia that made the situation that wasn't previously violent.
And all the acts of terrorism.
Dude, they were fucking trespassing. The NYPD has a right to fucking remove trespassers.
Perpetrated by pro-Palestinians against Israelis during the two intifadas. What do you think of those?
I'm not here to debate the first and the second intifada with you. I'm told you the definition of the word.
Yeah, that's because you're going to have to fucking accept the fact that Palestinians were the ones who initiated the violence, and you fucking having to admit that would defeat your whole fucking, you know, stupid ideological worldview that Jews are evil, they're trying to take over the world, they're the reason for every bad thing happening, when it's the Palestinians' fault this happened.
But that is why when pro-Palestinian, you're being disingenuous. When pro-Palestinian groups outside of New York University chant about intifada, they know what they're doing, and Jewish people know what they're doing. They are invoking the first and second intifada,
I don't know what
which
you say
involved
they're doing,
a lot of violence and a lot of terrorism.
Had to quit veganism. Sorry, I just felt bad.
Alright, well, hopefully you choke on your next meal. Thanks for the donation, MED.
Been chanting intifada for decades. So, you know, this, and let's go to the second phrase you say, from the river to the sea.
Yeah.
Now they want to make a problem with that. Any chant that we say, you know, there's this accusation of anti-Semitism because every single...
Alita, donate $2. How do you square your moral belief that animal holocaust is wrong, but you're okay with Israel holocausting innocent Palestinians who have nothing to do with Hamas? How do you ask these stupid questions that make no fucking sense? So, Israel has killed somewhere in the neighborhood of 30,000 civilians. So a third of the actual total deaths that have occurred in Gaza are Hamas members. And it's not the IDF's fault that there's so many civilian casualties. They do everything they reasonably can to minimize civilian casualties, but Hamas uses human shields. So how in the fuck is that a Holocaust? Do you know what a Holocaust is? Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Pro-Palestinian activist has been accused of anti-Semitism as a way to silence them, even though just, you know, you mentioned Jewish students before. So
Oh, okay, cool. So when you chant for Antifada from the river to the sea, which means to wipe out Israel and kill all the Jews, that's not anti-Semitic. Okay, got it.
many of these Jewish students are standing with us, are with the protests inside and outside.
Yeah, and many are
they
not, and many are being
like
harassed.
I said, Jewish Voice for Peace was suspended by Columbia.
Many Jewish students are not, and they're being harassed, and we're seeing the videos of them being harassed. They're being threatened. They're being banned from going in. Banned from going in to be taught in their.
Non-stop.
They're being
since October 7th.
But you're not in Gaza doing this. You're doing it in the middle of New York.
What does this have to do with being in Gaza? We're here as New Yorkers, as Arabs, Muslims, and Palestinians, and we're harassed daily, constantly, not just since October 7th, but for as long as we have lived here. And, you know, that's constantly ignored. But when Palestinian students are finally speaking up against the slaughter of their people in Gaza and all over
they're not speaking up against it. They're literally chanting for the death of all Jews.
Palestine, you know, it becomes a problem. Now they want to, pay attention to these things. I think every Palestinian organization, including my own, has made it clear that we stand against anti-Semitism and that these smears of anti-Semitism against pro-Palestinian...
She supports anti-Semitism. She's been on Piers Morgan many times, and she is a massive anti-Semite.
...activists are a long-held tradition.
Dude, ask her, whenever you ask her to condemn the actions of Hamas, like on October 7th, if you ask her to condemn any of the anti-Semitic shit that's being said at any of these protests, she refuses to do it. She's a supporter of it.
By the Zionist lobby, by Zionist organizations, as an attempt to discredit people.
If protesters get violent, is that acceptable resistance to the oppression?
I haven't seen any violence happening at protests, so I don't even know why this is a question. Nobody's advocating.
Yeah, right. Yeah, sure, you haven't seen any violence. Alita Donatillers, when a criminal takes a person hostage, holds a gun to them, and then the police come, the police's goal is to eliminate the criminal and save the hostages. If Israel is the police, they're all bulldozing over the hostages to kill the criminals. Yeah, so this isn't a policing situation, this is a military situation. I don't know how you can compare the police trying to rescue one hostage to a war. This isn't a policing situation, this is a military situation. Thanks for that donation, Alita.
For violent protests, and nobody's saying
would it be
that's
justified?
acceptable, including myself.
Would it be justified?
I just answered that. You're just repeating the same question. I feel like you're being disingenuous.
Well, you didn't answer
when I've already made this
You didn't
clear.
answer if it would be justified.
I just said it's not acceptable. How could it be justified?
Right. So
The only violence that we see being unleashed, which is complete.
After you hit 405 on the bench, you should cut hard and then recreate your old profile picture. Everyone would see how much muscle you built over the years. Keep it up. Also, damn she thick.
Well, that's what I'm planning. I want to hit 405 and then cut and get lean.
By accident. Wait for it.
Yeah, she is very thick. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius.
Completely unacceptable is by the NYPD, who have maced protesters. They maced people at NYU, which I saw with my own eyes.
Yeah, it's because they wouldn't leave.
They actually went and threw out...
Last night, they whipped out their batons. They beat people until they bled. People got punched in the face. They were bleeding from their teeth. This is the violence that's completely unacceptable.
That's because a howling
violent
mob chanting Intifada broke into an historic building on a private property. It's not their property. They committed acts of vandalism. They committed acts of trespass. They were holding people against their will. They've been threatening and harassing Jewish students. I'm sorry, that's not a peaceful protest. Right? These people are not protesting peacefully. The people that were being held against their will were Columbia students forced to stay inside the journalism school. The NYPD literally poked their head in an open door and told the CUNY journalism students that if they left that building, they would be arrested. Columbia admin came to say that they should...
Yeah, no shit, because they committed breaking and entering.
...have the right to report, that they can't limit the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, and the NYPD actually threatened...
Freedom of speech does not protect breaking and entering and vandalism. And trespassing.
Columbia administration. So the only people who were being held against their will were the Columbia students by the NYPD, and other students who were not part of the journalism school, part of the other schools or in their dorms, were also ordered to shelter in place by the Columbia administration. So everything you brought up, from the violence to people being held against their will, this is being perpetuated by the people in positions of power, by the administrations of these universities, and by the police department, who is being used to crush peaceful protests, who is being used to show up in riot gear and turn an otherwise peaceful...
Alita Donatillers, this isn't a policing situation, this is a military situation. If that's your best counter argument, then you're retarded. You're fucking retarded. Bad comparison, no explanation, just whine that you don't like the comparison I drew. You're just like meat eaters who whine. You're a fucking idiot. Again, a military force of roughly 40,000 members committing organized military attacks against another country is not the same thing as a hostage-taking situation where you want to free a hostage and either capture or kill the hostage-taker. You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Peaceful situation.
Okay.
Into a riot. Never forget that in 1968, 150 protesters occupied the same exact hall that the students of Columbia were occupying as of last night and forced to come out of, Hamilton Hall, which they renamed Hinds Hall in honor of the 5-year-old Palestinian girl who was killed, who had to sit in a car with her family members for hours while they decayed, while they rotted after being killed by the Israeli army. And she starved to death. Nobody was able to get to her. So, you know, in 1968, Hamilton Hall was occupied by over 150 students protesting South African apartheid. And this kind of police violence wasn't used against them. And they are remembered in history as heroes.
Yeah, they probably didn't break and enter, did they?
So continuing the long-held tradition of university activism, this is what they were doing
You've
at
made
Columbia.
your point.
Like the difference is just massive. So the apartheid was a human rights violation. Nobody was arguing that. They also probably didn't smash windows, break and enter, and they also weren't keeping hostages. So it's a little different than people breaking and entering, taking hostages, and or at least committing kidnapping, and then making anti-Semitic fucking chants and protesting for the death of Israel.
This is what we were doing at CUNY and all the encampments that we see
Nadine, I've
popping
only
up,
got
not just in the U.S., but all 7 continents.
Nadine, I have to
around the
move
world.
on because I have 4 other guests, but I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much. But joining me now is the independent presidential candidate Cornel West, who teaches at Columbia and joins some of the student protests. The Fox News contributor Kat Tim, former BLM supporter Javier DeRusso of PragerU, who broke into a pro-Palestinian encampment at UCLA, and the Young Turks founder Cenk Uygur.
Alita donated $2. You're such a dishonest piece of shit. Are you actually paid by Israel? I wish. If anybody in the Israel government wants to give me money for, the stuff I do here, feel free. Here you are defending Israel, saying they're not targeting civilians and it would be wrong if they did. But isn't this you, lying coward?
No, dude. Israel deliberately targets civilians. I don't care. Good. As far as I'm concerned, everyone in Gaza is a fucking piece of shit. I hope fucking Israel targets more fucking civilians. They're not vegan, and they can eat shit, so...
Yeah, so this is just taken out of context. People were asking me the same question over and over and over again, and I got fed up, and I just said, sure, target more civilians. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Kat, I want to start with you because I know you've got a slight time constraint. So I want to start with you and just talk about one aspect of this, which is the whole issue of free speech in this debate. And we're going to get into the two sides part of it in a moment with the other guests. But from a free speech perspective, what is your take on what we're seeing here?
So I've been very open about this issue. I think there's been not quite enough focus on the free speech issue. I think that, for example, you could look at Texas Governor Abbott, who in 2019 was saying there has to be free speech on campuses. There has to be the First Amendment on campuses. Then on March 27th, he signed something that limits speech on campus, including constitutionally protected speech, including criticism of Israel's government. I think that what the Constitution says is very, very clear that even hate speech is free speech, right? So you can debate whether something is or is not.
Yeah, so if you're on private property, you don't have a right to just say anything you want and still be granted the privilege to be there. If you go to a high school and you start shouting the N-word as loud as you can, guess what? You're probably going to be asked to leave the high school and be suspended or expelled. So I don't know how this is a free speech issue. If universities have certain policies around speech and how you interact with other people, that's their fucking prerogative.
hate speech in the debate you just had with your last guest proves that there is some disagreement on that. And the main point is the government should not be the one deciding what is and is not. We have spokesperson for the Indiana Police Department saying hate speech isn't free speech. Well, that just simply isn't true. And it's the whole idea of what it's always been, which is that you don't want the government to be in the position of deciding what speech is and is not allowed, because that is going to be dangerous for anyone, including Jewish students, right? I mean, there was no.
Okay, so if she's in favor of not having any restrictions on free speech on college campuses, then she would be in favor of students having Nazi rallies and protesting for, I don't know, the death of all Jews, the death of all black people. That would be fine for her, because she thinks constitutionally protected speech. Sorry, she thinks that speech rules on campus should just follow constitutionally protected speech. Faggot donated $2. Listen to these sick rips.
Slick back. No, slick back. That's what I said. Slick back. No.
Yeah, that's pretty good, I guess. Yes, that's great. Thanks for the donation, dude. Sierra donated $2. Speaking of paying you to support Israel, I want you to watch this clip of Ben Shapiro schooling this guy when you get the chance. Skip to 24 minutes. He may not know everything, but he knows Israel.
Please help me give a warm Wisconsin welcome.
Let me see. 24 minutes.
Of Harvard Law School. I was going to earn a bunch of money because I went to Harvard Law School. Okay, the same thing isn't necessarily true if you're majoring in poli-sci at a state school, right? You're still...
If you haven't seen any evidence of the IDF gunning down innocent civilians, go on TikTok and type into the search bar Nakba war crime confessions. They laugh and boast about it.
TikTok is a platform run by communist China, and they deliberately put out disinformation where they'll have Chinese agents upload videos that are divisive, that are meant to cause political unrest in Western countries, and promote that in the algorithm. So I don't care what fucking videos are up on TikTok. Show me evidence of Israeli war crimes, and, you know, if you can show me evidence of Israeli war crimes, I'd condemn it. But as policy, I have not seen Israel support as policy war crimes. I'm sure Israel has committed war crimes, like that's just guaranteed in any military. But as policy, I haven't seen the IDF like tell their troops, "Oh yeah, if you see any Palestinian civilians, just kill them. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter if they're actually connected to Hamas or if there's any like tactical military advantage to capturing or killing them. Just murder them, gun them down. They don't have to be a combatant or anything." Like, I haven't seen any evidence of that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You know what, this the same bullshit excuse the constants who these people are against use.
I don't know what you mean, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo donated $2. Fuck, marry, kill Candace Owens, Anna Kasparian, Michaela Peterson. Well, I think I'd have to, Who do I hate more, Candace Owens or Michaela Peterson? I think I'd kill Michaela Peterson, fuck Candace Owens, marry Anna Kasparian. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo.
Dude, I mentored in poli-sci too. There we go, bro. So here's the thing. You're going to finish up in poli-sci, and then you're going to go to a real school doing real things.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're probably going to go to law school, or you're going to go work in business, or you're going to get an apprenticeship somewhere. And
China was never part of the Soviet Union. I don't know what you're talking about.
here's the reality. The entire college system is a credentialing scam. Unless you are in the hard sciences, the entire college system should be done away with, and people should go directly into the workforce where they learn how to do a job.
Yeah. So, if you want me to like go back, I can. I feel like you didn't fully answer my question because I'm more saying I agree with you that like trade schools are really important for a community, but I'm saying that the smaller ones rely on like the subsidies from the government to stay afloat, and they're currently not getting it because.
I don't know what this has to do with Israel, Palestine. I think you might have given me the wrong timestamp.
No free speech.
I mean these SJWs who support Hamas using the free speech argument.
Oh, yeah. Nazis and far-right wingers and like racist white nationalists, they use the free speech argument to say, oh, well, this shouldn't be censored on campus or on YouTube or any public places, and then they're using the same fucking argument. They don't even understand what free speech means. It just means the government can't impose any sort of restrictions on free speech. But when you're talking about private areas, you can restrict people's speech on private areas. You can ask them to leave. They have a privilege to be there. Same with social media platforms like YouTube or Twitter. If the people who are running these platforms don't want you to say certain things, that's their prerogative. It's only the government in public areas or in governmental buildings that can't restrict free speech.
Speech, obviously, in Hitler's Germany, right? And saying that free speech, something is First Amendment protected free speech, is not that you don't have to say you agree with it. And you can totally bring up the fact that maybe it's been less consistent in terms of all of a sudden now a lot of these university presidents are super pro free speech when it comes to this when they haven't been in the past. But to me, that's not going to cause me to be hypocritical on this issue. I'm a First Amendment absolutist. I was in 2019, I was before 2019, and I still am today.
What if you are chanting intifada, given the history of intifadas between Israel and Palestine, twice in the last 30 years? We know what intifadas have been there. They've been violent uprisings with many people dying. And what if you chant from the river to the sea, which Jewish people believe absolutely means the eradication of Israel? I'm just asking
the
Kat,
First Amendment.
I will come to everybody else, but Kat has to go. So I want to just get this free speech part of the debate out of the way. Kat.
The First Amendment is actually clear on that, where you have to have a very, very, very specific exception where that would not be allowed. So, for example, a peaceful protest where people are marching and saying from the river to the sea is constitutionally protected speech. An incident where you were targeting a specific Jewish student and chanting that at that student where a protest had become violent, then that maybe would not be. But it's very, very narrow, and it's supposed to be very, very narrow, where there has to be, it has to be directed and likely to produce imminent action, and also true threats. Those are the only exceptions, which are very, very narrow. And the law is clear on this.
But if you have people...
Yeah, so they don't understand what free speech is. The government can't control your speech, but if you're in a private area like a university, you don't have a right to just say whatever the fuck you want to say, whether it's hate speech or not. Like, again, if they're going to have this sort of principle on... If they're going to have this sort of principle on free speech, that you should be able to say anything you want, anywhere, whether it's considered hate speech or not, then are they in favor of allowing high school students to shout the N-word without being suspended? Like,
people,
stupid.
we've seen pictures of them.
The Sino-Soviet split had nothing to do with China being part of the Soviet Union. China was never part of the Soviet Union, dude.
Inside and outside campus who appear to be supporting Hamas rhetoric, who are wearing maybe insignia relating to Hamas or Hezbollah or whatever. If you're brazenly supporting organizations, groups of people that are deemed to be terrorists by...
The only free speech this white girl with the glasses need is to gargle on my cock.
Maybe. Maybe. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
By large swathes of the world, does that cross the line?
This is utter nonsense, Piers. Can I just answer the question?
Okay, check. Yep.
You got genocide taking place. You got IDF terrorism taking place. You can't say a mumbling word about 12 universities that have been leveled to the ground. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of professors have been killed. Students have been killed. You're a journalist.
Yes.
Have you talked about the 112 journalists who have been killed, brother?
Yes, I have done.
You just said lies.
Well, hang on. Well, Cornell, I actually. Cornell, hang on. Cornell.
What does this have anything to do with what they're talking about?
Unfairly.
Cornell.
And then you just start lying. You start lying, man. It's ridiculous.
Cornell,
man.
I'm not
It's
lying about
ridiculous.
anything.
You want to make
No,
money,
you are.
go-
I
hang
agree
on.
with Cornell West completely. You're totally, utterly lying through your framing. The framing of this is a total, complete lie.
Look, I can't hear you both speak at the same time. Cornell, just to be clear, I have posted. Sorry, hang on.
Please.
Hang on. I have posted about the journalist.
Thought experiment. Do you think a baby from birth, left in a completely dark cube floating across space, otherwise in safe conditions with air supply and siphoned necessary nutrients through a tube, would develop awareness, memory, mind beyond sentience?
Yes, they just wouldn't be able to have things like language. So... And what do you mean mind beyond sentience? I don't know what the fuck that even means. But yeah, they wouldn't understand things like language. They wouldn't be able to speak or read. They wouldn't be able to communicate well. But yeah, they'd be alive and be able to be aware of things and shit. Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Who've died in Gaza, right? I have
Then say
posted about
something.
this. I have
Put it in the
highlighted
framework.
the deaths of those
Framework,
journalists,
brother.
right?
Put it in the framework.
Well, I'm going to. I was going to come to you about the framework.
No, you're not.
All the vandalism about one hall, and you hardly can say a mumbling word about universities, libraries gone completely, schoolrooms gone completely. You see how truncated and narrow your framework is? You're just lying, man. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Cornell West has no ability to come up with a rational thought.
You say lying, what you're trying to imply that I don't care about the other stuff you've just mentioned.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
that's not a lie.
That's definitely right.
That's
Well,
not a
lie have
lie.
the same value as an Israeli life. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Okay, let me bring in
You're
Cenk.
racist.
Let me bring in
Saying
Cenk
you're
here.
racist, man.
Let me bring in
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let me bring in Cenk. Just to be clear, I haven't lied about anything, right? I haven't talked about what's
No, you
happened in
have.
Gaza yet because we haven't come to that part of the debate. But Cenk, I
Yeah,
don't believe
yeah.
you've always seemed to me.
Sierra donated $2. Hassan Piker really said Israel is worse than Hamas on Piers Morgan. By the way, the moment Ben talks about Israel's right after that guy he was talking to about college, my timestamp was slightly off. Well,
into the workforce where they
fucking Hassan Piker's an anti-Semite, and he is just a evil, evil person. Thanks for that donation, though, Sierra. Kid Boo donated $2. Tommy speaking more facts. Let me see. Why are black women undesired as wives?
Messages for black women and black women only. Answer this question. So statistics show that only 26% of black women will marry in their lifetime from any race. 26% of black women will marry in their lifetime. My question is, why do you guys think that is? Why do we have such low marital rates? And I'm not talking about black women marrying black men. I'm talking about men of all race wanting or desiring to marry a black woman. Why are we so undesired when it comes to marriage? Now, I know there's percentage who don't want to be married, right? But there's a large percent of women, black women, who want to be married. But again, why is
It's because they're not marriage material.
that the case? Why is that? You know, I think if we start to really sit down and think about why statistics are what they are, they're not there for just for just any reason, right? There's reasons behind it, and I think that there's a plethora of reasons, and from my opinion, of why I believe that those statistics are what they are, and why.
You think it's weird that Star Wars gives moral worth to droids and not animals? I know the droids in Star Wars are sentient, at least many of them. So like the like R2D2, C3PO, the protocol droids, I know they're sentient. There's a lot of Imperial droids that are sentient. There's even some suggestion that battle droids are even sentient. So it makes sense that there's moral worth put on the droids. As far as I can see in Star Wars, like, they do eat animals. Animals are used for, like, as horses, like, basically as horses and stuff. Like, it's... Like it... Some of this is, completely like there's some completely practical reasons. Like a lot of these planets are very undeveloped. Like they're basically just uninhabited wastelands. And if you don't have like speeders and shit like that, like it makes sense that people would use animals for transport. It would make sense that if there's no food on some of these planets that people would hunt and kill these animals because they have a greater interest in living, you know, than being completely ethical. What is kind of weird is you have these planets like Planet Naboo that's very developed, very advanced, has a big social system, like everything's mechanized, and they still eat meat. That doesn't really exactly make sense. So, like, yeah, you would expect a lot of these societies in Star Wars to be vegan, but some of the planets, like Planet Hoth, where it's a backwoods planet that's not developed, only a few intelligent, you know, people are living there, you know, like a few hundred maybe. Makes sense that they'd eat meat, hunt certain animals, use them as transport, shit like that.
Here, take my Jew money. How do you think anti-Jew leftists are gonna react to Israel during Pride Month? Are they gonna claim Israel is rainbow washing? Tel Aviv Pride is one of the biggest LGBTQ plus events globally.
I don't know if anything like that's going to happen in Israel, because a lot of people who live in Israel understand that Palestinians hate gay people and try to kill them. And a lot of Palestinians actually try to get Israeli citizenship so that they don't get killed by Islamic jihadists for being gay. I don't know if that sort of thing would happen in Israel. Here, though, yeah. Absolutely. You're probably gonna see a lot of anti-Jewish shit at Pride, you know, Pride Month and crap like that. Thanks for the donation, Israel rules.
This how I feel about Hassan Piker.
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hassan Piker! I'm coming to kill you! In Los Angeles! At your house!
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner, Sam Hyde!
Bloody.
You got anyone you want?
Yeah, I feel the same way. Hassan is very, very weak for his size. He is not strong for a man his size who lifts.
Spay and neutering animals is not vegan. It causes unnecessary pain and suffering to animals and does not prevent rights violations. You are not vegan.
That is not true. So, spaying and neutering pets is vegan. It prevents certain health issues. It prevents them from being exploited and bred. It allows them to socialize more. It can extend their life expectancy. So, no. Let me see. I know there's a lot of lifting videos of Sun. Yeah, 315 is not a particularly impressive deadlift for his size. He's not very good at lifting either. He's pretty physically inept. He's very uncoordinated. Yeah, not great. Yeah, 225. How many sets did he... Last year I could barely do this weight for 5. Now I rep it with ease. Yeah, 225 is not very heavy for a guy his size. Thanks for the donation, Jeremy.
We are the low.
Well, lady, thank you for asking a question, but sadly you already know the answer. I know you said it was for black women only, so this answer is for black women only. Stop me if you've heard it before. Your bad attitude is the #1 reason why you are the lowest married, the lowest chosen, the lowest anything in a positive category, the highest in all of the worst categories, the bad categories. The reason this exists is because you're hard-headed as well. Bad attitude, hard-headed, refusing to listen. Normal people, if you actually wanted to be with, say, a guy, didn't matter what race, if they told you what they didn't like, if you refuse to hear them complain, that would be a problem. And that is one of black women's biggest problems. Another thing, you value things that aren't you, which makes you unattractive to everyone. You value stringy hair. You value long hair. You value white hair or Asian hair, but you don't value your own. You value light skin. You value every skin color more than your own. That makes you unattractive to everyone else. You value white men, and you value them to the point of where regular bargain basement Brad can get you to be at your best. As a matter of fact, black women who date out their race make videos telling other black women, if they want to date out their race, to get rid of the black girl attitude. So that means you acknowledge that your attitude is a problem, but only when you're dating outside of your race. So you're willing to give the other man a better version of you than you're willing to give black men. Third, I think it's just your obsession with being over-sexual in public, rude in public, always shaking your butt in public, constantly talking like men, saying the word fuck and ass and pussy and dick way too much. If you were to be...
Tommy is kind of right and wrong at the same time. He is like super racist towards black women, but yeah, the reason why black women have such a low marriage rate is because a lot of them just aren't marriage material.
Those are all assumptions, not facts. You don't know what will happen to each animal. If you believe that, you should also be okay with circumcision. Fake vegan.
Circumcision has no benefit outside of medical requirements. So if you have phimosis or something, there are clear, obvious benefits to spaying or neutering that benefit the animal. Thanks for the donation, Jeremy.
Because I'm more saying I agree with you that like trade schools are really important for a community, but I'm saying that the smaller ones rely on like the subsidies from the government to stay afloat, and they're currently not getting it because of like this like moral war between like Robin Voss and the Republicans and the Tony Evers about like, you know, DEI here. I feel like there's a ton of people who don't really care and they want to go to a smaller school in their hometown and learn how to do a trade.
I hear you,
and
I'm just saying I'm more extreme than the Republican legislature, and I would slash and burn my way through the college budgets.
Fair enough. All right. All right, hey, you have a good one.
Hey, Ben Shapiro, I just had a quick question for you. So
I have a question. Can I see your face, or is it like prohibited?
I just don't want to associate my face with like my politics.
Is there a reason for that?
I still want, worried about my career. Is that okay?
Well, it depends about what you're about to say.
Okay, so can I just ask it?
You can ask it, and then we'll determine whether you are a person who should not be able to get a job.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So I just want to know, how hard was it to generate AI generated images of Hamas?
So you should take off your mask now.
Twitter?
Not really because what you're saying is so anti-Semitic, but just because what you're saying is so unbelievably stupid that I hope employers take a good stock of a person who does something so dumb. So mask stays on. Mask stays on. Yeah, I figured. Okay. There was no AI generated image. It is a real image. The way that the game works on Twitter right now, because it's been taken over by a lot of Hamas bots, is that if you put a real image of an atrocity, they will then spam that image with community notes. And they'll do that until the algorithm puts a community note on the image. And then they'll screen cap the community note and pretend that the image was AI generated. That image was not only not AI generated, it was handed to Tony Blinken. That image was specifically, I wasn't the first person to put it out there. That image was tweeted out by the Prime Minister of Israel. So, again, this is the amount of just insane bullshit that's being trafficked in this information war is truly astonishing. And the fact that there are people who don't want to show their faces, but they do want to say things like that. Let's just leave it. We'll leave it at that. This does not appear to be a highly intelligent specimen. Okay.
Hey, Ben, my name's Luke, and I'm not scared to show my face out here.
Well, I appreciate that.
Disregarding the popularity going into the 2024 election, who do you believe it would be best fit to be the next president of the United States?
Who'd be best fit?
Okay, whatever.
To be one of the more rational voices in this debate, prepared to accept what Hamas did was horrendous and so on. I don't believe that you think it's right that Jewish students should be intimidated and harassed on a campus.
You come right back to the thing again.
Can I just answer this for
We are
God's
debating
sake?
the protests, okay?
Come on, brother.
Check.
Come on, man.
I don't
Okay.
think it's right.
All right.
They should be
So
subjected
I've
to
been-
intimidation.
Okay, Piers.
Nobody
can I
thinks
finally
it's right.
answer?
Nobody thinks that's right. It's not
Cornel,
right.
let
that you
Cenk
have to
speak
have
and I'll come back to you.
Girl who has a hall named after her because she and 15,000 other children have been killed by the IDF terrorists that you don't even call terrorists, but you can call the students terrorists. That's not a double standards, man. That's just outright mendacity, hiding criminality on your show, and you're supposed to be uncensored, concerned about the truth.
Yeah, so this is one of their typical tactics. So when anybody brings up, pro-Palestinian protesters doing insanely fucked up shit, like chanting for the death of all Jews, harassing Jewish students, this and that, they will do everything they can to deny it's happening. And if they can't deny it's happening, they'll say, oh, it's so unimportant compared to the tragedy that's happening in Gaza. Why are you even talking about that when 20 billion Gaza Palestinian children are being killed by the terrorist IDF? Like, they literally cannot have any sort of intellectually honest debate on the topic.
Just said I called them terrorists. I haven't called them terrorists. That, ironically, is a lie. Cenk, I want to bring you in. You're getting very angry about this too. Just to be clear, I am expressing an opinion that what has happened at Columbia has crossed a line. And that if I'm a Jewish student there, I think it's completely outrageous. I'm being intimidated and harassed for the actions of Israel's government thousands of miles away. That doesn't mean I don't have very strong views about what's happening in Gaza, because you know that I do. So where is my lie in all this?
Yeah, Piers, I've just listened to you for 20 minutes frame the issue in a purely 100% Israeli propaganda way. So if you say, hey, listen, Jewish students shouldn't be harassed or attacked, of course I agree. I've got
you
Jewish
agree with
family.
me? So why have I lied?
Yeah, no. Stop interrupting. But what you don't talk about is you say from the river to the sea is an unacceptable change. Did you mention to the audience in these last 20 minutes that Benjamin Netanyahu actually said it recently? Not only...
Yeah, so this is a lie. Benjamin Netanyahu never said from the river to the sea like the way he's saying. So Palestinians and pro-Palestinians will say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. What that really means is the destruction of Israel. which will lead to the death of millions of Jewish people. That's what that means. Netanyahu made a play on words saying from the river to the sea, Israel will have security. How is that in any way?
God, I hate that, but worse things are happening. Excuse a woman are paid less than men, but there are starving children in Africa.
Yeah, that's basically what they're fucking saying. Like, yeah, I mean, if a pro-Palestinian were to say, oh, tens of thousands of innocent children in Gaza are getting killed, then that's like me bringing up, oh, well, why do you care about that when, tens of thousands of innocent children in Africa are starving to death? It's neither here nor there. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So, yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu saying from the river to the sea, Israel will have security is not the same thing as Palestinians saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. When Palestinians make that chant, it literally means for the death and destruction of Israel. When Netanyahu said it, he was just making a play on words and saying Israel is going to, be safe.
Only that, he's actually doing it. He's in the middle of wiping out the Palestinians from the river to the sea. That is the...
Yeah, so 20% of Israel is made up of Palestinian Arabs. So if he's going to claim that Benjamin Netanyahu is wiping out Arabs from the river to the sea, what's his plan to do with Arab Israeli citizens? Nothing, I guess. And population of Gaza is 2-point-something million. In the West Bank, it's like 3 million. There's 5 million Palestinians living around Israel total. So far, they've only killed about 35,000. So much for, a genocide. It's going to take literally 100 years with... it would take about 100 years with the assumption that no Palestinian Arab will ever again have children for all Palestinian Arabs to be wiped out.
Grotesque violence. He has slaughtered 25,000 women and children. They were all innocent. So when Hamas...
no. Blame Hamas for using human shields.
...kills 860 innocent Israeli civilians...
Oh, 860. So about 1,200 Israelis were killed. He's getting the 860 number because I think 400 of, roughly 400 of the 1,200 killed were either in the IDF or in the reserves. So he's trying to downplay the number of Israelis who were killed by not including the Israelis that were either currently in the military or in reserves. What a fucking dishonest prick.
I call...
By the way, the hypocrisy is just insane because the current figure of 35,000 people killed, that includes Hamas members, and roughly a third of the people who have been killed are Hamas members. So if Cenk was being logically consistent here and were excluding enemy combatants that are either in the military or in reserves, if he's going to exclude Israeli deaths that are in the military, he should also be excluding Palestinian deaths that are Hamas members. So he should be saying 15 or 20,000 innocent civilians, not 35,000.
Call them out, and I say that is terrible. But when Israel slaughters 25,000 women and children, we're saying, oh, I don't like a pro-Palestinian chant. A chant? That's what we're concerned about. And now you turn to the violence that has happened on college.
Yeah, the chant literally means for the destruction of Israel.
College campuses. There is one case of overwhelming violence, and that happened last night at UCLA. And it was pro-Israeli protesters that violently attacked the peace protesters that didn't do anything. They attacked an old lady and said, oh yeah, good luck trying to defend yourself, old lady. These are vicious, vigilante thugs, and they have done more violence than all of the peace protesters in the country combined. Where are the arrests? Where's the outrage?
The
Where's
fuck?
the indignation? You pretend that you care about protecting students, but you only care about protecting one side, whereas the other side is assaulted.
No, I don't actually. No, because if
debased and humiliated,
Okay, let me respond.
and all you want to do is
Let me
cancel their
respond.
speech. You're part of.
Dude, the way Jank just immediately gets amped up and angry, like he's a fucking child.
Cancel culture and admit it right now.
Can I
You're
respond?
talking about protesting people.
Can I respond?
Americans.
Can I respond?
Americans.
By the way,
okay, this is not the United States of Israel.
Fine.
America.
All right, you
Americans
made your
get
point,
to
Jake.
protest a foreign government.
Okay, let me respond. Just to be
You've
clear.
lost the right wing.
Just
you've
to be
lost
clear.
the left wing. You've lost America.
Just to be
America's
Okay,
not
can
gonna
you shut the
stand
fuck
here
up now,
and let
Jake?
Israel
You can keep
dictate
shouting or we can
who's
have a
allowed
debate.
to speak and who's going to be arrested.
All right, you can keep
I
shouting.
gave you 20 minutes to do propaganda,
Okay,
Piers. Go ahead now.
It's not propaganda. I have many views about all of this. We're talking specifically about the protests at Columbia, which I think you've crossed a line. By the way, you talk about cancel culture. I'm entitled to my view without you and Dr. West screaming liar, genocide supporter, and all this other bullshit.
Okay, you condemn the UCLA pro-Israel thugs.
Let me make it clear.
You condemn them. I'm doing the same thing you are.
Wait a minute.
Do you condemn them?
Wait a
Or
minute.
Are you pro-violence?
Can I answer the question? If this was Jewish students that were breaking into this building violently.
No, you don't have to go with a hypothetical.
No, sorry, I am going to go with a hypothetical because you're trying to make out that
Of course,
somehow
'cause the
I'm only
reality
doing
is
this because I'm
inconvenient to you.
pro-Israel's government. I'm not pro-Israel's government. What I am pro is the safety of Jewish students being protected because they are not responsible for the actions of an Israel government thousands of miles away. They're entitled, having paid $400,000 for their education.
But you say no, you don't want to protect the peace
I don't
protesters.
think mob
I
rules
say
should be
protect the
allowed
Jewish
to go
students.
on. So when you talk about this is a private university campus, they are entitled to not have their buildings desecrated in this manner, and they are entitled eventually to have the police
Piers,
remove them.
Be honest. When they were doing it in a public space, everybody in media, in American media, said, "How dare they do it in a public space? They do it in a private place." You go, "How dare they do it in a private place?"
You shouldn't be
Well,
breaking
you know
into
what?
buildings full stop.
You know what? When Martin Luther
Nobody had a problem with pro-Palestinian activists protesting in a public space. The problem people had was that they were chanting for the death of Jews and spouting anti-Semitic rhetoric, like "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." They were making Hamas. They were just like shouting Hamas chants. That's the problem that people had with it.
King in Selma, Alabama, across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. You know what they said? How dare they interrupt the bridge? How dare they go in a public place? How dare those protesters? Civil rights leaders should know their role, should know their place, boy. That's what people like everyone in American media is saying right now to the people in favor of not slaughtering any more Palestinians.
I think
you
you'll
guys sound exactly like Bull Connor.
Okay, Kat, I know you have to go. I just want to just bring you back in just briefly. Look, this is an incredibly, as you can tell, this is a very incendiary debate and passions run very high about this. Has anything you've just been listening to given you any more clarity about how we resolve this situation? Because presumably these protests are not going to go away. They may get bigger in number. They may affect more universities. This is a bad situation getting progressively quickly worse. What do we do about this?
Right. Again, going back to what I was saying before, I think that the law on these things is clear. I think that we want to be careful to not give up any of our rights as Americans in response to things that we see. There was also a bipartisan legislation proposed about having anti-Semitism monitors on campuses. I mean, what could go wrong there, right? And I've been open as a
This is ridiculous. Jews are a protected class, and if the universities have an interest in protecting minority groups, then they, again, they can do that. If there was, if there were neo-Nazis on campus calling for, I don't know, the destruction of Africa or something, or an African nation like Uganda, would they be saying, "Oh, well, this is their right to free speech and they can occupy whatever they want"? They wouldn't be saying this.
Hawking-proved radiation is emitted by black holes over time till they disappear, but according to contemporary physics, black holes break down matter into radiation and absorb any radiation on its horizon and it never escapes. Solve this paradox, O wise one.
I don't see how that's a paradox. It's been proven that black holes emit radiation. So, yeah, previous beliefs about black holes were just wrong. Black holes emit radiation. Thanks for that donation, bro.
First Amendment absolutist, and I've had people send me videos of things like smash windows. Well, is this free speech, Kat? Obviously not, and I'm not saying that it is. I think that
Your pets don't care if you don't want them to not procreate. If you think it's beneficial for pets to be neutered, then all non-carnivore animals should be neutered. Also, according to your logic, if there's a risk of phimosis, then circumcision is best option.
Yeah, I was circumcised. I got circumcised as an adult because I had phimosis. It would be totally fine to circumcise a child without their consent if they have phimosis. Phimosis can actually be, like, even technically deadly. It can cause infections, and what can happen too is the foreskin may be able to retract, but once it retracts, it's not able to go back, and it actually strangles the tip of the penis, and blood flow can get cut off, and your penis will literally die and fall off, basically. So, yeah, if there's a medical need for circumcision, then I'm in support of it. And I also neutered my herbivorous animals. I have rabbits. I spayed and neutered the rabbits. It just prevents them from breeding, creating more animals that could be abused and exploited. And it also has health benefits. They become less aggressive. It prevents certain forms of cancer, might extend their life expectancy. Like, thanks for the donation, Jeremy.
the robust debate surrounding this proves all the more reason why there are strong disagreements on what counts as what and what means this or what means that we should not have the government be in the position to decide ever what you can and cannot say, because any of these rules that some people are pushing for that would, some of the slogans that the Palestinian protesters are chanting to silence any of that could then, based on what else someone else thinks, could be used to, say, prevent an IDF soldier from coming to campus to speak. So I think that there are two separate things that we need to keep: how you feel about the speech personally, how you feel about the issue personally, and then how you feel about the...
All children should be circumcised then as children, because there's a risk they could develop phimosis in the future.
I mean, that makes no sense. You could argue, oh, everybody should have every limb amputated because there's a possibility they could develop cancer in the future. It's only when medical issues present themselves that you should act. Thanks for the donation, Jeremy.
The government involvement in it, those are two completely separate things, and it's not the same to be pro-First Amendment and anti-Semitic.
You make some great points. Kat, we've got to let you go. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. I want to bring in Javier DeRusso. You've been waiting patiently. You posted on X yesterday, breaking inside the UCLA anti-Israel encampment. Journalist Cam Higbee and I snuck into the ongoing encampment to see what was going on. Cam was caught after asking too many common sense questions and physically removed by the protesters. We have a bit of footage of that, I think.
About the same wristbands as the anti-Semites so that we could sneak into their camp and woo chow the ghetto. First of all, they had gender-neutral buckets to urinate and poop in. The whole place smelled like musty terrorists and shit. But the fact that they were forcing out conversation and journalists makes it clear that they don't have the answers to explain why they're there. And I was overhearing the most racist conversations about white people just in general. These people are literally BLM rebranded and more extreme.
Ben Boyd, $22. Hi, Richard. I wrote an essay on religion. I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on it and see if you think it's any good. I know you like philosophy, so I thought I'd share. Holy fuck. I'm not going to read this. This is like a fucking... Yeah, this is an essay. It's not very long, but I'm not going to bother reading all this. It's going to take too long. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. If you donate, like, I don't know, $30, I'll read it, but otherwise, that's just going to take too long. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Look, that's pretty inflammatory stuff, but you're here now. Do you think what you did last night was the right thing to do?
Absolutely. And first of all, thank you for having me, Piers. It was the right thing to do. I'm somebody, I hate propaganda from either side. I hate being told what I'm supposed to believe. So I like to go in and see for myself. So I snuck into the camp. It was very easy. I just put on a tacky outfit and went and bought the same wristbands from Staples. And I saw the conditions that were back there. I saw the sanitation hazards of them all using the same bucket to poop in. And I saw I overheard the conversations that they were having in there. It was full of hate speech. It was full of just calling for the bloodshed of Zionists. It was them being angry, and it ultimately started to get violent once my friend Cam Higby's cover was blown. Once they realized, as they were describing him as a white Republican, they immediately knew that they had to kick him out, and they locked arms. They were shoving him up the stairs and then back down the stairs to get him out of the encampment. And it just goes to show how aggressive these college students are getting. I'm all for free speech. I'm all for freedom of expression, but that is limited once you start, one, prohibiting these students who pay a lot of money to go to these college campuses to go to class, as well as you start becoming violent towards journalists and people who are just there trying to get an inside story on what's actually happening on these universities that we are being asked to pay for.
Dr. West, coming back to you, Donald Trump got horrendous criticism for cracking down on the BLM protests in 2020. Is Biden not just doing the same here? And is there a double standard in the way that people are looking at these two different situations?
Number one, anytime you have massive military occupation of a community, that's what BLS was about. That's what Black Lives Matter was about, that's a 400-year affair. I don't know whether the brother would want to do that in the 1960s to see who was using the urine with King and Malcolm and Fannie Lou Hamer and others. But there were other issues they were zeroing in on. It's called American terrorism. It's called American Jim Crow, or American police murdering other young people of different colors, disproportionately chocolate, right? But when you have massive military occupation, that is a massive breakdown of a community. If you can't have a leadership of a university that can have a dialogue about three claims: we want transparency about your investments, we don't want you to invest in genocide, occupation, and ethnic cleansing, and we want amnesty. You can have
Dodo tip $2. Cornel West is a crackhead who has 2% of the vote in polls. He is helping Trump win because they're leftists and would otherwise vote for Biden. Yeah, Cornel West is just a fucking crazy, insane person. And yeah, he is deliberately trying to get Biden to lose. And it's funny, they care about Palestinians so much. Like, what do you think what do you think Trump is going to do for Palestinians? Jack shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
have a dialogue. At Brown, they said they're going to have a dialogue. They're going to have a vote. But no, not Columbia and the others. They've become such a corporation. They're tied to their donors. They're tied to their money masters. They're tied to their benefactors. They don't give a damn about what the students think. The students are just cannon fodder for their reputation, who are highly talented, work very hard, but have hardly any voice. And when you don't have a voice and you move in a nonviolent way, and Brother Piers, you should know the two first
Yes, nonviolence means keeping people hostage and attacking white people and Jewish students. Dodo donated $2. I donated $2, not tipped. Yes, you did. Thanks for that donation. Donated $2. Or Dodo donated $2.
fathers were nonviolent. They shot them down like dogs. That's why Hamas didn't appear until 1988, and you had the vicious occupation in 1948. If they had shot Martin Luther King Jr. down and Rosa Parks down and so forth, there's no doubt that black folk would have responded. That's why we, the black people, haven't created a black version of the Ku Klux Klan, because we had leaders like Martin and leaders like Fannie Lou. You shoot them down like a dog, it's going to be a very different situation.
Okay.
And that's what we're
okay, but let me ask you. Let me ask you a question then.
Of course, students are going to have faults and
Okay, but let me ask you a question. My question for you.
But we're talking about the main issue of genocide. This ain't no game. This ain't no.
No, it's not a game.
Yes, genocide where only 25,000-ish civilians have been killed out of a population of 2 million people. Apparently, Israel is the worst nation of all time at committing a genocide, despite having fucking Hellfire missiles.
It's not a game.
People are dying, though,
Yes,
man.
I understand.
Journalists are dying.
Listen,
Universities are.
Cornell, I have to really,
completely left.
you must let me respond. You teach.
Okay.
You teach at Columbia, and you join these protests.
At Union Theological Seminary across the street. I've been in the camps. I didn't see anything that the other brothers saw. But if he makes his judgment, he makes his judgment.
But given that there has been clear intimidation and harassment of Jewish students, it's been broadcast. We've seen the videos of it. You cannot be happy as a professor.
Imagine that. The same people who believe there is a genocide against Palestinians also believe there is a genocide against black people in the US.
Yeah, there definitely is not. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade.
Professor there that Jewish students are being harassed and intimidated because people are critical of what an Israel government's doing thousands of miles away. That is my point.
Of course. That goes without saying. I try to be a decent person in my life.
So you agree with me? After that diatribe, you agree with me?
All you want to talk about is protection of Jews.
It's not all I want to talk about, Cornell. But that is actually what this debate is about.
Organizations that are banded back in October. Did you say a word about that? When you got massive children at universities and hospitals completely leveled, and you have something on your Twitter rather than make that part of the framing of the issue, then in fact you become an extension of propaganda. And that's why I call you a racist, because it means then that a Palestinian...
How dare you? Honestly. I'm sorry.
Here we go.
I'm sorry. How dare you?
You
I'm sorry,
wouldn't frame
Dr.
it in
West.
that way, my brother. You would not frame it in that way.
I'm sorry, but you how dare you call me a racist? What you don't know is, before I did this debate, I did a long interview with one of the IDF spokesmen in which I went after him about their planned invasion of Rafah because I think it would be a catastrophic mistake. So don't call me a racist. And don't assume don't assume.
Biden believes the Palestinian life has the same value as Israeli life?
Yes, I do.
Absolutely not.
Yes,
I
I do.
More fiber in his bone when it comes to Palestinian predicament.
I absolutely believe
think that's an answer to me?
I believe Palestinian lives matter just as much as any other lives, and I've always said that. Always.
It's not manifesting your framing, brother. It's not manifesting your framing. It's an abstract.
Don't throw around the word racist without any evidence to support the fact that I'm a racist.
Wait until I hear a lot of evidence, and I've been hearing the evidence, and I throw it around. It's not throwing around.
Geez, why are all these black people so racist against Jews?
There's a lot of anti-Semitism in the Jewish community. A lot of it has to do with conspiratorial beliefs against like banking systems and shit. I know the Black Hebrew Israelites are super, super anti-Semitic. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo.
It's a reality.
Me saying it is wrong that Jewish students are being harassed is not racism, because I'm not also talking about universities being flattened in Gaza.
You will look back on this one day and realize you were on the wrong side of history. There's still time. Just put on this hammer and sickle armband. You can't enter the encampment without it.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever going to happen, but thanks for the donation, Caleb.
I think that's all you talk about.
You're being totally disingenuous.
All right, Cenk, I'll bring you in.
No.
Please.
Okay. Look, Piers, you keep going back to the most obvious question in the world. Should Jewish students be protected from harassment or assault?
Yes.
Obviously.
So you both agree with me?
No.
So why does that make me a racist?
Let me finish. So that's the most obvious point in the world. And I already told you that I have a Jewish family. I have a nephew who wears a Star of David on a college campus. I will go and help the people that are escorting them to their classes, etc. That is not an issue. But what you just did was you spent now 20 to 30 minutes framing it like that is the biggest issue and everyone is saying, oh no, we should attack the Jewish students, when no one is saying that. In reality, hold on, in reality, vigilante thugs last night attacked the peace protesters at UCLA who had done nothing wrong. It was a violent attack. They beat them with sticks, they pepper sprayed them, and yet I asked you a simple question. You've got now 20 to 30 minutes of
He's talking about the police. Like, they're fucking trespassing, and he's talking about the police trying to make arrests.
propaganda saying, oh, the Palestinian protesters, the peace protesters, they hate the Jews, they're anti-Semitic.
Do you like the Rocky movies?
I do. The only one that was really bad was, what was it, Rocky 5? But the other ones were good. Thanks for the donation, Carlos Gorvis.
Semites, anti-Semites, all the Jews are in danger, etc. And I'm saying, of course, let's protect them. And then you make it seem like that's the 98% of the issue, when in reality, the only protesters that have been massively violent are the pro-Israel protesters. And to this second, not only did you mention it for
That's
about
not
2.5 seconds
I even
out of
have
20
a video
minutes,
on my
but
Twitter
you still haven't condemned them. So do you
pro-Palestinians
condemn them,
tasing
Piers, the violent thugs?
I
Pro-Israel protesters.
deliberately held off writing or commenting about what was going on in Colombia for quite a few days, and I will do the same about what happened at UCLA until I've actually established Well, hang on. Sorry, it happened overnight, and I will wait and see the facts, and when I get the facts, I will pass judgment.
See, Jank is upset that he doesn't immediately agree with a certain narrative and waits to see for the facts to come out. Like, these people are just fucking ideologues. They don't care about facts. They just care about their ideology.
Without fear or favour, and certainly without any racism. Now, Javier, you were there last night.
And Piers, hold
hang on,
the
Jay.
racism charge?
Hang on.
No, because everyone who defends Palestinians in this country, no matter what they say, like I'm a perfect example. I condemn Hamas. I want to protect the Jewish students. I want a beautiful pro-Palestine and Israel. I want two states. And we're called anti-Semites, including by...
I have been vegan for a little over a year thanks to you. I was wondering how you like your tofu.
These days, I usually air fry it, so I'll just slather on some olive oil or avocado oil, put on some like salt and pepper, and maybe some like garlic powder and stuff, and then I'll throw it in the air fryer. That's usually how I make it. Thanks for the donation, Kenneth. That's good to hear.
By your guests 24/7. The minute someone calls you a racist back because Muslim lives don't matter, all of a sudden everybody catches feelings.
Yeah, except I haven't called...
Which only goes one way. It only goes one way, right?
I tell you what.
I've never called... in this country...
I have never called you an anti-Semite. I've never called Dr. West an anti-Semite.
That's right, but almost every guest
I've never
of
called
yours has.
either of you racist, and yet both of you have gone along with calling me a racist, even though I'm not. So yeah, if you're going to dish it out...
Are you going to ignore the framing, Piers? Piers, are you going to ignore the framing? You know you framed it this way, and Piers, you're not alone.
You were
You're
booked,
not the
all
main
of you,
culprit.
just to be clear.
Hold on, Piers. Let me give you a little bit of credit.
Okay.
You are open to the Palestinian position 20% of the time.
Just to be clear.
That's why I come back on this show.
Just to be
but
clear.
the American media is filled with racist against Muslims. Right. American politicians are racist against Muslims, and they revel in it. Rivers of blood in Gaza. And the American politicians and the American media say, not enough, kill them more, Israel, kill them more.
Yeah, just to be clear.
Who objects to the wide slaughter of those people is called an anti-Semite.
Just to be clear.
The American media is sick.
Just to be clear, you were all booked to take part in a debate specifically about the protests at Colombia. So when you're asking, why am I focusing on the protests at Colombia, that is why you were all booked for this segment and debate. So don't try and be disingenuous with viewers and make out that you were booked for any wider purpose, because you weren't. I wanted to debate all the issues around what's going on in Colombia. And what is interesting to me...
Let's talk about Colombia.
Let me finish.
Let's talk about Colombia.
Let me finish.
Oh my god, like they're such lying assholes. They're like, why are we even talking about this when there's a bigger issue going on? You're fucking booked to debate that fucking specific topic.
Those peace
Let me
protesters are the
finish.
same ones that
I'm
came
sorry,
in
you don't just keep
1968
talking on
that
my
were
show. I'm
also
sorry.
banished and propagandized against like people like you.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm not
the
a
peace protesters are
propagandist.
bad
I'm not a
every
racist
time,
or any of
every
these
time.
things, right?
War is always great. Peace
Yeah.
is always the bad guys.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
It is
It's
absurd, yeah.
insanity.
I agree with you about it
do
being
you-
absurd.
Piers, do you get that we are vomiting your propaganda? We can't stand it anymore.
Yeah.
It isn't just about you. It's all of media, all of the politicians with their nonstop propaganda that the people in favor of peace, the people who want to protect innocent lives, are somehow pro-terrorists,
Yeah.
are the bad guys, are the anti-Semites, are the racists, etc. We're sick of the overwhelming propaganda.
Yeah, I'm pretty
against
sick
these
of being
poor
called a
people.
racist by you guys. So we've all got our cross to bear.
Piers,
Let me
last time
bring.
I asked you whether the IDF were terrorists. Are the IDF a terrorist organization
No,
killing
they're not.
innocent
Yes.
children? Yes or no?
I do not believe
Answer
they're
the
a
question,
terrorist
Piers.
organization. No.
Oh, come
No,
on.
they're not.
So when
No, they're at war. There's a big
Day
difference
after day
between
after
being
day,
a
what does that
war,
make
being at
What
war,
does
and
that
being
make
a
you?
No,
terrorist.
you may
What is-
think they are, Cornell, and you may
What
think
does that
they are,
make you?
Cenk. You've
It's
asked me a
war.
What does that
question.
make you?
I do not think they are. Okay?
Terrorists commit violence against anyone for a political gain. Fucking the IDF, by any reasonable definition of terrorism, are not terrorists.
Based on what? What
Do
that
I think the
argument is
Palestinian
IDF?
lives don't matter.
Do I think the IDF has very serious questions to answer about the way they are executing this war? Absolutely. Do we have international
killing
criminal
innocent
courts?
people?
Do we have criminal courts and laws and rules to hold them to account?
You're gonna wait
Absolutely.
for the
And do I want them to be
ICJ
held to
find it rather
account?
than
Damn
find it
right
for
I do,
yourself?
yeah. And do I think they should be invading Rafah? No, I do not.
Don't mean that
They should be invading Rafah. I don't know why the fuck he'd say they shouldn't be. We know Hamas is hiding out in Rafah.
much to you,
Let
man.
me-
Come on.
Oh, it does
They
mean
don't
as much
mean
to
that
me.
much.
Let me bring in Javier again.
No, they don't mean that much.
Javier,
You're just talking. You're
Javier,
just talking.
this
Is that
this
fact?
debate has
Is
got
that
very
fact?
unpleasant
On the
for
ground.
reasons that are slightly lost on me,
We talk
given
after
what the debate was supposed to. Cornell, let Javier speak, okay? Javier, you were there.
Absolutely. Javier's been very patient.
Javier, you
been
were there
very-
last night, and it's been pictured by Cenk as it was simply a bunch of very violent pro-Israel protesters attacking completely innocent pro-Palestinian protesters. What was your experience there? What did you see?
I mean, that's not what happened there, and it's not what's happened at any of these universities. I don't know why he's trying to portray it as if the pro-Palestinians are there peacefully. I also have a video on my Twitter of a pro-Palestinian chasing after a Jewish man trying to tase him because she didn't like what was on his sign. I also saw a man go and spit on a woman's dog simply because she was on the Zionist side. So no, it's not this situation where you have the pro-Palestinians who are just sitting there in their encampment and not doing anything. These people have continuously been violent. And I mean, even just looking over at what happened in Colombia, you're not busting into windows and breaking into buildings if you're there to be peaceful and to be protesting peacefully. That's not the case. So you are disingenuous, Cenk, if you're going to sit here and pretend that the pro-Palestinians are just being innocent. I don't understand how you could even see it in that way.
Brother,
Javier,
two
are you
weeks
going to
ago,
sit
brother,
here?
the
There's
police
videos
came and they
online.
were peaceful.
Are you going to
I
sit
was there
here and
with them.
lie
They
to
were
everyone and
peaceful.
say that the pro-Israel
Police
side
came
didn't attack?
on them. Please.
Well, you both spoke over each other, so we didn't hear what either person said.
Okay, all right. Let me just ask Javier, who's obviously lying about this. There's videos online of the pro-Israel side clearly attacking the pro-Palestinian side with sticks and fireworks and pepper spray. Are you going to sit here and lie on television and say to everyone that that didn't happen? Because go ahead, you lose all credibility. Go ahead, liar.
They were fighting back. They were fighting back, and don't call me a liar. I'm not
Fighting
here to
back.
sit here
Who
and name
started
call
it?
and be childish like you at your big age. But
Oh yeah, you just called them
the
anti-Semites,
pro-Palestinian
and
side.
you
There
called
was a
them
woman who was
dirty.
put in the hospital because she was
Mr.
hit in the
Innocent
head.
all of a sudden. Yeah, you just
They
called all
were
the
being
peace
dirty. You don't sit there and
anti-Semites,
poop in
and
a
you said they were
gender-neutral
filthy.
bucket and sit there and act like you're not
Yeah,
dirty.
you
I called
hate
the health
Muslims.
department. It is
You
filthy. The way that they're
hate
behaving
Muslims.
is filthy.
And you
I
are
don't
a
hate
useful
Muslims, but I do
tool
hate Muslim
for the
extremism. I have a lot of
establishment.
fundamental
You're
issues with the
sickening.
Muslim extremism that's going on in the world. If the only way that you can get your point across is going and raping and beheading people, then you're probably a terrorist and
Who
you're
the hell
probably an
did- you see
extremist.
how
I do
racist
have an
you
issue
are?
with that.
You
I
see
do
how
have an issue with the
racist
fact.
It's racist to have a problem with raping and beheading people. The guy said you're probably a terrorist if you rape and behead people. You see how racist he is? Oh my god, dude, there's just no hope for us.
You show an ankle and you're killed in some of these nations. Oh no, I'm
Look at how he
racist. I'm not
portrays all
racist.
Muslims.
I don't
1.6
have
billion
any
Muslims.
issue with Muslims
Stop being
in
racist
general.
against me.
I didn't say. Did I not just say
Calling us
extremists? I
filthy.
just
How
said
dare
extremists,
you?
but you chose to hear what you wanted to hear.
He clearly said
putting shit
extremists.
into a bucket. I
smeared
wasn't even
all
just
Muslims
talking
out.
about
Dude.
Muslims. I
Sick
was
of it.
talking
Jank is such a fucking retard. Like, what a fucking moron.
about in the encampment. The encampment is disgusting. They're all sitting there with unwashed behinds, protesting and screaming out for the bloodshed of Jews and Christians worldwide. So yeah, I have a problem with that. I have a fundamental issue with that. Is that such a big deal?
But Javier,
Nonsense. Propaganda.
Do
You
you
get
believe
What did I
that
lie about?
IDF
Where was
do
the
you
lie?
believe
Where was the lie?
Who's paying you, Javier? Who's paying you,
The
Javier?
pro-Palestinian
God.
side started the aggression. They started the violence
Who's
when they went and they
paying you?
attacked that Jewish
Well,
girl
you see
who
there, you
went
don't
to the
know what you're
hospital that
talking
night,
about.
and then things began to escalate.
You don't know what you're talking about. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's like saying Nat Turner he was the cause of the whole issue of white supremacy because he's responding to white supremacy. That's ridiculous. And you know it's ridiculous.
Why are we still
fuck is
talking
he
about white
talking about?
supremacy in 2024? Why are we still talking about that hundreds of years later? What do white people do that black people can't? How is white supremacy even still on the forefront of your mind? You're stuck in the past. You're stuck in these dated issues, and that's what the problem really starts for you.
Now you're really revealing your ignorance, brother. You don't think white supremacy has anything to do with what's going on in Gaza at all?
How am I ignorant?
Is that right?
I've been
Is that what
black
you're
for
saying?
27
Is that
years,
what
and
you
I
are
have never
saying,
been
though?
inferior to a white person. What is the white supremacy that is affecting your life? I would like to hear it.
Nobody in your family has
I
ever
would like
been
to hear it. What can't I do that a
Nobody
white person
in your
can
family
do?
Never been mistreated, right? You one of the few black people never been mistreated. Okay, all right. I see.
Saying that I've never
I
been
see.
mistreated. Every demographic has been mistreated. White people get mistreated
I'm
all
talking
the time.
about because I'm talking
Every
about because
demographic is
of
getting
who you
mistreated.
are.
There
You
is
think
prejudice from
white
every single
supremacy has
demographic.
nothing
So I don't
do
understand what you think that is so unique to black people for.
All right,
brother.
You know what? I've got to bring this debate to an end. It was supposed to be specifically about the protests. I'm sorry that it got so heated and personally abusive. I would like to make it clear.
It wasn't your fault, Piers.
I would like to make it clear to Cornell and to Cenk, I'm not a racist, and I genuinely care about the safety of Jewish students at that university. That's it. And that doesn't mean I don't care about what's happening in Gaza or the journalists there or the universities there or any of those things, because actually I do. And I've expressed my concern about that many times.
Let's see it in your reporting.
Well, if you bothered to watch it, Cornell, you would know. If you bothered to watch it, you would know.
Over and over and over again, brother.
Yeah.
That's why I come on your show.
But then you would not call me a racist. Yeah, well, I'm sorry. You don't have a right to call me a racist without evidence, and you didn't have any.
Oh, please, brother. When the evidence is overwhelming, you can't even say the IDF is involved in terrorists and Palestinians, but Hamas terrorizes all the time. Palestinian lives don't mean the same as Israeli lives for you.
Yeah,
admit it.
they do.
Wrestle with that in the midnight hour.
They do.
Wrestle with that in the midnight.
Mike Donator has done some. Does Sam Sulek have a point? Let me see.
Big is a flex because you're literally walking around with the results that you had to earn, and it can't just be given to you. You can't just be given years of hard workouts, right? It's not like driving a fancy car or wearing fancy clothes or having an expensive watch. Like that, things like that can be given. Whereas, if you
It's not necessarily true. There are some people who are just fucking jacked without even working out.
get a big set of biceps, no matter how you got them, it took you at least a fucking while. Being big.
He's kind of right, but yeah, there are people who are just so insanely genetically gifted they don't even have to work out and they're fucking jacked. Let's see.
Activist from Germany and Austria, where I do German activism, and I've been watching your videos for a couple of years, and I've been on your Discord, I've been a Patreon supporter. He's filming, if that's okay for you. Okay. So I just wanted to thank you for your work and keep on going, and it's nice to meet you in person.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much for your support.
Of course, yeah. I do have some critique points too, but that's normal, and I just wanted to ask you what you think of this, for example, when we phrase things like slavery and rape, because I've seen you use a little bit softer words sometimes.
If you know a family member or a friend or a colleague, someone who's doing veganuary, then hopefully this book is the perfect gift that you can give them to help them this veganuary and to give them the drive and passion and enthusiasm to, of course, remain vegan once January comes to an end.
And I just wanted to ask if you will stick to that in the future?
Probably.
Okay.
Who is worse, Trump or Trudeau?
I would say Trump is worse. It's not saying much, like practically, Trump is worse than practically everybody. But Trudeau is still pretty bad. Thanks for the donation, 420 Blaze It.
I think it's different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
I think the messaging and vocabulary you use is always going to get through to people in different ways. I think that for a lot of people, those like very strong words are going to have a positive impact. But I don't think for everyone they will. And I think sometimes language can be one of the most important things that we can use in bringing someone on board. And sometimes I've found in the past I've began arguing with people over language rather than the message itself.
Yes.
And in that situation I thought, well, maybe if I use different language I could still make the point, but I'd have a more fruitful discussion. So I think it really depends. I think there are different environments, and in some environments, yes, those types of words can be very powerful and very thought-provoking. And then in other ones, I think they can be very divisive. And I think a lot of the work that I do, more often than not, those words will be more divisive than helpful. So it really depends on the situation and context, I think.
I do understand the sentence where you say I've had situations where I've been talking more about the words itself, but in effect, when you talk about the words we use to describe what's happening to the animals, you are actually talking about their value in our system. So that's why I'm so adamant about using the words that we would use in human slavery situations.
Ignoranz, Sklaverei, Mord und Gewalt.
And that's what I try to also share with other vegans, because when people critique me for using these words, you can turn this whole situation, ask them why you shouldn't.
Right.
And I think that's exactly the core message that we're trying to spread, and that's the way of breaking speciesism through the things. Because actually I've been watching your videos since 5 years, and I wasn't vegan when I watched your videos. And I'm not saying that it's your fault, because obviously it's my fault. When I read the word vegan, I should go vegan and stuff.
Right.
But I'm now trying to be the kind of vegan that I would have had to have 10 years ago. Someone where I see a video where they use these words and I'm like, what the fuck are you saying? But it doesn't mean that you didn't impact me. Of course you did. I'm not trying to put you down at all.
I wouldn't mind if it wasn't your personal, your personal preference, the way that I do things. So, yeah, I think as you say, there are certain times where those words can help us bring value to animals, and that's a very insightful way of looking at it.
It was exactly the word Holocaust that turned me vegan, because someone went through the roof when I said it's just so many, it's like the Holocaust, and they were like, you can't compare the animals with the Holocaust. I was like, why not? And for me, that's why I try to say that a lot. But thank you anyways, and maybe that shifts something in me and in you, and that we have to be more effective together as vegans.
Well, I mean, and I think you're right about effective things. It's always a learning process, and I don't think there's ever a situation where the answer will be the answer in every situation, because as we talk about nuance, we talk about complexity of different people and the way we speak to different people, and so effective communication and effective advocacy is a learning process, isn't it?
I don't totally agree with Ed on this, because I've seen him have debates where he does like a fair bit of carnous cuckoldry. Like, if you're not going to have the stance that, you know, the animal agriculture industry is a holocaust, then like, are you really advocating for the animals? It's more of a welfarist position that you're going to end up taking if you're not going to recognize it as a holocaust. You know, the idea behind veganism is to give animals the same rights as human beings. So if we're not going to recognize, you know, killing an animal as murder, you know, mass killing as a holocaust or a genocide, then you're not really granting them those same rights if you're going to recognize, you know, these atrocities as different things.
Definitely.
There's always going to be situations that we can improve, we can do things differently, and it's all about learning from experience and learning from, you know, what research tells us. And all these
I think research actually tells us that if we use more radical language.
Hier, nimm den panierten Leichnam eines versklavten, vergewaltigten, ermordeten Tiers.
That people cannot evade anymore. They are more provoked, however, more stays, because it's not a euphemism. They are sugar-cottoned in euphemisms all day long. And I think it's our moral obligation as vegan activists to not use traitorous language.
To break the facade.
Yes, to break speciesism through the words we use.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point of looking at it. Yeah. fantastic. Well, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you too, and I will be making more English content. So of course I will be tagging you. I'm the militant vegan.
Oh, well, it certainly seems.
But I try to actually be nice. But people say everything that we say with the truth is militant, so we have to take that back.
Well, yeah, this is the thing: is the word militant is a weaponized word, and even if you use the softest language, people will still call you militant.
That's the truth, because it doesn't matter. I tried the soft route, I really did. But at the end of the day, as soon as you want more from people than just eating organic or stuff, they will call you militant. So why not use the terms anyways? Because
so embrace it. Take it,
I guess even you people call militant sometimes, right?
Yes.
So it obviously doesn't matter. You might as well bang use the hammer.
Well, yes, and yeah, exactly. I think context and situations depend. Yeah, will be somewhat dependent, but yes, I understand what you're saying.
One more thing that I wanted to thank you for. 5 years ago, I was a doctor and I was really unhappy with health system and everything, and I knew that I wanted to have my life about veganism and animal rights as soon as I turned vegan a few years later. And your Patreon, the community in the Discord server, and the information that I got, I'm now a full-time vegan rights, animal rights activist. So that's something that you showed me that it's possible. And that's wonderful. Thank you so
did
much.
it. You know,
Yeah, I
that's
did it.
amazing.
I did it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Community in the Discord server, and the information that I got, I'm now a full-time vegan rights, animal rights activist. So that's something that
Pretty dope.
Only a year or two ago, you were saying trans women are the end of female sports and called them transsexuals. Your growth and ability to change your mind is what kept me a fan ever since you debated no bullshit. Keep making those evidence-based gains.
Well, thank you, Jaquavius. Yeah, I'm not an ideologue, so I'm gonna change my stance based on new evidence. But thanks for the donation, dude. Cheers, VG. Well, thank you, Kenny.
you showed me that it's possible. And that's wonderful. Thank you so
did
much.
it. You know,
Yeah, I
that's
did it. I
amazing.
did it. I did it.
Congratulations.
Thank
That's
you so
wonderful.
much.
Well, keep up your great work.
And I'm socially awkward right now because I'm so flabbergasted. I'm sorry. No, I know. I hate it too. People do that to me, and I hate it. But it just feels like some dreams are coming true, and that's nice. And I hope that the animal rights dream comes true too. That's
You and I both.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, terrific. And what was your name?
Raffaella.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Thank you so
I'm
much.
Chelsea.
Are you against
Hi, do you belong to this? Do you belong to this?
Yes.
I think it's very beautiful that you are against all kinds of killing.
Yes.
Yes.
This one is the who executed is Adam. They executed this one.
Me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm also against execution, but are you still executing animals?
No.
Are you vegan?
No, it's an animal.
Yeah, animal.
No,
It says against all kinds of killing.
You think this is people?
Animals are people. They can feel just like us.
Oh, no.
Yes, they are animal people. They feel.
No.
Yes.
Oh god.
Earthing Ed and Joey Gay strong love cucking for carnivores. That girl is pretty based, I would eat her vegan asshole. On a secondary subject. Is eating a cock meat sandwich vegan?
Yes, it would be vegan, especially if you're eating a vegan cock meat sandwich. Thanks for the donation, Veiny Cock.
Sorry, Iran is the right is the for Iran.
Yeah.
Iran, there are a lot of people this
Yes, I understand that's terrible. I am also against execution, but you're being a hypocrite if you execute animals.
Oh yes, no,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
I don't believe in executing people. I like it animal.
But you eat the animal.
No.
You eat meat?
No.
You eat milk?
No.
Dairy?
Milk, yes.
Yes.
I eat milk.
This is rape.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to show you. You are also showing the truth here. We have to show the truth.
No, I know true, darling. I know. True.
Then it's even worse that you're not vegan.
Yes, I know. Today is my country is a lot of situation.
So how is that a justification to rape and enslave cows?
Yes, darling. This time is my country is a very bad situation.
And why do you put cows in an even worse situation?
Yes, I know, darling. In my country, every day people executed.
Yeah, you're executing cows every day.
Okay.
You're a hypocrite murderer. You can't be against executions, against rape, and do the same thing to cows. But she's fleeing from her responsibility.
Yeah, what a bitch. Fucking pussies, dude. They can't handle the heat.
Hypocrites! What do you think about this?
I'm trying to understand it. Non-vegans rape and enslave animal persons. Well, I'm not vegan.
Relation between this and this.
So this is slavery because they look different. That's what they based this on. And this is slavery because they look different. This is what non-vegans base it on.
Non-vegan. So I'm non-vegan. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you're saying?
Yeah, so I used to be non-vegan too, so I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And I turned vegan because I understood I am against discrimination. I'm against using somebody's body to my advantage without their consent.
Sure.
And that's in effect what we do to animals when we send them into these concentration camps, when we
Sure.
deport them into slaughterhouses.
Yeah.
We are saying you're just a slave. Like my taste is worth more than your entire life.
That's true.
And I am against that. I wouldn't do it to humans. I wouldn't
Yeah.
do it to women.
I wouldn't do it to humans or women. I agree.
But this is exactly what we're doing to animals if we're not vegan.
It's true. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
So the thing is, now that you know that, I can not judge you for your past because
Yeah.
we all need that moment of understanding, shit, this is the Holocaust, this is
Sure.
rape.
Yeah.
But now, what will you do with that information?
Do you want my honest answer?
Yeah, sure.
I think that humans are the most important species, and I don't feel that human lives are at all equal to animal lives.
It's not relevant if they are equal, but it is relevant if an animal is worth more than your taste buds.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and to be honest, yeah, I don't feel bad for cows.
So you're for enslaving and raping cows.
You're being recorded. Yeah.
You're for enslaving and raping cows.
I mean, are they being raped?
Yeah, this is artificial insemination. This happens to all animals in the animal
Oh,
slave industries. Yeah.
I mean, I gotta eat. I guess, yeah.
But I mean, you're against animal abuse.
But they're generally the cow, honestly.
You're not against animal abuse.
Well, like there's like the monkey
Wait.
stuff where like
Wait.
you know like where they do tests on monkeys and stuff like that to try to cure cancer.
Terrible.
I think that if we killed 1 million monkeys but found a cure to cancer, that would be worth it.
Yeah, so they're not finding a cure for cancer by experimenting on monkeys, so don't see how that's relevant.
But where's the ethically significant difference?
Like, I mean, he could have a value standard where if a cure for cancer could be developed by killing 1,000 monkeys, you know, it would be justified in his eyes. If he's going to say it wouldn't be justified if 1,000 humans were killed, then you could just run name the trade on him. Like, he'd end up having to bite a bullet on, like, okay, well, if there's, like, retarded humans or something that have the intelligence of a monkey, then he'd be fine with, you know, doing these inhumane experiments on retards.
Between a monkey and a human monkey that justifies enslaving and raping them without consent for these trials?
I suppose the difference is that as the human race, we value our lives more than the other.
Yeah, but that's not an ethically significant difference. I can value, I don't.
Yeah, I mean, if he's going to say it's just a personal value judgment, I mean, he would have to agree to that standard for people's other values. Like, oh, well, I don't value him in particular, so I can, like, kill and eat you or experiment on you.
I don't know birds more than your life. Can I then send you to the slaughterhouse?
If all the humans agree, yeah.
That would be an appeal to popularity. That would be fascism.
That would be
Just
fascism.
because everybody agrees on something that's violent doesn't make.
Yeah, so he's in support of, like, Nazi Germany. Well, most people in Nazi Germany agreed to exterminate the Jews, therefore it's okay to exterminate Jews. Like, it's that would be a better hypothetical to bring up.
Make the violent act moral.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
So even if you value animals less,
Yeah.
The question isn't how much you value them, but if you value them enough to not commodify them as a slave. I don't have to view you two the same. Maybe you are way more intelligent. Maybe you don't go around hitting women, but he does,
Sure.
for example. Then you are not the same value. But I would still say, maybe the hitting women thing not, but you still have a right to your body.
Yeah.
And
okay.
doesn't the animal have a right to their body?
I don't think so. That's
You
what I'm
don't
saying.
think the animal has a right to their body?
Not really.
To feed. Like, it's
So
like
if you serve a purpose, then I can use your body? for my purpose?
It's not even the same thing.
So for
Where's
me,
the ethically significant difference?
for me, humans are the most important race.
We understood that. You're repeating yourself. I already
Sorry.
debunked that that's not a reason to slaughter. If I say women are more important than men,
Then you can kill men if women run the world.
that would be okay for you.
Well, but I don't think that. So
Yeah, but it would be absurd. Just because I think somebody is worth more than someone else, which is
She, like, the Nazi analogy would have been probably the best analogy because, like, I think people can internalize the issue with it a lot better than some other hypothetical. Because if he's going to say it's an appeal to popularity, well, most people agree on this, then, okay, if most people agreed on killing Jews, then he'd, like, not have a problem with that?
human supremacist stance in itself, and it's discrimination in itself.
I agree.
Then you are being a human supremacist discrimination
Against animals.
violent person. You're being a racist towards them, a speciesist.
Yeah.
Do you want to be a rapist, racist, animal abuser, or a vegan?
Not to my own race. That's what I'm saying.
But you're doing
I
that
understand
to-
the principle.
But that's just racism then, towards animals.
Toward animals, yes.
And you want to be that way.
Yes, because I want to keep eating meat.
So your pleasure of eating meat,
It's more important than the animal's life. Yes.
are you listening to yourself? That's disgusting, right? You're disgusting.
I mean,
that's a disgusting thing to
That's
say.
how I was raised. That's how my culture was raised.
I was raised too. I told you at the beginning
And
of the
you changed your
conversation.
mind.
Of course, because I don't want to be contributing to slavery, rape, and murder. And you said yourself you don't want to.
I mean, okay. So what do you eat?
Vegan, whole food, plant-based stuff. Oatmeal, fruits,
Do-
beans, seeds, legumes,
Do
grains.
plants have a right to their life and to live in?
Plants are not sentient beings. Plants can react to stimuli.
Oh, here we go. Plants rights activists now. When all else fails, it's about plants rights activism.
Just like your phone, but your phone can't feel. And even if you want to say the plans of a soul, that would be all the more reason to be vegan and eat a plant-based diet, because more plants are fed to your animal slaves that you commodify for your taste buds, because you seem to be like a man-child who says yummy yummy is more important than a fucking body and a life and a soul.
I'm sorry that
Yeah, she's fucking based.
offended you.
You're offending the animals. You're murdering them. You're sending them to slaughterhouses, even though you cannot be an animal abuser. I don't believe that, but you're a hypocrite.
Okay.
Will you not change that?
No.
It makes you.
Caleb donated $2. Let me see.
That they were equipped to handle in the moment. We may have been able to see it coming a mile away, but certainly the administrators here at UCLA did not see it. And so those first responders were not ready for it. And that, I think, is going to lead to multiple investigations. There will be many questions to be answered. But it was a security failure, plain and simple.
Dude, this encampment thing is fucking insane. Well, hopefully they all get arrested, charged, and expelled. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. Dodo donated $2. We've never seen you in an IRL debate. I've had a few IRL debates. I think they're still on my channel. Need to see you in an IRL debate. When are you gonna get off your lazy ass and do some IRL debates on YouTube? We need to see it. Well, I'll do it soon, okay? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Disgusting, doesn't it?
Made me like.
Imagine I treated your family the way that you treat animals.
Yeah, that would be awful. I would not like that.
And the animal families don't like that either.
I'm sure they don't.
So don't do unto others what you don't want done unto you. Thank you. Have a great vegan life, hypocrites. Cause today.
Do you know what I mean? So bad at this.
Yeah, those people are just fucking assholes. I think they ended up just checking out of the conversation and weren't taking it seriously.
So we work at ATD Fourth World, it's an anti-poverty charity, and we see that women's voices when it comes to poverty, they're not talked about, and also people living in poverty do not have the space to come to a march like this. So we did a banner, little flyer, to talk about why it's important to talk about those people living in poverty that do not have voices, and no one really talks about their struggles.
Amazing. So you're raising your voice for the voiceless.
Yes.
That's great. I'm doing the same thing for the animal voices. So we're all against rape, right? So why are we still paying for the rape and torture of animals?
Yeah.
Are you vegan?
I'm vegetarian.
Okay, so you're raping cows, right? That doesn't really fit your agenda.
No, yeah. I actually spoke about this very recently with a friend.
Okay.
So yeah,
So
it's been in my mind. Yeah.
Maybe I'm the last push now, because the thing is, I'm standing up there with the other animal rights activists. Here's the demonstrations for women's body rights. There's the demonstration against war. And everybody's shouting for freedom, for ceasefire. But then we have slaughterhouses. There's no ceasefire there. Shouldn't you cease your fire to animals from now on?
Yeah.
So let's be vegan, right?
Yeah.
From now on. Great, have a great vegan life, and I wish you all the best here. And
you.
please tell all the feminists here, if you want to be a feminist, you have to be a vegan. Otherwise, you're raping and enslaving cows and other animals. Have a great vegan day. Goodbye.
Dude, I think I think there's another fucking pathetic coward that just checked out of the conversation, just so she wouldn't have to get into a debate. What a pussy.
Social barriers, things that make it more difficult for us.
Sorry, but I speak English so and so.
Okay, which language?
Italian.
Ah, bad. Okay, a little. You're against cow fisting? Or for cow fisting?
No, against.
Against. But you consume dairy milk?
Yes.
This is dairy milk. This bad. You say against, bad, but then you
Against.
but then you go nom 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 nom. And you pay for this, for cow fisting. Are you for slavery?
Why are all these guys so obsessed with naturally raising testosterone? Assuming you're not below the reference range, isn't there no actual benefit of raising your test unless you go well above the superphysiological range?
Yeah, generally speaking, there seems to be some minor benefits. So people with higher testosterone tend to have a higher proportion of lean body mass to fat tissue. So it does seem to have some effect on body composition, where if you bring it to the higher end of the normal physiological range, seems to have beneficial effects on body composition. But yeah, if you're at the very, very low end of the range, moving to the middle or higher end of the range would probably have some benefits for you. But yeah, if you want to get super jacked or anything, you really have to double your test score in order to have any meaningful changes. Thanks for the donation, Cody.
Slavery? Yeah. Slavery bad.
Yes, slavery. Yes.
But are the animals free?
It's the same.
Yes, it's the same. But it's not funny.
No. Absolutely.
Good that you understand. But what will you do about it? Vegan.
Who's worse, Christian, Muslim, Jews, or atheist?
As a whole, Muslims are probably worse. Christians would be second worst, and then atheists would be the best on average, I'd say. Thanks for the donation, Carlos Sukip.
Maybe.
Not maybe. You don't say maybe bad. No, you say bad, not maybe bad. Bad.
Maybe vegan. Not.
But if you say maybe vegan, you say maybe bad. Maybe bad. No, it's bad.
Yes.
Yes. So if something is bad, I should not pay for more bad.
Yes.
Kid $2 the reason why it's called makeup is because it's making up certain beauty aesthetics you lack, true or false. Yeah. I think that is why that's called makeup. I don't know why women try to cope and say it's not to look prettier. It obviously is. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I can eat fruits, beans, seeds, grains, nuts, pasta with tomato sauce, pizza, marinara without the cheese. You know, you can have great vegan food. I love cooking vegan food in Italy. It's great. You can have great sources of vegan vegetables in Italy too.
In Italy now there are many vegans.
Yes.
Many.
And one more now. Not maybe.
Yes.
If you're not vegan now, you understand you're a hypocrite.
No. I understand.
Yes. This is your wake-up call.
Yes.
Yes. So I give you a card. There's a movie also in Italian. It's a German card. It's called Dominion, the movie, in Italian too.
Yes.
It shows the slavery for eggs, for milk, for leather, for meat.
Alan Wiltzius donate $2. Are you gonna do a shroom trip stream? How are you? When is the house tour? I don't know if I'm gonna do a house tour. I might. And yeah, if we reach the dono goal within the next couple days, I'll do a shroom trip stream. Oh, I gotta reach the dono goal though. Thanks for the donation, Alan. I'm doing good overall, I guess.
For all. But to be honest, you don't have to see anything anymore because you are a wise man. You wear glasses. Wise men wear glasses.
Yes.
You understand that slavery is wrong and that this is slavery.
Yes, I understand. I understood.
Yes.
Thank you very
Not only think, but doing. That's what we judge people on. It's not enough to only understand. Have a great vegan life.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye. So why can you do it to a cow?
It's a natural process.
A natural process. Putting your arm down a cow's butt is a natural process. Artificial insemination is a natural process.
No, that process is wrong. If you do it, if it happens naturally.
But how would that happen naturally in an extent to where you can constantly consume the cow's milk? It wouldn't.
The consuming, how they're treating animals and mass producing them is wrong.
Okay, in which way can you use somebody's body without their consent that would make it right?
No, I was trying
Wait,
to say.
can he answer for a second?
Use someone's body without their consent.
Yeah, the animals cannot give consent, can they? Can he answer for a second?
We as human beings have dominion over the animals.
Yeah, but you can be a caring shepherd.
Yeah, so it's the process that they're doing.
If I have dominion over someone, that's a responsibility, not a justification to use someone's body in trip. Yeah, but the bodies are being used without consent, right? Or can the animals consent? Do they want to go to the slaughter? The animals can't consent. So if someone can't consent to me using their body, that's rape.
We have pets.
You're raping animals. You should not buy pets. You should save pets and keep them as companion animals.
Has that animal gave you permission to have them?
What's the alternative to an animal sitting in like an orphanage for animals? What's the alternative for him staying in a cage all day long? That's why I'm saying they should not be raised to sell. I'm against making more pets. If I could press a button now and we wouldn't have any pets anymore, I would be completely fine with that.
I agree. Look, I agree what you're saying now. This is wrong.
But you are actually paying for this. If you consume animal products, you are paying for rape and slavery of animals.
I was trying to say, sorry.
You're a hypocrite, though. If you say this is wrong, let me rephrase what you just said. This is wrong. This is what you're paying for. This is what you're paying. You realize that.
I'm trying to explain.
You're just trying to shove your responsibility away. If you buy normal animal products every day, where can you buy it from? Look, if you go to... First of all, you are here in London right now. You are consuming a normal animal product. I see it here. Yeah, you know it. So, you know, just as me, you do not know the name of the cow where you drank the milk of her teats. And then again, she did not make that milk for you. She made it for her baby. Are you a baby cow?
Hold on.
Are you a baby cow?
Can I?
No. Pardon?
I don't drink milk.
He's lactose intolerant.
Lactose intolerant.
Cheese, the same thing. If there's milk in cakes and stuff, if you drink lactose-free milk, if you consume egg products, if you eat their body parts.
It's not protein though.
Well, you can get all protein from a plant-based diet.
Sorry,
He's a vegan bodybuilder.
Can I? I've got big arms, but anyway.
Yeah, so you can have big arms, you can get all protein from a plant-based diet. Where does a cow get her protein from? From grass. Where does a gorilla get her protein from? From leaves. Where does different? Yeah, but you can, in extent, get all the protein that you need from a plant-based diet.
How they're forcing things and mass producing is wrong.
So if I have one single animal,
before we became this whole civilization, we were farmers.
But right now we are in the civilization. You are a product of the civilization. You are consuming products.
You need to go to the government. The government is the ones that have the control. If the government
Are you,
stop smoking,
that's just pushing away your responsibility. Would you buy products that were murdered humans in the
I don't think I've ever really talked to Rafaela. She messaged me on Instagram a few days ago, but she made a video with where she debated Bobby's perspective, and she's the one who asked him if he'd fight me. It was pretty funny.
Supermarket. Okay, why wouldn't you eat humans but eat animals?
Because that's immoral.
Because why is it immoral?
Because it's
Cannibalism.
been immoral since time of it.
But that's an appeal to tradition. If it were,
not tradition.
yeah,
No
it's
one-
an
no one
appeal to tradition. If it were a thing that we had always eaten humans, would you find that okay to
Yes.
enslave and murder humans?
Yes, because that would be normal. Right?
So if we would, just because it's normal, it's okay. Are you a fascist?
Yes.
Can you not think for yourself?
Oh, fascist. Yeah.
Dude, just because something's more normal doesn't make it moral.
No, I was trying to.
Slavery was normal. Was that okay?
It was normalized, yeah.
Yeah, but you're against slavery, I guess.
Huh?
You're against slavery, right?
Yeah.
I'm
Even
against
if-
that type of slavery.
Awesome,
I'm not
but
against that type of
are the
slavery.
animals free? Are the animals free?
The animals are animals. They can't. They don't
That's
have a mouth.
exactly what they said about black people.
They don't
They're
have
just
a mouth.
animals.
No, but-
They have a mouth. Are you blind?
Me and you are.
They have no voice.
Me and you are.
They have no
We're
voice.
speaking the same language.
They said the same thing about black people. That's really embarrassing for you to say, though. They said they said the same thing about black people. They are lesser. They have no voice. They are more stupid. They are under us. They look different. They speak different. They have a different soul. They have no soul. Exactly the same things that you say. Exactly the same things that you say about animals right now. They said about black people. You should be so exactly. Just because you say that does not make it right. Exactly, and you are wrong just the same way as these racists, where you're a speciesist. That's racism towards animals. Do you realize that? Of course, you're saying they're just animals. You're literally saying they're just animals. It's excluding somebody on the basis of their culture, their heritage, how they look, how they speak, how they're different, and it's exactly what you're doing to the animals on the basis of their species. It's not just color, but this is a different species, and they have a different color, a different culture, a different. Animals, every animal species is oppressed because you're using them as commodities, as slaves. Do you think that animal here is free?
Particularly was oppressed for 500 years.
You look into her eyes. This cow, are you blind? I'm sorry for spitting. Are you blind? This cow.
That cow was oppressed for 500 years.
Well, she's not 500 years old, but I'm guessing that you understand that since the dawn of time we have been oppressing other animals.
Of man.
Yes.
It's the wickedness of man. So are all men treating cows that way?
All non-vegan men are wicked, yes.
Hold on, sorry. Can I cut it? Sorry.
You are oppressing and enslaving animals just the same way that we used to oppress and enslave black people.
Am I shoving the sperm inside a cow?
Yeah, you're paying for that when you consume animal products.
Can I speak?
Getting products from?
They are nearly always artificially inseminated, and even if they're not, they are still forced to sex. They're forced to reproduce. Their children are taken away. They're enslaved. They're sent into abattoirs. They're torn into pieces just so ignorant folks like you can put their dismembered bodies into their mouth holes. And now you come up with this women giving up sex for free. How is that a justification to put your arm into animals? How is that a justification for slavery?
Can I say something?
You're a racist towards animals. Do you realize that?
No, can I say something?
They're just animals. They're just black people. They're just women. They're just Asians. They're just animals. I can compare everything. Yes, because the thing that we have in common is that we believe. Do you know? You can have dominion in love. If I am dominant, if I am dominant over you or you, if I'm strong.
$2. This woman is toxic and annoying. No, she isn't. Her over-aggressive approach is a little bit counterproductive. I don't think so. Not that she's wrong, but she's just annoying. I would not be able to have a conversation with her. She's so annoying and screamy. I don't think she's annoying. And people are talking to her, so. She was that annoying, I think people just leave. But, yeah, I can understand why she ends up getting a little amped, because these people are, like, actual fucking retards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Stronger than you. Okay.
If a man decides to rape a cow, that's the wickedness of him.
You are wicked, exactly.
If I decide to have 2 cows and let them do their thing, I'm not.
But that's not what happens in the industry. And even if that were, you're still touching her teats. You're taking away her child. Even if she naturally becomes pregnant, at the end of the day, you use her as a slave. If you have dominion over someone, then you can be a courageous shepherd, a kind, humane one. You wouldn't do this to humans.
Dodo donated $2. She starts the conversation being way too loud and aggressive and bitchy. I would get it if someone's being retarded and she just had to push back, but it's not. That's no way to start a conversation. I don't think she's being loud and bitchy when she starts the conversation. When people start acting like fucking retarded, I think, starts raising her voice and being a bit more aggressive. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You are against slavery and racism. You are a slaver and a racist towards animals. You are an animal abuser. Have a great vegan day. Hi, I'm the Militant Vegan and I'm here with Awakening Compassion, Letitia, at Trafalgar Square in London. Letitia, why are we here today?
So today we are with Awakening Compassion, so it's to promote a veganism lifestyle and of course to help people to turn on a plant-based diet too, in a peaceful way, yeah.
So, is it enough to just be vegan?
No, not at all, because we've got animal holocaust. Some people don't like the word, but I don't want to offend everybody, but it is an holocaust.
It is.
The number of animals killed is tremendous. There are trillions of animals being killed unnecessary for something human beings do not need. Yeah, so of course being vegan is not enough. Animals need our voice because they cannot stand up for themselves, so they need all of us. So please, even if you're non-vegan and you love animals...
That's a really sweet piggy. That's a good piggy.
Are you against this?
Let's see. Some of these might be good.
And I'm here to show you the truth. Right now, animals are being enslaved, captured, gassed, torn to pieces, just so primitive folks like you can eat their dismembered body parts. Grow up, stop taking their mother milk. You're not a baby cow. Be vegan for the animals instead of brutally against them. So we're on our way to the London Eye right now.
Ben Boyd and Tillers, Daniel Larson update. He was caught by the feds and he's going away for good. Probably it's over. He needs to be institutionalized, dude. He cannot live out in public. Update, it's most likely all over.
Please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To consent to this recorded call, press 1. To disconnect, thank you for using. May start the conversation now.
Hey, Jesus Christ, Daniel.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you, bud?
Oh my God. I'm doing okay.
Well,
the feds pretty much got me.
The feds got you?
This time the feds got me. And Bob told me that it wasn't going to happen and he didn't believe me. And I went to the police yesterday and sure enough, the feds were...
I want to rail her cow holes. And suckle from her teats. Is this possible? Should I ask? What do you think?
Well, she does have an OnlyFans. I don't know if you can do any of that, but you can look at her OnlyFans. Thanks for the donation, Kaka.
Were there and they charged me with 7 counts of threats from the threats that I made.
7 counts of threats?
Yep, under
Dude, he's made far more than 7.
federal court.
Holy shit.
Yeah, didn't he threaten to, like, bomb the White House or something?
So this... shit.
I watched child porn out because the FBI and U.S. Secret Service showed me what it was. Oh, dude. I wonder if his public defender is going to argue that he's not mentally fit to stand trial. Like, that's the only fucking hope he has. Jesus Christ. How much progress will veganism have made by the time of your death? Well, I guess it depends when I die. I could die tomorrow, so who knows?
To tell some people the truth about animal slavery and their contribution to it as long as they're not vegan. If you're not vegan, you're a hypocrite and a murderer. You enslave animals to eat their body parts. That makes you a hypocrite, enslaving animal murderer. Okay, do you think that slavery is okay?
No.
Do you think that rape is okay?
No.
Awesome.
Okay, I can already tell this guy's a retard.
I like your moral values. Would you consider the animals to be free?
Nah. I don't know
Nah.
about them ones there.
They're enslaved, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Would you consider this to be consensual sex or rape? What are you laughing at? Rape?
Nah. Nah, that is sad.
That is sad. But do you know why this happens?
Why?
This is artificial insemination that happens for
Jesus
all kinds of
Christ.
animal products, and this is the dairy industry. So if you're against slavery, and if you're against rape, and you're not vegan, what does that make you?
I don't know.
A hypocrite.
Nah, how am I a hypocrite? What about chicken though? What about chicken?
It's not me
Well,
doing
chicken
it.
can,
Yeah.
but you're paying for that. And after this conversation, you know the consequence of what you're buying is rape, murder, and this is a dead chicken.
But in the end, it's
I
an
hear that,
animal
but
though.
it-
I can't lie. But
it
in the end,
does
listen,
taste
I hear
nice.
ya. In the end, it does. Listen. You gotta think. In the end, animals are made for humans to eat.
It is
That is
natural.
how it is. It's been like that for a millennium of
Yeah.
years,
It's
my
natural,
guy.
though.
So wait, there's multiple arguments here. So just because something's natural doesn't make it right. Natural is rape. Natural is violence. You know, it's called a naturalistic fallacy. What you said is because we've been doing it since a long time. That's an appeal to tradition. Just because we've been doing something for a long time does not make it correct. So we're jumping from argument to argument here. Look, it's vegan bullshit bingo. I get you've never been confronted. That's fine, but we have to slow it down a bit if you want to take this seriously. Circle of life. A circle of life does not have to involve violence and death and slaughterhouses. If we have the responsibility, if we are on some kind of top of the chain, then we have the responsibility over the ones that are lower, and it's not a justification for violence. You see? You're against animal abuse, right?
Yeah.
Would you consider this to be abuse?
I suppose it's violent, yeah, but if
Yeah.
you see in the wild a wolf ragging up a sheep, that's
Yeah.
also natural.
Yeah, it's terrible though, right?
that's
So
their food.
that's what I'm trying to
A
say.
wolf will go out and eat a sheep.
I know, but
so
you're
we
not a
can-
wolf though.
Yeah, but how else?
You're not a wolf.
But
You're a
how else-
human being. You know,
Yeah, but listen,
humane. The word. Wait. Stop. We're being too fast. You're saying you want to orient your values on basis of a wild animal. That makes you inhumane. Humanity means that you have a conscience, that you have a choice. The animals don't. So in the moment where you act like a wild animal, you're losing your humanity.
If animals decided to eat
yeah.
plants, they could evolve to be vegetarians, but they'd rather not because it's more beneficial. 'cause
So,
protein's
so whatever animals do does not have any value on my moral decisions because even if others go
What
and rape,
the
I don't
fuck?
have to contribute to that. And
You know, I've debated people in public in Canada, and I've just never encountered retards like this. There's something about Europe and the UK and Australia where people are just on a different level of stupid there.
the thing with the proteins, look at him. He's a vegan bodybuilder.
Fucking jacked.
You can get all proteins from a fully plant-based diet. Yeah, sure.
So do you strictly consume a vegan diet?
Yes, I'm a vegan.
No dairy products.
I don't eat the flesh of murdered bodies. I don't drink the milk of raped and enslaved animals. I don't take the eggs of animals either. I don't wear their skin and their fur because I wouldn't do that to your family. I wouldn't peel off his skin. I wouldn't take his eggs. I wouldn't drink your mother's milk. I owe that respect to your families, and I give the same kind of respect to the animal families.
Do you eat avocados or almonds as part of your diet?
Sometimes I
Oh, somebody watches Piers Morgan. I knew it.
Okay. Did you know that hundreds of millions of bees die each year?
Insects, that's true. In every kind of agricultural system, animals
my
die.
God.
But what system do you think at the end of the day will be more respectful to animals? The ones that treat animals as commodities and do that intentionally, murder, enslave them? Or the industries who are saying, okay, we are building plant-based food systems and trying to avoid crop theft, trying to respect insects? I realize that, but the most insects dies, the most bees die for the fields where they build crops and harvest for the animals that you additionally consume and murder. So if you want to have that as a point, that's actually a reason for consuming a plant-based diet.
Let me add on to my point. Well, consider in this scenario, bees would be more important than chickens, for example, because bees are responsible for the pollution of flowers.
Yeah, and I just told you if you consume animal.
Mike donated $2. Boomers be like young folks, don't want to work. Let me see.
1983, making $30,000 a year is
equivalent of $164,000 a year in 2023 and 2024. Yes, that's right. In addition, the middle class isn't dying. The middle class is dead. In the 1950s, the average household income was around $3,000, and the average house cost around $5,000. It wasn't too hard. Yet, about 2.5 times your annual salary, and you could afford a car and a house. Nowadays, people are making an average of $74,000 in household income, and the average house is around $450,000. So what would be considered middle class? The bare minimum of middle class in America right now in 2024 would be about $174,000 a year. And that's not doing well. That's just meeting the bare minimum.
That is fucked. That is absolutely fucked, dude. I gotta get rich. I gotta win the lottery. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Products, you're actually hurting bees and other insects more than if you eat the purely plant-based diet. And then again, just because bees dies, to see it from a deontological perspective would not be a justification for me putting humans into slaughterhouses, because you value intention versus not intentional differently morally. One can be avoided and should be avoided further along, and the other cannot, because you're doing it intentionally with the justification that animals are just commodity. Are you really for slavery and rape?
You are correct. I shall change my ways.
I give you a card. If you mean that seriously, watch the movie Dominion on here. Watch it. Show it to your friends. It's the truth. Watch it on here. It's a German card, but the site is in English. Don't be a hypocrite.
I'm vegetarian. Children are Palestine are dying. So now I feel like priority is to advocate for children being slaughtered like animals rather than actual animals.
Yeah.
I want to become even gayer and blacker than I already am. Is it possible to learn this power? Will a vegan lifestyle help me achieve this?
Yes. Going vegan and learning how to rollerblade will help you at least become gayer. Thanks for the donation, Betrige Elungen.
Children feel exactly like the animal children, and as a vegetarian, you are responsible for the rape and murder of millions of animals who can feel just like these Palestinian children.
Yeah, and by the way, keep in mind that they're killing animals in Gaza as well. They're butchering all the animals.
Why are you still butchering animals to drink their baby milk?
I don't drink milk. I'm vegan.
You said you're a vegetarian.
No, I only drink almond milk. Is it almond milk?
It's vegan.
Really?
Do you consume eggs?
No, at all.
So you're vegan. Yeah, it's awesome that you.
Okay, when people are this confused, I don't trust that they're vegan.
It's awesome that you want to raise awareness against war, but the biggest kind of war is the one that we have on animals. So if your friends are not vegan, they are actually contributing to the biggest ethical urgency on this planet.
I'm doing
but that's terrible, right?
No, it's fine.
No, it's not fine for your victims.
But God created animals, so we eat them.
So if you want to believe in your delusional sky man, then I can believe in my delusional sky woman and say God created blonde women with green eyes, so I can eat them. Can I send you to the slaughterhouse now?
But I'm not an animal, I'm a human.
I said blonde women with green eyes. My God woman created women like you so I can eat their body parts. Would you see that as a justification to send you to... So why is your God a valid justification for violence then? Religion is not a justification for murder. You're an animal abusing hypocrite.
I have a question.
I love how she just fucked off right away.
Your friends are murderers. You realize that?
I'm not. I do my part, and it's the most important thing. But I also feel like if you're advocating,
those are not good people. You should not be friends with them. You should get more better friends that are not actually doing. Imagine your friends would be murdering Palestinian children every day.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut them off right away.
Yeah. You're not. You're thinking this is funny, right?
No, I'm actually like, it's unacceptable.
It's unacceptable to do not be vegan. Not being vegan is not okay.
I agree with you.
Awesome.
But I also feel like speaking about animal abuse, we have to speak about human abuse.
Yeah,
as well,
I do that too. And so if people like in my friend circle would be shooting humans every day and paying for that actively just for their taste pleasure.
Richard the First have heard that in the UK there are such a thing as royalist vegans. How on earth can you support a position and be logically consistent? Or are they just fucking stupid?
Royalist vegan. What the fuck is that? I've never heard of the term royalist vegan. what is a royalist vegan? Is it just somebody who supports the royal family? Like, I don't know if supporting the royal family or being in favor of a monarchy is necessarily against the ideological principles of veganism, but I don't know why the fuck you'd... I don't know why the fuck anybody would support a monarchy if they're in favor of human rights. Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones.
Then I would tell them that they're fucking murderers. But this is the biggest ethical urgency on the planet because it has the most victims and it's the most easily to revoke.
You know, over 40k Palestinian are dead. Like,
in 1 hour, 4 million animals die because of humans like your friends who shoot them in the head. Shame on you. Shame on you. You think that's funny? Are you a little pick-me vegan who thinks that's okay?
I think shame. I think killing anyone in the world is shame.
It's a shame.
I think
it's a shame,
all soul is sacred and all souls should be saved.
That's true. That's beautiful.
Including Palestinians.
And Israel children too.
Of course, all the children in the
Yes,
world.
war is bad. War on animals is also bad. War on animals is the biggest war that we have on the planet. We can speak for human rights just at the same time as animal rights. But just because we are against war in Gaza or somewhere else does not give us a justification to send animals to the slaughterhouse.
Of course, and that's why animals are getting killed and slaughtered in Gaza. So,
So actually the war on the animals is the first kind of oppression that we learn as children. You know, speciesism is the root of racism because we say, you're just an animal. Just like they say, you're just, I don't know, Palestinian, Israeli, black, white, you look a little different than me. That's what we do to animals. So that's what you have to tell your friends. Be intersectional if they are feminist. It's Women's Day today.
Happy Women's Day.
Thank you, you too. Thank you. But if you're against like rape and torture, then why do we do that to animals? And then your friends go off and say, my delusional sky man said it's okay. You can believe in whatever you want with Santa Claus. Of course I can. I will do. If other people hear voices, we would call them delusional. Just because you name it God doesn't make it less of a delusion. It's disrespectful towards the animals. Yeah, I stay respectful as long as they don't take their religion as a justification for violence.
I have the same God as everybody else. Don't speak like this about my God.
Yeah, I think it's disrespectful of her to say that her God allows violence on animals.
My God does not allow violence on anyone.
Yeah, but hers obviously does.
We have the same God.
Well,
God is just and
then
God is fair and God
she
knows
does
more
not.
than you or me or anyone else in the world.
Well, whatever you want to believe in, you can. But as long as you don't hurt someone,
my God.
I don't care about your God, but I think it's disrespectful to
And
me.
you have the same
If
God.
you want me to believe in your God, that's disrespectful
God,
to
like,
me
we have
too.
one God.
Okay, that's being disrespectful to me. I could be just as offended as people who I call their God delusional skymans are too. So whatever. This is a whole different topic. Whatever you believe in cannot be a justification for slitting throats open. And your friends over there are hypocritical animal abusers that try to say, my God allows murder. And religion can never be a justification for that. I'm going to give you this card. It says a movie on there. It's called Dominion, and it shows the animal slavery. Hi, are you vegan or are you enslaving animals? You're a murderer. What are you laughing about? Animals' heads are being cut off. Are you for international women's rights?
International women.
Why are you raping cows then?
Huh?
Why are you raping cows on International Women's Day? Yeah, do you consume dairy?
No.
Do you consume animal products? No. Are you a vegan?
Yes.
What did you eat for breakfast?
Well, this person's clearly lying.
Today I didn't eat. I haven't eaten anything today.
Kid Boo donate tellers, this white man is based. Let me see.
People have every reason to be enraged, and every issue they see, they look up, they get angry, and they see someone doing better than them, and then every day it is speedballed in their face that they are failing, that they are not doing as well as everyone around them. For the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. That is the social compact breaking down. People aged 30 to 34, 60% of them in 1990 had one child. Now it's 27%. People are opting out of America. They're not optimistic about it. They're not having kids. They look up, they see wealth, exceptional wealth.
Yep. That guy is absolutely based. Yeah, boomers have ruined society. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo.
But that's not healthy.
I have an eating disorder.
I'm so sorry. What did you eat yesterday?
Nothing.
So what was your last vegan meal?
Nothing. I don't eat.
You don't eat. You're not vegan. You're a liar and an animal abuser. I respect
respect it. Are you vegan?
This is where you challenge her to a cage match.
I'm vegetarian.
Why are you not respecting the animals? This is happening for dairy.
I know, and that's why I'm trying to go vegan. It's forced insemination.
Yeah, exactly, that's rape, and we're against rape. It's International Women's Day. You wouldn't want that done to your body.
I know.
You wouldn't want your children taken away, your eggs taken away, your families ripped apart.
I know. I went vegan for a while, so I know that I'm a hypocrite.
Yeah.
I know.
But doesn't that make it worse? Because you even know it.
Yeah.
You have the human privilege and the human responsibility just...
The militant vegan is an absolute gigackard. Also, I just to say from the bottom of my heart, pistachios.
Yeah, she is. She is definitely a Giga Chad or a Giga Stacy, if you will. Pistachios are also nice. Thanks for the donation, Tyler Palazzo.
Richard I was meaning that if you support animal rights that includes human, right? And so if you support human rights and that everyone should be equal, then doesn't believing in a monarchy contradict human rights? Or am I wrong?
Monarchy doesn't necessarily contradict human rights, but if you do believe in a monarchy, at least depending on how the monarchy functions, they may have rights above other humans, and the British monarchy definitely does have rights that average citizens don't. So it is in a way antithetical to the idea of equal human rights. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
do it from now on. I'm going to give you a card to make it a little bit easier.
Yeah,
there's a movie on here. It's called Dominion. Please watch it with your boyfriend, husband, whatever. Please watch that together. Awesome. You're a beautiful couple, by the way. But you would be even more beautiful if you stopped enslaving animals.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's in German. I'm an Austrian activist, but I'm doing English content now, but we have no cards yet. But the site is English too. Yeah, yeah, it says not being vegan is not okay.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, 100%. I back you with that.
So please don't just say the words, but walk the walk. And
no, I do. I try, and I'm trying to have more I've cut out milk, so I have dairy milk most of the time, non-dairy milk, and a few more things.
I know it's harsh, but don't see it as a journey. Don't see it as a reducing, but see it as an urgency, because when do the animals want you to be vegan? Now. So you have the possibility of choice, they don't. So choose kindly, don't choose violence.
Can I see the other thing behind?
Yeah, sure. We have a couple. It's just the truth, and people are provoked by the truth because...
Oh, the baby cows.
Yeah, the baby cows. You're separating them if you consume animal products.
I get hungry.
You get hungry? Is that your response? Are you a little toddler who wants to provoke the vegan activist? I've never heard that one before. Yeah, should we get a steak together and murder some baby animals? Wow, what a grown-up man.
I like to cook that.
I like to cook that. Imagine I look at your friend and say, I like to cook that. Oh, look at that juicy leg. Yes. Fuck human rights. Fuck animal rights. Clowns. Just don't let yourself be dragged down by something like that.
They're not supposed to be protectors. They're protecting animals.
Exactly. Have a great vegan day. Are you
Fucking based.
vegan or are you an animal enslaver? Yeah. Violence is not an opinion, and you need a good justification to murder animals. So is there one? You don't know?
Mi no comprehendo inglés.
Yes, you do. Do you realize that animals suffer just like human beings? Yeah, so why do we do something to the animals that we would never accept for us or our families? You don't have to look to your friend, you can think on your own. I know that's hard sometimes, but it's necessary when it comes to fascism on animals.
Beta male simps. Look at this beta male all slouched. It's probably a coomer, can't even look a girl in the face.
Yeah, so can you voice words or?
No, not really.
So, okay, you do realize that right now animals are standing at the slaughterhouse because of you, so you need a good reason for
I just
that.
ate a fucking hot dog from Five Guys.
Yeah, awesome. What's your justification for murdering animals?
I hate animals.
You hate
bro.
animals?
I love meat so much.
Okay,
I'm not
so
gonna
if I
lie.
hate you, I still have no justification to rape and enslave you.
Why
My
you
hate
why are
alone
you chatting
is
to me, bro? I don't care.
because you are on the side of violence, and of course you don't care. You're the perpetrator of
Why are we on the
violence.
side of violence? Though?
Because
What
you're
have we
the
done?
one paying for a hot dog, which forces violence onto animals.
I just ate a fucking hot dog. Why
Yeah.
is man on my dick?
Because you're a murderer and you need a justification for violence. Imagine if I made a hot dog out of your mother. How would you react? Can I make your mom into a hot dog too?
It's too bad you can't punch him in the face. Really wish he could just punch people in the face.
And laugh about it. Have like a little dance, eating your mom.
Let me say something.
No, don't touch
Yeah,
the microphone.
fuck yeah, you can make my mom into a hot dog.
I can make your mom into a hot dog. Okay, that's about as intellectually dishonest
I'll
as
turn
we'll
you
get
into a hot
tonight.
dog.
Okay, you would probably need a justification for that. And the moment that your mother is standing in the gas chambers and the slaughterhouses, I think you wouldn't find this as funny anymore. I think if you would actually see your mother at the slaughterhouse crying for her life, shouting your name because you would be the reason for her standing there, you wouldn't think this were so funny anymore. There are real victims of this slavery, and you're sending them into the slaughterhouse, cutting their head off, dismembering their body parts, and this is your reaction to it. This is nothing else than convenient running along with a mass of people who are opportunistic, human supremacists in his full form right here. No justification for violence except for I just ate a hot dog. And he said I can do that to his mom.
Yeah.
That's so dishonest. Your mother would cry.
What's this going on? What's this going on? YouTube?
Probably.
TikTok?
Do you realize what you just said? That I can dismember your family?
Fuck yeah, you can, man.
Can I dismember his family too? You wouldn't like that, right? So if you wouldn't like that for your
But I
family,
just ate a hot dog.
so if you wouldn't like that for your family, why are you doing
All I
that
did
to
is eat a
animal
hot dog.
families?
It's a hot dog.
It is that deep, actually. You're sending them quite deep into your fucking belly. So you need a justification for violence. Why would you do that? Why would you do that to animal families, but wouldn't want to do that to yourself, to your own family? I am the militant vegan on TikTok. This is an animal abuser. Be vegan, not brutal. Stop animal slavery today. You are human. You have privileges that the animals don't. Raise your voice for the voiceless. This is not humane. This is a monster. Be vegan. Yeah. He said that I can turn his mom into a hot dog. And he laughs about it. This is only as long funny as you don't actually see the tears of the animals. If you imagine your mom, your family standing in these industries, being raped, being murdered, being enslaved, you wouldn't find this funny anymore. You're a fucking hypocrite and a murderer who's trying to make fun of something because his guilty conscience is eating him up alive, trying to be the clown in front of your friends. You said you wouldn't want your families to be at the slaughterhouse right now. But you're sending animal families there. What you don't want done to you, don't do upon others. Have you ever heard of that? Yeah, that's the golden rule. Dancing is not an argument for slavery and murder. It's just not. Grow up. You're not impressing me. I've been doing this activism since 3 years. This is the best you got? This is the best you got? I can dance better than you and I still have the better arguments. I
Just challenge them to a cage match. She'd probably win.
can dance better and still tell you that you're a fucking rapist of animals as long as you're not vegan. That's not cool. I can't make your mom to a hot dog. You wouldn't enjoy that.
I just ate a hot dog, man. I ain't even
I heard that 10 times now. It's not getting more creative the more often you say it. You have spasms or something.
See, now you're being
You
disrespectful.
obviously have brain spasms. You're being disrespectful. You're actually dancing on the deathbeds of animals and you're calling me disrespectful? I just ate a hot dog. That's like the epitome of respect, right? Why are you mocking animals? He's mocking animals. He's murdering them. He's mocking animals. I just ate a hot dog. What's that? Is that paying respect to animals that he's been stabbing?
Did I kill
Yeah.
an animal? I ate a hot dog from Five Guys.
Oh my God, like, do you have Alzheimer's that you have to constantly repeat yourself? Do you? Is there like brain fog because of all the cholesterol in your brain?
I actually ate a hot dog.
Oh my God, I think he really does have Alzheimer's. I'm so sorry for you. But
guys,
then again, I'm actually not because he's actually a murderer. And my
Whoa, this
sympathy
goes
for
on for a long
That's
time.
exactly what you're doing.
No, I just don't think you guys should be approaching people. It's a bit weird, I'm not gonna lie.
You're a fucking hypocrite.
Yeah, I think for your own mental health and sanity, you should just move along if you deal with people like that.
Classic teenagers.
Yeah, I fucking hate teenagers, dude. When I was a kid like that, I was never that much of a fucking obnoxious prick. It's too bad you can't fucking fight kids, especially. Like, if you have some 15-year-old piece of shit come up to you, you can't just kick their ass. And then they're like, oh, you're an adult. Why are you doing this to me? It's fucking bullshit. I remember one time, this happened long enough ago where, like, statute of limitations, nothing can happen, but I was walking my dog, and I think I was 14 or 15 at the time, and these two kids, they had to have been, like, maybe 9, 10 years old, something like that. They were harassing me and my dog, and they were like, does your dog bite? Does your dog bite? Bite me, you dumb dog. I kicked this one kid in the stomach as hard as I fucking could. I just soccer kicked him in the stomach, and I totally winded him. And his friend ran off, and then after that little kid got kicked in the stomach and he could breathe again, he started crying, and then I just went home. Fucking stupid ass kids. They think I'm not gonna kick their ass.
Ah ja, guck mal, hier ist Sea Life. Ekelhaft. How would you like it if the animals you're treating, like eating them? Are you vegan? Can I treat your family like you treat the animals? How would you like that?
Is autism real?
Yes. I am autism, therefore autism is real. Thanks for the donation, Gunnar Burgess.
Would you like that or not? No? So don't the animal families deserve the respect to not be treated that way as property? Well, what's so complicated about cutting heads off?
Goddamn. These guys remind me of every frat boy I've had to throw out of the bar I worked at. Such fucking douchebags.
Yeah, I fucking hate stupid ass kids like that. They annoy the fuck out of me. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
You need a justification for violence. Now, is there a good reason to consume animal products and their stolen mother milk?
What your shoes are made of?
Vegan leather.
Really?
Yeah.
And how can it be vegan leather?
Because it's recycled plastic.
So it's plastic?
Yeah. Recycled plastic. And even if it weren't, there would be no justification for you to cut animals' heads off, even if those were old leather shoes.
No, if they were leather.
So why do you consume animal products?
Why not?
Because animals' heads are being cut off for that, and they can feel just like we do.
Sometimes they are killed in different ways.
What's a good way to cut someone's head off who doesn't want to die? Yeah. Look, you're a mother. You're a mother. Would you want me to take your child away from you? Would you want me to put your child in chains? No, thank you, right? But the animals, do they want that? They don't want that either. I don't care if you want to talk about this or not. You're a perpetrator. You're a violator.
You're aggressive.
You're aggressive towards animals. Your mother murders babies. Yeah, baby animals. You call me aggressive, you're the one paying to stab animals. That's the truth, right? You're probably drinking the milk of a mother who was raped. Her child was stolen. You're the one who's aggressive, and you're a hypocrite. You know that, you're a hypocrite.
It's you, because
Why?
we non-vegan do not come to you and tell you not to become a vegan.
Because I am not the one who's cutting heads off. Yeah? You're the one who's perpetrating violence. It's not violence. What happens in a slaughterhouse? A slaughterhouse is not violence. What is it then? Are the animals being petted to death? No, I'm telling you the truth. The truth can never be violent. Yeah. This is the same truth for you. Non-vegans like you two murderers kill families.
I am looking forward to the mushroom stream. Will you be taking a heroic dose?
Yes, I will be. At least like 5 grams. Thanks for the donation, Kenneth.
You should do that in front of the shops of...
You're the consumer. You're the consumer. You're buying to stab animals. You're paying for that.
Yes, you are. If you put animal flesh in your body, you're a murderer. If you take their milk, you're a hypocrite mother. You're a bad person and a bad mother.
We've been murderers since day one of the humankind, haven't we?
Pardon?
We've been murderers from day one of the humankind.
Okay, just because we've done it since ages, it's not a justification to keep on doing it. Just because we haven't given women rights for ages, that's not a good reason to keep on not giving women's rights. Yeah. Just because a violence has been happening for thousands of years, it's not a good reason to continue it. We can live vegan now, so we need a good reason to cut animals' heads off. Do you have a good reason for that?
No, you know what I can tell you is that people like you.
Yeah, so you don't have a good reason, so you'd have to attack me personally, right? This is just deflecting from your own responsibility. You're a hypocrite and a murderer. Have a good vegan day.
If you are offended by this truth, then you are the problem.
Yeah, fucking
So
based.
Scott, let's get into your book. But first, run through, if you will. I've seen you talk about this in speeches. Talk about how the system is rigged. So if you got $1 million, great. If you got 5 million, 10 million, even better. Life gets easier because the way our tax system's set up.
Yeah, we have a very progressive tax system until you get to about the 99th percent. And essentially the people who get most damaged by our current tax code, it's lower and middle income households, their taxes have gone up slightly because of consumption, but not because of federal. The people that really get hurt are what I call the workhorses. And that are people who make an exceptionally good living, but it's all current income. And they live in a blue state. They might be paying 50 to 54% tax rate. I bet some of those people are on around this table right now. But if you can make the jump to light speed and invest in assets, stocks, housing, then your tax rate plummets. So in America, we've decided to try and create a super class of billionaires, and then if they...
Richard, are you pro-death penalty?
No, I'm against the death penalty. There's a few reasons. One, death penalty doesn't seem to dissuade murder. It has no impact on the murder rate. Two, it violates your right to a fair trial. So if it's very commonplace for evidence to come forward, sometimes decades later, that can completely exonerate you. So trials are constantly ongoing and new evidence can always come to light. So, and I also don't like the idea of the government just having the ability to execute its own citizens. Thanks for the donation though, Riley.
They win the gold medal, we're going to give them the silver and the bronze. Two biggest tax deductions, capital gains and mortgage interest. Who owns homes and stocks? People my age. Who doesn't know? Who rents and makes their money from current income? Young people. So we've decided that the wealthiest people in the world should get exceptionally more wealthy. Minimum wage stuck at $9.25. Stock market is screamed up. The average 70-year-old is 72% wealthier than they were 40 years ago. The average person under the age of 40 is 24% less wealthy. We are purposely transferring more wealth from the poor and middle class to the upper class to the super rich, and from young to old.
And you say in the book, which is true and alarming, but let's say a 30-year-old American in America right now is doing no better than his or her parents. Then that's a new thing in American history that you would think over time, we want to do better than the next generation, than the last generation. It's not happening anymore.
I think it all ties into what we're talking about on campuses. For the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. That is the social compact.
Are there medical conditions that force people to be vegan? Not that I know of, no.
Breaking down. People aged 30 to 34, 60% of them in 1990 had one child. Now it's 27%. People are opting out of America. They're not optimistic about it. They're not having kids. Young people aren't having sex. They're not meeting. They're not mating. The pool of emotionally and economically viable men shrinks every day, which lessens household formation. So we have a real issue. Young people are enraged. So it turns every cut, every movement into an opportunistic infection because, quite frankly, they are just pissed off. They look up, they see wealth, exceptional wealth across my generation and people in certain industries, and they are really struggling. Their purchasing power is going down, and the incumbents create artificial scarcity on campus. We take pride in rejecting 90% of our applicants.
I really love her passion for animal rights. It reminds me of Gary Yarovsky in your earlier years. Before YouTube went woke and cared more about a person's fragile fifis rather than the lives of the fucking innocent sentient beings being taken from them.
Yeah, she's really great at activism. Thanks for the donation, Finger My Ass.
Richard, taking a heroic dose while streaming is retarded. You have self-admitted suicidal tendencies. People will likely think to exploit this. The risks surpass any benefit. Surely you should at least be aware and prepare for this contingency.
I'll be fine. Thanks for the donation, Caleb. Appreciate it.
So the incumbents who already have a degree see the degree go up in value. We get very concerned with housing and traffic once we own a housing. Housing permits are sequestered from young people. Housing prices have gone from $290 to $420 in the last 4 years. So a young person, a house, stocks that I don't own skyrocket in value. Let's have COVID relief and flush the markets and take assets way up, because if 1 million people dying would be bad, it would be tragic if I got less wealthy. And we're doing it on their credit card. Young people have every reason to be enraged, and every issue they see, they look up, they get angry, and they see someone doing better than them. And then every day it is speedballed in their face that they are failing, that they are not doing as well as everyone around them. We have lost the script. Our kids are more anxious and more depressed and more obese and more addicted. And we have made a purposeful decision to let this happen by ensuring the people around this table stay wealthy at the cost of young people.
So, Scott, what the social element of that's the economic element, the social elements that you mentioned, the happiness, the anxiety, all of those things, that kids aren't getting together anymore, that they're not having kids. What happened in one generation? Social media has to play a role in it, I'm sure. But what else do you see that has created this climate for this generation?
I think you have the most talented, well-resourced people in the world and companies trying to convince a young man that he can have a reasonable facsimile of life in his basement behind a screen. You don't need friends. Go on Reddit or Discord. You don't need to get a job. Go on Robinhood or Coinbase and trade crypto and stocks. You don't need to go through the rejection and the expense and the humiliation and working out and having a plan and humor and showering to get a romantic relationship. You have YouPorn. So we have an entire generation, especially of young men, who are out home sequestering from society and missing out on what it means. There's a reason romantic comedies are 2 hours and not 15 minutes. True victory in life is hard. Going out, meeting someone, finding mentors, finding mates, that stuff is hard, but that's what real victory in real life is like. And because a lot of men feel rejected on dating apps, the number of jobs that are accessible to them has gone down. You have essentially a group of men who are saying, I want a low-risk entry into life, and they go down a rabbit hole. When they don't have social connections, and they don't get out, and they don't have the prospect of a romantic relationship, they're more prone to conspiracy theory, they're more prone to misogynistic content, they're less likely to believe in climate change, and some they become really bad citizens. We are producing too many of the most dangerous person in the world, and that is a young, broke, and lonely young man.
Why is it that so many of these young people that you're talking about seem to head into life after going to 4-year schools or 2-year schools or whatever, head into life with a lack of financial literacy? They don't know anything about money or the growth of money. All they know is the absence of money.
I think we need to have, in our curriculums in high school, a class on adulting. My kid, I say to my house, my kid can do integers and basic calculus, but he doesn't understand the interest on his credit card. So there's just some basic kind of financial literacy that we're not teaching. And when you start replacing civics with computer science, you lose a sense of the country, and you start learning about programming. And when you don't talk about basic financial literacy or even mating, I would like to see in the senior year of college mating dynamics and help men understand, and women, what is unique to them and their vulnerabilities to social media. I was talking about the challenges of men from social media. At exactly the wrong time in a young girl's life, she is presented with a valuation where she never gets to leave the high school cafeteria 24/7. And as my colleague Jonathan Hyde has pointed out, we've seen a dramatic uptick in suicide. But I think effectively we just don't have basic skills for young people. We're teaching them advanced things, but we're not teaching them the basics around what a mortgage is, what interest rates mean. So I think we could use just a basic class on adulting, junior or senior year.
Hey everyone, MSNBC has
speciesism. Yeah, speciesism is like where you for example, a dog is more loved.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's absurd, right?
It's kind of, yeah.
It's like as irrational as racism, as homophobia, and as sexism, wouldn't you say?
Took 5 grams of shrooms my first time. Full-blown psychosis. Heard voices coming at me from the walls. Went to run out of the house, but then I was terrified about what would be on the other side of the door. Roomie came home and she was like an angel glowing.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, last time I did shrooms, I had a bit of a panic attack that I was in a permanent state of psychosis. And I'd never get out of it. But, you know, I got out of it. I was fine. You definitely want a trip sitter if you've never done mushrooms before, and it's just a generally good idea to always have somebody around, even if you're experienced with taking them. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade.
I know that this is 1 year old, but it looks like that the US military's heading to make vegan MREs in the near future. THX4 Congress passing Landar 2023.
That's pretty cool. Vegan meals finally joined the MRE lineup. Current number of meals ready to eat in the military offers vegetarian service members, while the military can support in-theater dietary needs of service members who eat kosher, halal, and vegetarian. There aren't any solely plant-based options for vegans yet. Yeah, hopefully that does come soon. I don't know why they don't. It'd be cheaper too, which is hilarious, since the military budget is just so fucking inflated. I don't know why they wouldn't just offer vegan meals. Thanks for that donation, though. Finger my ass.
Say, oh my god, thank you so much. So if you're against racism, right? Yes. And you're against sexism, and of course homophobia, or you wouldn't be here. Yes. So are you still a speciesist? Is the question.
I guess I am. Yeah.
As long as you're not vegan, right? You're a speciesist.
I guess. Yeah.
So is that cool? Is that something that you want to be? Would you say that animals also have a right to their body, just like you and me? The other animals have a right to their body.
Yeah.
So would you give it to them, the right? But how would you do that from now on?
I don't really know.
By being vegan. As long as you're not vegan, you use animals as slaves. You're an animal abuser.
Okay.
Right? Can you be vegan from now on? If you're not vegan, you're a speciesist.
I don't know how.
Yeah. You can simply start by watching this movie. It's called Why Vegan? It just takes 8 minutes. Okay? And as long as you're not vegan, you're an animal abuser.
Okay.
Bye.
Nice. I gotta see that again. She's good at dancing. Definitely better than Taylor Swift. All right, let's play some COD matches.